Hello everyone. Welcome to What If Isaiah Lost Everything and Went Back in Time Part 2. Before we start, please go support AndresFelipeSolanoDi for writing that awesome fanfic. Now let's begin. This is the translated version I made. There will be some wrong he or she calling here because it's translated, so let me clear this essay as a male in this story. Chapter 28. Meeting. The atmosphere, leaving aside the seriousness, was also tense. But quickly the upper-class demons turned around and continued their party. Because although the guest was alarming, they did not want to be seen in a bad way, one of the rules of the upper class, so as not to tarnish their reputation. As for Issei and his group, they slowly approached where Regreso, Isara and Sergiches were with Odin on their side. Odin? Lord Mystery he is? Issei. Sergiches, Gremry of the Gremry House and one of the Demon Kings. Yes, we have already seen each other. Although they were not the best circumstances, which I apologize. Sergiches? I think so too, but it's a pleasure to see you again. Shakes his hand, Issei. Shakes hands. Thanks anyway. Regreso. It is a pleasure to meet you in person, Mr. Mystery. Issei. Kisses her hand. It's also a pleasure to meet you, Miss Regreso. Isara. Hello? Issei. Hello, Isara. I'm sorry that our first meeting was not pleasant. Issei. No. You saved Regreso. I owe you that as her friend, I'm very grateful. Pose. Issei. There is nothing to be grateful for. I simply responded to an injustice such as an unfree wedding, although I recognize that my role should not allow me to get involved in a matter that does not concern me, and I could cause problems for the Gremry. Sergex? Don't be so polite with us, there's no need. And it wasn't an impediment, in fact, Lord Phoenix thanked us for it. Yes, I met him. Sergex? Odin and I will go wait for the guests. The two would leave quietly. Isara? Now that we are alone, Mr. Mystery. Issei? Yes. Isara? Because the time she saved us she said she was my friend. Issei? I suppose if I said that it would allow me to intervene in the fight for the wedding. Isara? I understand. Regreso? I would also like to ask about the two celestial dragons and the mask, but I understand that the possibility of telling me that is null, so I will avoid the topic again. I appreciate your understanding, Miss Regreso. Regreso? I would introduce you to my family members, but they are busy. Issei. I know, despite everything, I have seen your relatives and I know them very well. You have nothing to worry about. Regreso. Thank you for understanding, Issei. Can we stop talking with etiquette? Regreso. If that's okay with you, strange boy. Issei. I understand I asked for it. Regreso? Yes, it can be, Issei. Then I want to make it clear that I will look for who he really is. Issei. You are within your rights, but I don't think you'll find out who I am. Isara? We'll see. I don't give up easily, Issei. I can sense that they will not treat me as an enemy. Regreso. You saved me from a wedding that I didn't want, so for now we will see you as an ally of the underworld. Only time will tell more about our relationship, Issei. I appreciate it, but before all this, I must introduce my family, Issei. It will be a pleasure to meet you in particular. I can see some of you who are already known. Issei. The person whose arm I share and who is next to me is Roswas. My tower is Odin's former Valkyrie. Roswas, a pleasure. Regreso? Odin mentioned it to us. I hope you are comfortable. Roswas? Of course the salary is better than Odin's, they say. Behind me is my contract magician, Faye Pendragon, from the Pendragon House. Regreso? Surprised I wasn't expecting someone from the Pendragon House. But Faye I found it interesting and that's why I agreed to be her magician, Isara. The girl next to her is? A vampire, Isara. I guess you haven't seen many, Isara. Apart from our Gasper Bishop, I have not met another vampire, Issei. Well, she is Olmenhold Karnstein of the Carmilla faction. Olmenhold, a pleasure to meet you, Isara. Because she said about the Carmilla faction, there he is. In Romania where Gasper lived the vampires are divided into two factions. Carmilla is ruled by women and the Teeps are ruled by men. Becerra? Oh, so you come from the faction ruled by women? Well, Menhild? Exactly. Becerra? It's not rude, but because my relative has a certain relationship there, I would like to know the situation. Rias? Sure. But talking here would be a problem if you and I talk in private. Rias? Of course, I understand. Rias, Mr. Mystery, I will retire for a moment. Essie? Okay. Rias and Olmenhild would both go out and go somewhere private, leaving Isara alone with Isara. Well, while you're laughing, we're going to talk. You can introduce me to the rest of your family. Essie? Of course, you already met Rosways, Ilmenhold and Leif. Now there are two who are at the end. They are Toka my knight and 02 my tower. Oka. Nice to meet you, 02. Nice to meet you, Isara. Both of them too. Essie. But after all this, I think that Miss Isara wants to talk about something else. Isara. The truth is that since we met I have been thinking, and in the end I came to a conclusion that I want to fight with you to see how far I am from you, Isara. From dragon to dragon, Isara. Exactly, Essie? Girls, I will go to the battle zone with Essara. You can do whatever you like, Essara. I'm warning you, I've become strong. Essie. Smiles. The two would retreat to the battle zone. 02. Since Darling retired, what do we do? Bro Swiss? First of all, we have to be careful, so let's not mention his real name if you know what I mean, and let's call him Mr. Mystery. The Fae. Understood. 02. I call him Darling. I don't think it matters in my case. Bro Swiss? Size also taking into account the reputation of our family. We must leave a good impression and a buffet. Rosweiss? Rosweiss? Yes, I liked you a buffet. Taka is devouring the banquet food right now. Rosweiss? Size. We have taught him all about manners, at least he is eating in a refined manner. 02. I really think that stops mattering when some dishes pass by. Broswies? What is she going to do? Let's go with her. Elsewhere, Rias and Ilmenhild were in a private room. Only she and Ilmenhild were there. The environment was completely soundproof. No one outside would hear the conversation. Rias? It seems that here we can talk without any problem. Lemonhild? You are right. Rias? Well, my issue here is simple and straightforward. As you know, one of my relatives is a vampire. Lemonhild? Gasper, Vladdy, true. Rias. Restless. That's right, I see that you are informed about it. Lemonhild. Yes. I know that he is from the Teats faction or was born in it. In reality, he is now a supporter of the demons. Rias. Exactly why I would like to know the situation of the Teats family. Ilmenhild. Well, first I want you to know that telling you this is not easy, since even in the underworld there will be a stir. Rias. Is the situation so tense? Ilmenhild. On the contrary, this is how the situation that makes him tense was resolved. Rias. What are you talking about? Almenhord. One thing you must promise me. What I will tell you is because I believe that you may know it. But apart from you, only Gasper, no one else should know it. Rias? Okay, Almenhord. The Carmilla faction knew that the war against the Teats faction was inevitable, so a fight was fought in that fight. We constantly had no definitive results on either side. Rias? Because they both had the same power and neither had a definitive weapon, or at least if they had one, they couldn't find a way to use it to turn it around. Basically, we would be like this until someone arrived for one of the two sides to break the tiebreaker. Rias? And it broke. If the Teeps faction was exterminated, Rias? Shocked what? That's right. Rias? But how something like that is? Rias? We got help from a person who offered us a tiebreaker, and we took it. I can say that as I saw it, it was a unilateral massacre. Rias? Who was that person? Rias? For confidentiality reasons I cannot talk about it. Rias? Then I can allow myself to intuit that the reason you left Romania has to do with that incident, Omenhild. That's right. Rias? The Sods? They are all Omenhild. Oh, don't worry, the Teeps were not killed. The Teeps faction fell, but now the Carmilla faction rules. Basically, those who were from the Teeps faction were reassigned to different positions. only that the Carmilla faction rules over them. Rias, I understand, basically, Carmilla has all the control and the Sods are the subordinates. Elmenhold. But don't think that there weren't many casualties. The reason the Sods surrendered was because those who refused to surrender fell one by one. Rias. So who is Carmilla's leader now? Elmenhold. Swallows, what do I do? I can't say it's me, or will he know that his say, or rather Mr. Mystery, massacred many vampires, and that can give a bad image and people think it's dangerous. I must be careful with what I will say. Here he is. Is something wrong? Elmenhord. Oh, the new leader was chosen, but unfortunately she was not present when she returns to my home. I guess I will have to meet her. Rias? I understand. One more thing, a girl Valerie Teeps that belonged to her. Olmenhild? Oh, I don't know, but Carmilla has a good way with women, surely that's fine. Rias? Thank you for answering my questions. Lomenhild? You're welcome. Rias? Then I will retire. Lomenhild? Okay. Rias? You're not coming with me. Lomenhild? I won't be here for a moment getting ready. Rias? Okay. Rias would calmly leave the room and close the door. That was close. I almost died. Damn, why being with Issei forces me to lie. She seemed somewhat agitated by the conversation, and her composure had been lost. God. Because Essie leaves all the work to me. Sighed Valerie. I remember that Essie told me not to mention her. Flashback, Lomenhild. By the way, we have that girl Valerie as if she were a princess. As you asked, they will treat her as best as possible. Essie. That's fine, Lomenhild. Is there a reason why you care about her? Purebred vampires worry because you care so much about a damper, although I don't support those who judge human-vampire hybrids. Bissay. Let's say he took care of her while a friend who cares about her arrives, and she will have to face a hard blow to mature. Olmenhild. I understand. S.A. She is also the carrier of the Longinus. Olmenhild. He. End of flashback. Olmenhild. After all this, she didn't even tell me that she was the Longinus. Something tells me that soon we will return to Romania and there will be problems with Issei. He had Isara on her back. Isara could be seen passed out on her back even though she had no stains on her clothes. Issei. I hope she didn't overdo it. Rias? Isara, but what happened? Issei. She wanted to challenge me to a fight and I made her unconscious. Rias? Sigh, that's what happens to her because she doesn't know how to measure her opponent. She should have given up. She is a very stubborn woman, Issei. I'm sorry, Rias. Anyway, I'll take it. Essie? Okay, she ordered it for you. Quickly, Essie would give it to Isara, and she would see it staying next to Rias. Essie? Sigh. Well, let's just hope they make peace and everything will be fine for a while. Albion? I want to ask something. Essie? Yes, Albion? Benio Orcus? Essie? Shiver, I see where this is going. Albion? She was your knight along with Zenobia. Since you are not planning to recruit Zenobia because you will leave her to Rias, why don't you recruit her? Essie? The reason she joined me was because she liked my Implied Dragon program. I met her through it. Now that I'm here, I would have to do that. Albion? Drake agrees. I say. That matters, I will do it anyway to generate more funds. Greg? My opinion is not valid in this. Albion? Then you will. Issei. But not now, the reason is simple, she is half human and half reaper, a reaper of souls. Albion. I understand it's because of the truth. Issei. Hades. Albion. He is a traitor and someone to eliminate immediately, but if we do, the problems will get worse, and we talk about diplomacy. Issei. Yes. To recruit her, I will need to do that program and wait for the right moment. Greg. Dealing with Hades is not easy. If we move carelessly, we will be in his crosshairs. Issei. Yes. Albion. The main problem is Essie? Samuel's curse, that thing in the past almost killed me. Albion? Now you are 100% dragon, it is your greatest nemesis, it does not matter how much power you have if you are not immune to its poison. Issei, thing I can't be against a poison that kills dragons and was characterized as the ultimate dragon slayer. Albion. There are only 2 members of the original team left to recruit. I would count 3 with Bovatanen, but wants to leave it to Isara when she reaches her high rank and has her nobility. It will be the best, Greg. Then it seems that everything is decided, Issei. Yes, I think Benia will be the last, Greg. True, now we have more possibilities with involved, Issei. I just hope that the goddess Nyx acts, and then I will kill her on the spot. Greg, in the end everything is always a matter of time for a meeting, Issei. I don't deny it. Well, let's continue with the party. I'll go see how Taka should be eating non-stop. Chapter 29. Secrets revealed, Issei. I am satisfied with this scene. Everything is calm. No one is suffering or worried about the suffering or worried about the enemy. Greg. Relaxing, isn't it? Issei. Too much. Ross was? Taka, don't lick the dishes. 02. Sigh. We really are the center of attention, the Fae. Girls we can embarrass. Mr. Mystery. Doka. Millimeters. I'm bothering you, Issei, smiles Bravo. Issei, what's wrong because you laugh suddenly? Issei. Because I love this environment, and all of you so much. After his words, absolutely everyone turned red. 02. Darling, what? Baka. Bellmen hold revel. How do you say something like that in front of a lot of people, Doka? I see. Ross was? You should control yourself more, we are in public. Although I don't dislike that about you. Buffet, it's very embarrassing, but I don't dislike it, Issei? This environment is really my favorite, Odin. I see you're having fun, Issei. Honestly, this atmosphere is something he enjoyed and would like to continue enjoying. Odin? Smiles boys like you find this relief when there is great weight, they say. Yes, it could be said. By the way, I had not had the opportunity to continue that topic. You know about Loki. Odin? Sigh. He's dead, you don't have to worry about him anymore, they say. Experimenting with dimension collapses cost him dearly. Odin. Honestly, it's something we don't want to mess with, and we're constantly looking for a way to stop it, but we still can't find a way. Issei. Yes. I'm afraid so. Odin. You must be careful, young man. Issei. Me? Odin. Now everyone has their sights on you and your family, not to mention those girls. Tuka and 02 can give you problems. Issei. You. Odin. This eye that I hide in my eye patch sees many things, and I can tell that those 2 girls are not from around here. Issei. Yes. Odin? Then you can tell me about the information you obtained. Issei? Sure. Odin and I had a quiet chat about everything I know and experience in collapses. Odin? So another world with other gods, this is a problem, Issei? Yes. They are intelligent, they can speak, reason, but for some reason they seek to attack our world, and it is not just those on their side, other dimensions also come to destroy the world. Odin? I think now that you've told him I can guess why they want to come here to destroy us. They say. Really? God. And if I think like a proud god and as such dictate the word of what God means, yes, imagine that you will think your entire existence that you were the number one god, that your kingdom or world was everything, but suddenly you realize that it is only a dimension of many, and that show you the way to the main one to number one. AJ. That god must feel humiliated, angry, ashamed and wanting to prove that he is the number one of everything at the expense of everything. Odin. It is a very simple assumption based on the character of a proud god with a big ego. AJ, that god is Eden. Definitely fits it if there is no response from them. Assumptions are what we can do. Odin. In the same way, this information is valuable. I will inform the factions and avoid mentioning the girls. AJ. Can I ask you that this information does not reach Rizavim, Hades and Nyx, of course, their respective servants are also included in that? Odin. Why? It's important something happens to them, AJ. Rizavim is the leader of the Cows Brigade, the 2 gods are traitors and their allies. After saying those words, the atmosphere became serious, and Odin spoke with a very low but firm voice. Odin, this information becomes a serious matter. I know that you are not lying, boy. No one would simply play with such a careless or joking confession. If you accuse someone, it is because you have solid evidence. But if these three are big shots, Issei? Then, Odin, let me ask you what you plan to do if you have not disclosed this information. Issei? Keep your friends close and your enemies closer, with them walking alongside the demons normally in society without being wanted as criminals. Always knowing where they are, it is easy to say that they can be attacked by a terrorist act of a person and be murdered without ever discovering their killer. Odin? I see. What are you planning? Are you thinking about delaying your terrorist act for something in particular because you can do it now? Isn't that the case? But you wait. I say. Everything has its moment, its place, and its time. Odin, because of our alliance and friendship, I trust your words. Thank you. After that day, the meeting continued without any problem. The peace and alliance with the Nordic faction was carried out without any mishap. I still had time on vacation, so of course we returned home. It was stressful. Ravel? Don't even mention it. I felt like something striking was going to happen at the meeting, like an attack or an explosion. Issei. Don't exaggerate so much. With Loki gone, many of the problems will be solved. Olmenhild. Somehow it feels reassuring that he is dead once and for all. Issei. It is always reassuring to get a murderer off your back, especially if he is a god. Issei. I'm hungry. Issei. You fit the cute but eater expression. Issei. Is that a good expression? Issei. Let's say yes, raw Swiss. You can. Raw Swiss. Making dinner, understood. Issei. Thank you, I'll go take a bath. While everyone went back to their rooms to rest and wait for dinner, I went into the bathroom, but this one was different from the others because it was an artificial hot spring where I went in to relax while I organized my ideas in my mind. Issei. This won't work. Greg. You keep thinking what to do with the events you know that you didn't already have. Issei. I thought so, but I thought that the Op-Eye Dragon program would be the right thing to do some things like before. But no. A key piece enters the game, and it is Isara. She is the variant to take into account. My actions can affect her both positively and negative. Albion. Yes. That girl is your sister, and she is not like you. Different ideals way of being anything you do in the name of Red. You must also take into account her image, I say. The last thing in the world you want is to harm your own family. Sigh. Greg. What are you planning to do? Issei. First, let's see the pending things we must kill. Rise of him, Hades and his men in addition to Nyx, Albion. Among them Nyx is related to Ingvald, however, she is not necessary to awaken. The relationship of her awakening was her sacred year, a new one within the Longinus class. Issei. Correct. As for Hades and his men? Albion? Yes. Benny Orcus joined you for the program, she was your fan, and after that one thing led to another. Issei? Yes. Finally, rise of him? Greg? He is screwed. Without the Lilith office would not be created, he would have his power. Issei? I can't decide that part lightly. Lilith is Office's friend. For her, it was like a sister. Yes, Office will be complete, and without any damage, but being hurt physically or psychologically. In addition, Lilith and Office were. Hell, for me they were. Dreg. Deciding that the life of someone you love and had a relationship with beyond love is born or not is screwed, but either way Office receives the damage, I say. With Benia, the idea of the program is cancelled because if I do it, I will affect Asura's drag, tarnishing his image, and he is not good like you. Albion. This is a puzzle, it is not impossible, we are three minds in one body. Let's use our heads where we can fit each piece to destroy the enemies and win over the allies. Issei. Sigh, I have to think. I went back. I can change the events, but what should I change? As if the sound had ceased, Essie's mind drew up a map of routes to take and made assumptions from the decision she made which path could lead to the best results. Issei. I got it, Albion. What conclusion did you draw? I say. First of all, Rizavum and Hades are key pieces in my life, but there is no way I can't bring the allies without killing them. Greg, are you talking about? I say. Looks at her hands. Benio Orcus, and Vold, Leviathan, Aphis, and Lilith. I will return their memories of the future, Albion. We are talking about something very serious. The reason why Rias and the others do not have their memories is so as not to alter the timeline too much with their actions, so we can predict everything or well, mostly everything. Greg, it is true this change is of equal magnitude. If this happens, the future could be to say, everything will change in our favor. I will leave Lilith's decision to Office herself. Ingvild, I will go for her. I will accelerate the awakening of her sacred gear by waking her up, and Benio I will return her memory. She will join me after that. I have a free way to kill 2 of the big shots. Rizavum, well, I will be with Office to kill him, Greg. With this, 666, the evil dragons, the attack of the Reapers of souls, Samuel, nothing will happen. What follows after this? It is an unknown future, Issei. I know. But we went back, the collapse of dimensions happened, we can't say we know everything anymore. Albion? It's true, you risk everything in a bet to win more. Issei, this is a news story for everyone. But that decision in mind, he would leave the bathroom until he was dry, and under dinner was ready, and the girls were waiting for him with a smile, which surprised him quite a bit. Issei, they could have started dinner without me. Thoka, Baka, that's something we will never do, Ross was. Waiting for the leader of the family is important, bravo. All this time we have developed a relationship. Do not take our appreciation and feelings lightly. Almenhild. The relationship between our colleagues, everything went extremely well, don't you think, Essie? If that's true, I'm more than happy about it. Brothers Wes? Still your face tells me that you have made a decision about something important, Essie. If keeping the secret is useless, it's time to tell everyone the truth, especially Ravel, Olmenholt, and Leify. Ross was? Are you talking about? I say. Yes, I can't wait any longer. I still won't do it with Rias and the others for certain reasons. Even if the timeline is altered, they must continue their path only to a certain point. When that happens, the mask I'm wearing will fall off. My face revealing the whole truth. Ross Weiss? I understand. I see. Gets up everyone. At Ayasi's sudden scream, everyone was scared, fearing that something would happen only to then focus their attention. Issei, as everyone knows, I have many secrets. Among them, many of them have to do with people close to me. Of these people at the table, Toka and Ross was are the only ones who know the whole truth. Toka. Shocked to say, you're not going to reveal? Issei, what's happening? Why are you acting so strange now? Issei. I promised answers to all of you. Belmanhild, what are you talking about? Issei. Because my name is Hyodo Issei, because I helped you specifically, because you feel as if you knew me, the biggest deja vu of your life, the Fae. What's wrong, Issei? You're scaring us, Issei. A long time ago you were my wives, a long time ago you had my children, and too long ago you were murdered with your children. All life in this world was lost, Issei. My name is Hyodo Issei, I come from the future, and I am your husband. But that revelation, the Revel cutlery fell, Leif's mind was blank, and Almenhild had no words, she couldn't even express a word, they were breathless. Rosways and Toka looked away, 02 didn't know what to say. Issei's gaze was hard. He told them who he was and told them the end of his life and that of his children, all in a single moment without any delays or delicacy. He told the whole truth raw and hard. At that moment Ravel, Olmenholt and Leif approached Issei. Olmenholt, Leif, Ravel. I say. I'm sorry. Chapter 30. Talk. The moon illuminated the entire city. The noises did not exist. It was so night that there was no sound, except for insects like crickets and cicadas. In Issei's room he was lying on a large bed looking at the ceiling. He couldn't sleep, and his face had a thoughtful look. Essie? Sigh. Greg, no matter how strong you are, you can't skip the sleeping part. You know, besides, it's better to sleep. Tomorrow you can clarify the matter. Essie? Clarify? Dry AG. I told them the whole truth clearly and precisely according to my background. It is difficult not to believe what I told them, that it is necessary to clarify. The only thing I see that can be clarified is the question of whether they hated me to death or not. Albion, you knew you were risking that, there was no other option. Greg? Although you could have returned his memories first. I see? I felt like they should know first, and well, it took me to. Greg? Alone in the room with a lot to think, without sleep, and waiting for tomorrow's answer with fear. I see? Subtlety is not in dragons, right, Albion? Essie, I understand that for you it is a very complicated situation. However, you will have to wait. If they love you, they will listen to you, Essie. I guess you're both right about some things. At that moment the door slowly opened. Issei looked up, to Issei's surprise. They were Lefay, Ilmenhild, and Ravel were in their pajamas. Bravo. Can we come in? Issei. See, sure, Ilmenhild. With permission. Buffy. Permission. Issei, and I. Bravo. Please let us talk first. S.A. Okay, bravo. First of all, we have already cleared our minds, S.A. I thought it would be difficult to process. Bravo. What you said at that moment is crazy, but the simple fact of being you and all these situations that we have experienced make that madness true. At this point, I know that you are not lying and you would play with something like this. To tell the truth, I'm not going to say that I immediately accepted your story from that moment. I thought about it a lot, and no matter how much I did it alone or with Lefay or Menhild, everything fits together perfectly because you recruited members that you already knew who they were. But they don't know about you because you don't want Rias to find out about you, and the same for Isara. Everything fits. I'm upset, no? We're upset. Leif? Yes. Menhild, now you know what bothers us, to say. The truth is, I have so many things on my mind that I don't know where to start, so I can't be sure. Bravo. What bothers us is that you had to endure all this time alone. You didn't even think about yourself or try to help yourself or take on a selfish request that you really deserve. Tell me, to say, you go back to the past to save us, and after many years only in the future you see us, and you walk away like a coward for our sake. Do you think we want that? You could have stopped being alone in that moment you saw us. But so many sacrifices, so many pains, you have swallowed that alone. What bothers us is that you have condemned yourself to self-suffering for our sake, and we do not want to cause you pain because we love you. I say, I know, damn, you think I don't know. After I returned, my mind only thought about you, my desire to see Arius, to see Aquino, to hear Asia's voice, to see you correct me. The seal men hold from watching Kunu, Office, and Lilith playing together. To meet Rosways and have a few drinks, to look Yusaka in the eyes and spend a moment together. I thought about all that, even about doing magic with Faye, regardless of the fact that my mind only thought about that. But Faye? Then why, I say? Because I'm afraid I lost them once I lost my children. This was my last chance. Someone had to stand in front of the weapons, and a man who respects himself does not let his wife be the one to stand in front. Menhild takes his hand to say, enough of fearing. Enough of crying. Please think of yourself. If you want to see us, if you want to kiss or hug us at any time, do it, value every moment, give yourself that pleasure and believe in us. Believe that we will always be by your side. Bravo. Yes. Please. Don't leave us behind, Essie. And if I take them to death, Buffet, that will never happen. We trust in you. We will become strong. Maybe it will be hard and arduous, but we will do it, you say. This is what people call having faith. You don't know if God exists or not because you haven't seen him. You only have faith in him, and after you die you could know him, or know the truth that he doesn't exist. Bravo. Exactly, having faith. Not in God but in other things is a fundamental part of life. Even an atheist must have faith in himself. Everything at some point requires it, and that faith can also sometimes be translated as trust. Essay. Ravel. Menhild? La Fay, please accept this idiot again? Menhild, La Fay, Ravel? Yes, eyes? Then? About his memories? Ravel? We will accept it. Ross was told us that she has them due to certain circumstances with Loki. We talked about it with her, and we want to know what happened in the future. Essie. Okay. Immediately the arm and dragon wings appeared, the entire room lit up. When Essie's eyes filled with power, and his hands came together, memories immediately came to everyone. Mother, oh, the first words of him, you should be very careful with the girl. I don't know, worry, I'm strong like Dad. This moment is glorious. You will all die. No, this is how it all ends. The strongest magician died quickly. Issei. Ade. After that, the girls' faces were filled with tears. They had remembered everything that happened in that horrible future. It hurt Issei to see that scene. She thought about leaving, but Ravel pulled him back. Ravel? For tonight? You can keep us company. Buffet? Please. Olmenhild? Just for tonight, okay. Issei nods. After that, Issei stayed consoling them all night. As time passed, his acceptance improved while his relief for that future no longer existed. But equally the memory of dying and seeing his children die was still present. So it took the three of them to commit sexual acts and lose their virginity with Issei since they wanted to feel some pleasure to counteract the pain. In the end, it's not like they wouldn't have done it in the future. Issei simply wanted to make them feel better, so she accepted. Ravel prostrated himself vertically between her legs while the others undressed and prostrated themselves on Issei's face while they kissed each other and groped each other. In this way they concluded a night of passion until the next day. In the morning, Issei yawns what happened last night, looks around if it's true I did it with the three of them at the same time. Greg, everything was solved, Issei? Yes. You know, I always felt that even if I gave them all their memories back at some point, he should still be alone. They were still weak, but if I condemned him to loneliness, then there will be no difference from now to the future that changes. Albion, you will try to have faith in them and that everything will turn out well, Essie. I guess it has. It's taken a weight off my shoulders, it feels good. After what happened, I went to take a shower in the bathroom. To my surprise, Taka, 02 and Ross were there, although the atmosphere was a little strange. Ross was? You enjoyed your night, Essie, did you hear? 02. Yes. In fact, the rooms should be soundproofed. Oka, I understand the situation, this time I'm not complaining. Ross Weiss? Although you'll have to make it up to me, Essie. Yes, I know. After a few minutes, Ravel and the others arrived. We were all in the bathroom quietly. Doka? By the way, what will be your next movements? Bess? Bess? I need Ingvild no matter what, so I can't be careless. Bras? Yes. Especially because Beelzebub is involved. And if Mr. Mystery breaks in, then I say. Problems for the family in the same way, Nyx will not go for her. Ravel? You have a plan in mind. I say. If I have to sneak where Ingvald is, after that, accelerate the awakening of his long Inus, which will help him wake up at that moment, I will return his memories. The rest, well, for now, it is better to leave the topic. I know that what comes next is easy, to guess, Gravel? But in the next part, they say, that's easy. I'll kill her first, I'll go for her, I'll kill her, and the matter will be resolved. Ross was? You are sure that they will not know it was you, Issei? That's right, Ross was? What will we do? Issei. Office will have to find her. I could call her by releasing my power in the human world, but it could bring serious problems. And what do we tell her to make her come? She is not a girl that we will attract with a sweet. I know from the past, and finding her will be difficult currently because she came to us, but once we do it will be easy for her to come. Oka. Seriously, I thought that a strong being would be difficult to convince. Braswis, Hades is missing anyway. I say. Don't worry, she guaranteed that today she dies and Benia comes with us. 02. Everything seems fine, Issei. By the way, Rezivum, I will bring him back alive, Office, and we will kill him together. Brosius. You will have to be quick, they are gods, killing them quickly is Essie. That's easy, if I use my power at its maximum, then everything will end. Hoka. But they won't detect you, Essie. It will be too late for that. After stating the situation, everyone got ready. Today was going to be a very stressful day. Issei would often separate to pursue his goals. Nyx. So boring I should kill some things for fun. Hades and Rise of him haven't contacted me, so I've been bored. Sighs, Issei. That god is not a being of affection and love, Nix. If you live long and have power you get bored, then you must look for new forms of entertainment. Love is temporary and fleeting in the eyes of a god, but what is the great lord doing here is a mystery. Issei. Well, I come to deliver a letter from King Yama. Nix. King Yama. But after that question Essie simply disappeared in front of her, and from one minute to the next Essie's hand crossed her heart. It was not more correct to Essie that he was holding the heart since it went through the flesh of her body, but did not hurt the heart. Essie. If you scream even a little, everything ends. Nix. What? Issei. It is curious to be a god and not know about King Yama, because according to the legend of that myth, he is the god of death. Nix. What are you saying, Issei? The Flame King has sent you an invitation, and what happens when the Yama King called the god of death sends you an invitation? Nix. Wait, Issei. Heart explodes while you die. She would remove her hand from her chest next to a heart that had been removed and squeezed tightly, and immediately she left the place without leaving a trace. He would let them find Nix's corpse to stir things up between the factions and get everyone in disarray. Chapter 31. Chaos. I say, Nix out missing Hades and Rizavan. He would quickly leave the place, leaving no trace that he had been there, and Nix's men would be killed by his hands. Greg. Sure about this, mate? Albion, will it even work? I say. Do you know the way to get into difficult places by making people focus their attention somewhere else? People's eyes focus on the corpses of the gods, so obviously they will look for their murderer. But without clues everyone will be very disorganized immediately, they will begin to be culprits among them, and they will investigate each other in the end. No one comes to anything, they wasted valuable time. Albion? True. However, you must prepare for the consequences, I say. With the dimension collapses, I'm honestly no longer worried about the future, just about achieving victory. Greg. But I feel something out of place. It wouldn't take long to get to where Hades lived, which was strange. The place became very silent, which was very abnormal. Say. There are no reapers or reapers of souls. This is strange. Even I feel restless, as if I were afraid. As he moved forward he could see two things that made him more uneasy. His skin trembled. Samuel. What is Samuel's curse doing here? Greg. Hades. I was protecting her, but because she is on the ground as if she had been used against something. Samuel's curse can destroy anyone's soul if they do not have the means to counteract it. Of course, it is still more effective on dragons, but that does not mean that it cannot be used on something non-dragon. At that moment steps towards Essie, the silhouette could be heard, and the appearance of that person made him more uneasy because he was in a place where he should not be. Bryag, you Bryzvam? Hello, Issei. Issei? Shocked, but what are you doing here and how do you know that, Bryzvam? I suppose that many questions must be going through your mind, or at least the biggest ones, but I recommend that you refrain from attacking me because even if you don't believe it, I need to talk. I say, this is impossible. This situation seems impossible to you since you are the one who traveled to the past. Issei. Shocked you. Issei, follow me. Greg. This is real. Seriously, are you going to Issei? I can feel his power. I can kill him whenever I want, but if I do I will not get answers from the situation. And if it is the same case as Loki, then it is more dangerous. Icefam and Issei would walk. Issei was next to him, of course, with his guard always up. If he tried something he would lose his mind before completing it. Issei. What happened here? Icefam? As you have seen, there was a fight, someone beat you to it, so to speak. Issei. Because you know about me when? When I should know nothing and continue with my plans, Issei. Exactly, in fact, your deadline was today. I guess it's true. If you want to know how I remembered it, it was Loki. Issei. Before or after he faced me? Before, of course, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to remember you with the object of Loki. Issei. Then why didn't you act and try to make my life miserable being you? It makes more sense than a talk. Because it was useless, I faced the great two that I train in the future and can kill us with ease. Now any enemy that he sends to you will result in death. That's why you didn't interfere. Yes, I spent my time on meltdowns secretly while acting as the leader of the organization, and I take this as time. What did you look for from them? You are the cause of the collapses from traveling, but once you merge with your soul, they should stop. I know, but earning the right to go to heaven is not easy when you and I know that there is no relationship with the current self. Or is it them? That doesn't matter now because even if they stop, it will only be temporary. They could find another way now that they know about us. I say, or is it them? How collapses created you have never asked yourself, Issei. I didn't give myself the time, Issei. On the enemy side, or rather opposite dimension, cracks appear in reality like a mirror, but in reality in the same existence. When you go through those, well, you have already seen what they cause and the disasters they entail. Issei, how do you know about it? Issei, I already told you. I dedicated myself to studying collapses, and well, the best way is to go to the other side, Issei. Maybe, Issei. A door works in both directions, but sometimes the way to open them is different, Issei. What were you looking for? Bryce even. Kill you, Issei? I see. That's why you studied them, Bryce even. If any past enemy that he sent you would die in your hands, then he should send something new that there could be stronger beings from the other dimension. I don't need to be a genius to know what you tried in the enemy. Well, you've seen it, Samuel. Grim Reapers in Hades, dead except for Benia, who I assume you came to look for. This one not far from here. I'm sure you'll find it. I say, sigh. How are you alive? Brazivim. Who says I'm alive? I say, hey. Maybe you looks at his body, this is it, his soul is solidified as flesh, but it is not flesh, it is his soul breathing, touching only it is his soul, but outside of the body it is falling apart. That's right, you've already noticed, I'm neither alive nor dead, although I'm a few steps away from death. I see, tell me why you didn't run or leave, you are intelligent, and you caused me thousands of problems in the future. I swam? Because I didn't want to lose to you until the end. I wanted to give you problems, I wanted to make you suffer, it's my nature. I say. I have met thousands of demons and they are all good, you are the only unfortunate one. Think that, but there are always beings, or I will describe myself as a person, there will always be people like me, they don't go far. You couldn't be more wrong, Issei. What are you talking about? Bryce even? I have the largest living proof in the world. Issei? Who? Bryce even? You, Issei? Shocked, what the buck are you saying? I'm not even close compared to you, there is a clear difference between good and evil. Bryce even? Seriously, you think that when there is a line between good and evil, what you do is good because you save others, but what means do you use? How many have you killed? Say, I understand that my hands are stained. I don't consider myself a hero, but I'm not the bad guy there. People believe that good and evil are always defined by actions, and they do not understand that for some it is good, for others it is evil. Tell me, in wars both countries fight for their beliefs, who is wrong, they say. That's it. They both fight over their differences and beliefs, but none of their beliefs or differences are wrong, they are just different. Who is the villain, I say? I say? He that I say? True. There are times when good and evil are simply the same, I say? What did I do to make you lower me to your level? I say, what did I do to make you lower me to your level? I say, travel in time, cause something like the collapses that have taken many lives, alter thousands of lives without permission. Of course, you saved those thousands by traveling in time, but you have sent them to an unknown future that for some will be worse than deaths, and not you can deny it, because you are not aware of everything that literally is the world. And lastly, I am sure that if that happens again, you will save your family, being the biggest egoist in the world. No one blames you, everyone would do it, but that adds up. Tell me, are you capable of deny it, Issei? I Parazavim. You are a big hypocrite, I say. Even so, I keep the difference clear. Maybe my actions are based on my criteria of good and evil, but I have never felt that what I do is wrong, and if one day I go astray, I know that the people I value will tell me. Parazavim. It's funny, I wish I could live to see the end that awaits you, just if that guy hadn't done this to me. Issei, who is it? Brazivim? You will know soon that 02 girl will bring you problems, Issei. You're calm. But before she could finish speaking, he had given her an object, a dark cube. A strange sensation could be felt in her. Brazivim, if you find office, that object can divide it into Lilith. It is only for one use if you decide to have it complete. Destroy it. I say. Why are you helping me, Brazivim? The more new things you have, the more you will have to lose, and I want to leave knowing that you could lose everything you love, the old and the new together. I imagine the frustrated face you will make, the screams that will come out of your mouth, the tears of blood that will come out of your eyes until you can't take it anymore. I wish a horrible end for you, Hyodo Issei. A solidified soul would break when he said those words and Issei would turn his back. There was nothing to do there. Although the unknown of the enemy remained, it was a topic that he would leave for the future. He still had things to do, but he turned around for a moment to look at the place where Brazivim died. Issei. Unfortunately for you, I aspire to a happy ending. After saying those words he left. She picked up Binia. He returned her memories of her because of her. He consoled her. He sent her home, quickly explaining the situation. There was only one place left to visit, a room where there were many things of advanced technology in them. A girl was in a glass capsule. S.A. Involved a sleeping beauty. I guess it was hard for you to find out that many years have passed. Beelzebub did well to keep you alive. That reminds me that I forgot a good deed that I have to do after this. I would break the glass of the capsule, at which point the alarm would sound. Issei places her hand on her heart. I will accelerate her awakening through mine. Issei's plan was simple and at the same time complicated. Naturally, it requires a lot of concentration for it. However, for him, it will be easy. His plan was to give his energy to awaken or accelerate the awakening of his sacred gear, which in turn would awaken her. The energy would start from the heart. Its sacred gear, which in turn would awaken her. The energy would start from the heart, it would be manipulated by Issei, so that it would quickly fill his entire body, his skeleton, his veins, everything. In this way the Longinus class Occult gear would be awakened, accelerated by Issei's energy, becoming more powerful, causing his awakening. Naturally the desired reaction came. Envold? Wake up, he. Who are you? Issei. I don't have much time, I'll do it quickly. Envold? Do what? Issei. Don't move. He quickly placed his finger on her forehead, channeled her energy into drag, and returned her memories. Envold. This. Is. Covers her mouth. Listen to me. I know you want to cry about the future or the past. I don't know how to describe something like that. You must want to ask what is happening, but I guess you will realize it yourself. Envold, listen to me. I broke the glass, and people will come to see I have in a few minutes. You are where they had you before. Only that Nyx did not kidnap you and will no longer do so. Do not mention my name if you are not with me or someone in my family wanted to take you with me, but your disappearance will only bring problems. Envold removes his hand. What should I do? Issei, you must act as if you will awaken for the first time with your abilities. People will come to recruit you for their family, then I will enter there. I will act that you do not know me in front of others. They will come to recruit you under the name or identity of Mr. Mysteries. Rias and the others do not have their memories like that, don't mention them either. Envold? Understood. They say, I know you want to say a lot of things, but I'm out of time. You shouldn't see me here, and our relationship for the public must form naturally, or there will be suspicions. Envold? Issei. Issei? Yes. Envold, I love you. Issei. I know. After those words, Envold would leave. She would be left alone to see her disappearance, and the entry of many armed people and the demon king Ajuka Beelzebub. Guard. Sir, why did the alarm sound? Ajuka? I think it's because the patient woke up. However, physically breaking the glass for a girl who just woke up is impossible. Guard? Sorry, you're fine. Envold? Yes. But? Where am I? She would show a perfect performance by following the orders that Issei gave her. Chapter 32. Normality. While Issei was on her way home, she decided to make a stop at Bale's house, which was right in front of Sararag's mother. Greg. You stopped to heal her. It's good that you haven't forgotten your old actions, Issei. There are many people in the underworld like her sleeping in a coma until the day they die. Albion? Essie. I mean, I have the power now to help you if I'm late for doing a good deed. It's justified, no. Greg. It will be a long task. Essie. We will finish quickly, Albion. The underworld will be upset about it, but I don't object. But those words, Issei spent his time curing all the demons in that state, which was a very big shock in the underworld. Days later, the death of Nyx, Hades and Rise of M would be reported, which was more of a shock and not for the better. But without any indication, people he couldn't give a clear answer in the end, they found traces of a dimensional collapse, so his death was attributed to that. The days passed, and Issei once again found themselves enjoying the rest of her vacation, while she got a tan. Albion. If you know that being a humanoid dragon, sunlight does not affect you at all. Essie. I know, but the feeling is nice. Office Lilith. Essie. What are you doing? Essie. Sunbathing, relaxing after a lot of hustle and bustle. It's good. Can you believe the underworld is so chaotic? Bravo, Ameholt. Whose fault do you think it is, Issei? I already did well, right? Bravo. I can't deny that, but Office and Lilith seem very calm, Issei. They let off steam a lot when they recovered their memories. Just as I told them, the girls went for Office. When they came back, her memories returned. Lilith decided to separate. Rose was? By the way, Envold, when are you going to look for her, Penia? If you returned her memories of her like us, she is very impatient. Issei? Naturally, I will do it when I am looking for a family. He is Leviathan, descendant of the ancient demon king like Vali, and he has sacred gear. Honestly, there is no way I don't realize it. Also, we received the newspaper from the underworld. There is no way I don't realize it. Ravel. And if you read the newspaper, right? I say, it would have to be a coincidence that it will happen today. Oka. Wow. A girl named Envold apparently is being the center of attention. The Leviathan family wants to recruit her, but she refuses, leaving the way clear for the other families. Ravel Rosswhistle Menhild. Looks at Essie. Essie. Act quickly? I'm worried that the women who love me are overly dependent on me like candy, too. You don't see that every day when you see us all the time, Essie. Right. Gets up. Rossweiss. Will you delay? Essie. I'll just go, I'll bring her. How complicated it will be. I'll finish before you know it. Bravo. Which usually does not require a talk offer, Issei. I know her and it will be quick. Office, Lilith, save my seat. Office Lilith. Yes. Issei would quickly leave the place calmly. The office. The sun feels good. Lilith. Yes. Bravo, well, let's continue having fun. Hoka? Do you really think that Issei won't be late? Rose was? It all depends on whether there are these important people. I think things can get complicated. Meanwhile, in the underworld, Issei found her mask and in Ajuka's territory. However, more than one powerful presence was there. Sergiches? Envold, I understand that you just woke up, but why did you request something that you don't seem to want? Envold, when did I say I don't want to? Seraphil, then why don't you accept some family? You haven't even stopped to listen to their proposals. Envold? I have always wanted to sing freely, and I think I can do it with the right person. Bijuka? That means Envold? I wait for the right one. At that moment, someone walked through the door. They say, Hello, Ajuka? Shocked you are? Sertsix? I knew this might catch the attention of someone who has a quirky family, but I actually didn't think you'd show up. Seraphil? I know you from Sona's story. This is Ajuka? Yes, Mr. Mystery? Essie? You know the name. It gets funny after a while, Seraphil. I don't understand your intentions or what you plan. It's hard to trust people behind a mask, Essie? I understand, but I didn't come to make you trust me. I came to recruit a member of my family. Seraphil, I understand your point, but thinking logically, insanely, she is looking for someone to trust. Do you really think she is going to jump out of nowhere to you? Envold? I choose you. Cerzicius Sarafol Ijuka. Nanny, I say. I really find the situation funny. Sarafol? Invild, you don't know anything about that guy. Invild? Yes, but I feel like he is the right person. Ijuka? Are you sure of it, Invild? Why not? In the end, it's my decision, Cerzix. You are going to discuss the terms, Invild? No, the truth is, I will accept what he says. Sarafol? This is ridiculous, Ingvald. This is not a joke. We are talking about your future. I only know that there is no better future. Sarafol? I do not accept it. In the name of Leviathan, you would be safer coming with me than a stranger. I say, Sarafol, just calm down, girl. Essie, don't talk at all. You appeared out of nowhere, and your attitude bothers me as if you knew everything. Maybe that calmness is because you treat a girl's life like a game. You are so carefree. You don't understand that we are talking about the future of a life. Essie, maintaining Leviathan pride as always, but it's not wrong. Then what you want to do is your choice, isn't it? Sarafol. I challenge you to a duel, Essie. You don't want that. Sona will be very sad. Sarafol breaks the wall. Who the hell are you to talk about my pretty sister? Cerzix. Calm down, Sarafol. It is not strange that he knows about her from Rias, since they have also spoken about her. She has shown cooperation with the underworld, and Odin supports him as someone trustworthy. I see? Okay, Cerzix? He? Are you sure this is a demon king I see? It doesn't matter, she is worried about Ingvald, I understand. The Leviathan pride won't let her stop, so I accept. However, I want it to be a private match and in 5 minutes, Sarafol. Okay, Ijuka. Ijuka. I'll have it ready right away. Sarafol and Ijuka would leave the room, followed by Cerzix, who would stay at the door for a moment. Cerzix, sure what you're doing? She's a demon king. It's not a game. She could kill you. Issei, do you know the limit of my power? Cerzicius. I don't even know how much power you have. Issei. Exactly, Cerzicius smiles. Odin was right about something. You are our ally, that's easy to know, walks out the door. Time alone. I'm sorry I followed your instructions, but don't worry, I said I'd come back quickly and I'll just beat Sarafol quickly. You must be careful, Essie. Always worrying about me, Envold? What should I say, my future husband, I must take good care of him. Essie, about that? Everything happened quickly and I didn't leave you. Envold? I had a lot of time to think and cry, don't worry, you don't have to comfort me. Essie, that's my role, so you can do it whenever you want, Envold? I know and thank you, but this is now and I don't have to cry. Essie. It's great smile. After 5 minutes, Essie was face to face with Sarafol. No one can imagine or even think that a high-class demon has a chance with the Demon King, Sarafol. I'll be serious, it won't be like those magical girl moments, you know why? Essie. Because your pride is at stake, and in these issues you are not allowed to even dress like a magical girl, you fight in the name of the Leviathan of the whole family. Sarafol. Exactly, and that's why goodbye. Immediately the earth had become a gigantic pillar of ice that seemed to touch the sky, and Issei was trapped and half frozen. Her expression was calm, although it was clear from her mask that no one saw her. Ijuka? You asked for a private match, but this? Cerzix. Anyway, don't worry, we can cover it, Ijuka. Ijuka? The battle is over, Cerzix. I don't think so, look carefully. Quickly the gigantic ice began to crack. S.A. Dragon God flames. Following that there was an explosion inside the glass. Sarafol, fire magic. Issei appears behind her. Sarafol, you lost. Sarafol, you freeze. Her ice magic this time she was bigger appeared 0.1 seconds before Issei touched her. Ijuka. Sarafol can generate ice or convert it from wherever it is. She does not need water for it. According to the demons, she could destroy Japan as many times as she wants, Cerzix. However, that guy broke her ice, caught her off guard for Seraphol's rapid senses that detected him. He was too close, and the rate of action was very short, and he took distance again. Bijuka? Obviously, if he broke her ice once a second time, it won't be any different. Something like that is possible for a super demon like you. Surzex? I don't know. My power of destruction over all things would mean that Seraphol's ice could be retained by you. You will also find a way, but this guy is direct combat. Bijuka. And it is the combat that would have the most disadvantage against magic that can be generated on the field. However, he is the one who is taking it back in a few minutes. Burst. Shock. Shock. Burst. Seraphol tried to freeze him, but he destroyed the ice again and again. Seraphol. This makes no sense. I should have the advantage, but everything in front of him is useless. Issei. Ready. Seraphol. What do you mean by ready, Issei? I was calculating my strength, that's why now I will attack. Seraphol. Hey. Issei appears in front of her, good night punches her in the stomach. After that everything would look white to her until she woke up. Bijuka? Are you okay? Seraphol. Where am I? Bijuka? In the hospital? Seraphol? And, Seraphol? Don't say anything. He surprised us, he was able to beat you with one blow, it's terrifying, no. He took Ingvald with him, but he will be in good hands, Seraphol? I am weak, Surtzix. Surtzix? No. Just that he is very strong so much that we don't know his entire power. Seraphol? I don't want them to say anything to my sister, I want to avoid worries. Surtzix? I understand that's how it will be. Bijuka? I understand now that this guy is on our side because otherwise if his plans were different, all of us or most of us would not be talking but fighting. Surtzix, how strong will it be? With Issei? He was sunbathing and had Office and Lilith sitting on his lap. Ingvald? It's good to be home, back to normal, Benio? I agree. Essie? Well, whatever normal means to us. Essie? Amen to that, Essie? Essie? Ingvald? How about you sing a little? Ingvald? Yes, smile. It was a big fight. Oh. We inevitably lost. Everything seemed over without anything to do. But one great person refused to give up. Against monsters I fight, then everything changed. But then he saved everything he loved. That's why we are here today. With this song, I say to you, thank you, Issei, for being in my life. That song is really beautiful. 02. I like it. I agree. A Fae? Yes, I'll go for desserts. Bravo? I'll help you. But from above, a person was observing them from the air, high in the sky. That person was observing everyone, especially his view was focused on Taka, who had a very bright smile. Taka? This is fun, I love this place, I say. I'm glad you're having fun, Taka. The figure quickly became clear, revealing who was a beautiful pink-haired girl with angel wings. The girl did not seem to have any current intentions of attacking, she simply stayed observing the situation for a few moments, and then said a few words. Icaros, this is unfair. But those words the girl calmly left into the distance, but the premonition of a future battle remained in the air. Taka? I see. Something's wrong, Taka? Taka? No, nothing, it's just my imagination, I see. Well, let's enjoy the rest of the vacation. Chapter 33. Taka and Icaros, since the master entrusted me with the task of killing her. No, now it's Taka. I knew I had to do it. A slave is nothing more than a machine to follow orders. Still because I harbored doubts in my heart about right and wrong, I had to kill her, and since she came to this world, I landed in a kind of desert. It is not easy to say that I crossed seas of her looking for her, but the more she searched, the more I thought if she should do it. After all, she was my old friend, although a slave should have no doubts. So when I found her, I was hoping to make her see reason to come back and accept her punishment, but because I felt so upset, she was smiling. I almost never did it there. She was playing, having fun. She was calm. Because she is calm, because she is not worried. Every time I see her near that boy, I notice that boy called this, surrounded by women. Does not seem like the type of man who has a good impression or a good image, but she is happy next to her. It is incomprehensible and impossible. But I don't understand why I feel so frustrated. When I saw her, I knew I had to have one last talk with my friend and after that kill her. A slave must follow orders. The figure showed Issei and her family having breakfast peacefully. Issei. Well, according to the newspaper, there is a big scandal because she was recruited by us. Envold. Yes, it was to be expected considering my situation, Issei. Despite all this, I have not seen Bali, Kuroka or Baiku. What they would be doing, they have not even reached me. Issei. I haven't talked to them, but now that office is here and the Cows Brigade lost its leaders, it will fall apart on its own. Bravo. If everything is fine in that sense, I see. We will only deal the final blow to the hero faction when they attack Kyoto. The office? I want to see Kunu Lilith. Me too, Issei. I will return their memories to Yasaka and Kunu a little late. Doka? Yusaka and Kunu are Issei's wives in the future. Bravo? Yes, both the mother and the daughter. Doka? He? 02. Darling is very open. I'm just passing and they are yokai that are hundreds of years old. If we are honest, at that time the youngest was me. Bravo. Here we can all choose how old we look when we are demons. Curiously, now that I return to the past, I am the oldest. Anyway, giving the decisive blow to the hero faction will be easy. But behold. What will we do after we have resolved all the enemies? In the future there is nothing left to do. We are not at peace. I wish it were like that, but it's too soon for the end of everything. Toka. Exactly what are we missing? I say. We must stop the dimensional collapses. For this, I will need my soul, and to do so, I will need to go to heaven. So, Ravel? We need a way to make you go to heaven, I say. I would just enter, but the only race in heaven is from angels to a humanoid dragon plus reincarnated demon. They would easily surprise me even hiding my energy, gravel. And not to mention that you have to look for your soul in so many places, Hoka. But since we are going to heaven, as I see, Issei does not ever has forged a relationship with anyone there. Issei. True. But we will find a way for now. The holidays are almost over, and we will return to school soon, then we can think about it. Bravo. Then everything will end when the collapses are over, Issei. No. As Rizavan told me, they have already seen this world, they will find a way to come. That is why the final contest of everything will be when the dimensions no longer exist for the peace of all. 02. That sounds very serious, but something like that won't apply yet, Issei? Not without stopping the collapses, Rosweiss. Well, let's go for a walk for a while. I'll go with Essie because he owes me a date. Essie? It's your turn today, Ravel. Olmenhild and I will go shopping for dresses. Olmenhild? Yes, 02. I'll go see a good place to listen to good music nearby. And Vold? I'll accompany you. 02. Sure. Olmenhold? I'll go study spells. I'll see you soon, Benio? I'll be with you, Faye. Office Lilith? We will stay playing. Doka? I'll go see new restaurants. I see. Okay, everyone has their credit cards right. If so, go ahead. At that moment everyone came out except Rosways, who would go out with IC. Rosways? Will they be okay? True, Issei. Whatever, they will let us know if something happens or at least draw attention so that we can't ignore that, I think. 7 hours later, the hours would pass peacefully. Each one was in their respective places. Okay. Non-stop in a Japanese restaurant. Taka. Delicious. Icaros? You enjoy that despite being a slave. Taka? He? Icaros? The sight of Taka looked in front of the restaurant window, seeing Icaros, who raised her wings and flew away. Taka quickly reacted, leaving money and leaving the restaurant quickly, activating her armor and following Icaros. Toka? Wait, Icaros. Your abilities remain the same. Icaros would stop. They would think that he lost her, but he appeared behind her, much to Toka's curiosity. He had flown a lot away from her, being in a place where there were no people. It was more accurate to say that both. They were flying, barely touching the ocean and little island land. Doka? Icaros? What are you doing here? No better said. I'm happy to see you after a long time. Icaros? Enough, Doka? Icaros? What's going on? Icaros? Answer quickly, please. Home, Taka? What? Icaros? You will come home with me. Taka? Shocked, Icaros? I came on behalf of the master to kill you, but if you come with me and put the collar back on, you can survive. After her words, Taka already knew the situation, or the complete approach to the situation. Now she also knew what she was facing. However, she gave a firm look and answered without hesitation. Taka, I'm sorry now, I left the human in me behind, and thanks to Issei, I'm a demon, I belong to him now, Icaros. That is true, but it is not the real reason for your refusal. What is the real reason? Don't try to lie to me. Doka, it's I am unhappy in that world serving that bastard who took me in for his benefit. I honestly don't know why you offered me back. We both know that I am better here also. Unlike Issei, he gave me everything, he gave me a name. Icaros. The situation with Issei is perhaps different. I have been here for a long time observing from afar, collecting information. In the end, although you left your humanity and became a demon, as far as I know, you are all his servants. Taka. There is a difference. Icaros. What is the difference between master and Issei if the terminology of servants is slave? Taka. That Issei is a good person and doesn't see us as usable objects. We slaves should not care about the goodness or badness of the master, only obeying that is our function. When she brought us together as children and we met through the same man, it wasn't you who asked if we could obtain happiness without needing that chain around our neck. Icaros gets angry, hits her in the face. Her blow would make her take 10 steps back from Icaros while still keeping her body floating above the water. Doka? What's with that look? Icaros, you. Taka? I understand, I know you're angry. But I'm not going back. Icaros, because you are the only one happy. Taka? I'm really sorry, but now I'm Hyodo Issei's knight and I'm going to fight as such. Icaros? Then die. Her eyes quickly turned red. Icaros? Artemis? At that moment thousands of projectiles were fired at Taka. Taka, astral, dress and Alphen. Shock. Bang. The projectiles were quickly hit by the sword, however, because Icaros had control of their movements, it was difficult to block them all, and even though they flew, these projectiles were overwhelmingly fast. Bang, Oka, tch. Icaros. Your armor can protect you from receiving serious damage, but it is only temporary. The astral dress has limits in its defenses. You taught it to me after all, Taka. Purple burst. Immediately the blast would vanish the projectiles and advance towards Icaros. It seemed like it was going to be a direct hit. Icaros. Aegis. At that moment when she said those words, a shield surrounded her and blocked her attack. Taka. I see that you are still the same. Unlike your astral dress, Aegis can block almost any attack in all directions, Taka. But he is not invincible, certainly, but the one who is at a disadvantage is you. She would quickly continue the flurry of projectiles towards Taka. She would try to block them all and destroy them with her blasts, but it was useless. She fired so fast that it was difficult to keep up with her speed. Taka. Damn, shock, shock, bang, Icaros. In a 1 versus 1 battle, the shooter against the combatant, many will think that the combatant has the advantage, but in reality that is if he manages to get close. The shooter can keep you at bay with sequences of shooting at the combatant, making him even more at a disadvantage if he has defense against long-distance attacks and very long-range shots. Taka? Icaros. In the end, the outcome of the battle is clear. Bang, bang, creak, break. Taka? Spits blood. The fighter loses. Damn, the constant projectiles broke Taka's astral dress. Her defense had been overwhelmed. Icaros. Since you are my friend, I will finish you quickly. Uranus system. Immediately, as if reality were divided, a gigantic ship with enormous mechanical arms appeared behind Icaros. The arms began to extend, trapping Taka. Icaros, do you remember our time together? Icaros? What's that about? Taka? At that time you talked to me about you. I had no name, yet you didn't look down on me or get upset with me. We were just two girls hoping to survive. We had fun in secret. We promised to be best friends and be together forever. Icaros. You say that. But you abandoned me, leaving me alone there. You said we would be together forever. Then why did you leave me alone? Because you broke our promise, as if nothing mattered to you. Doka. I'm sorry for that. Icaros. That's all you have to say. Yes. But also that I can't come back here. I'm happy. I have new friends. I have a lot of fun. It's very warm. It's the right word to describe it. It's like they give you a warm hug. After her words, Icaros' expression changed to one of anger and rage. She was upset. No, she was jealous of her happiness. Icaros? Die. Doka? I'm sorry, but I will continue fighting Dark Astral Dress Halvandalev. At that moment, a huge sword would emerge, attacking and destroying the arms of Icaros' ship, and seeing this action would ascend further into the sky, withdrawing his ship. Icaros. Because you are happy and I am not Apollon. Immediately she manifested a weapon just like Taka did, but in a different way. This was a bow and arrow of flaming colors black, pink and violet. Then Icaros began to shoot projectiles at Taka to drive her away. Taka? Damn, Icaros. Something to say. Taka? Yes, I love this world, I love this place, and I love Hyodo Issei, and I will protect everything. Icaros. Apollon has the ability to destroy an entire continent, and I know that Halvandalev is a sword with the same capabilities. Both share an equality. They are used only to destroy or attack, not defend. You tried to use the great sword Halvandalev to defend. That was your mistake. Although you managed to contain an explosion that should have been on a continental scale, the result could have ended in a draw, but instead you chose to defend, inevitably losing the fight. Oka's body slowly fell into the water. Her astral dress and weapon disappeared. She lost her strength. Oka? Yes. It seems I lost. Icaros, your weakness was this world. A continental scale attack could have reached the country they call Japan. Despite how far away we are, you and I knew that. That's why I attacked and you defended. In the end, protecting this world cost you. Well, it's time to end this. At that moment, before her body fell into the water, the body of the fainted Toga was stopped in the air by Issei's arms. Icaros, you are Issei. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I can't watch anymore. Chapter 34. Freedom. In front of Icaros was Icaros. I see that you finally decided to appear. Icaros. Did you know what I was observing? Icaros? No, but if she was your knight, it is normal that you came to rescue her from being on the brink of death. Icaros? Well, it's not like their fight could be ignored. Behind Issei, all the girls from his family would appear, and he would leave Taka's body in the hands of Rosweiss. Icaros. The situation needs to be explained, Issei. There is no need. I watched and listened to everything. Dragons have good hearing. Icaros. Then that makes it easier. You know why I came and why I came, so the question is easy. You're going to get in the way. Issei. Well, I have to do it after this girl's statement. I have to take responsibility. Then you will fight to the death with me. Issei. Yes and no. Taka would be very sad if she killed her friend. Furthermore, you are not here with bad intentions. You have no will or desire to kill Taka. In fact, I am very sure that if I put her in front of you, you will not pull the rope of that arch, Icaros. Who are you to speak for others? I see. The simple fact that your emotions dominate you is the proof. You are truly jealous of the freedom she has. Icaros. You be quiet, Artemis. Shock. Bang. Issei just wouldn't move. He would stay still and let himself be hit. Icaros. Like I may have human form, it may seem like I have human skin, but I am actually a humanoid dragon, and dragon scales are very hard. Quickly Icaros would move to the sides to shoot the bow from him, which he did as he gained greater height. Icaros? It is definitely an attack that can destroy a continent, and therefore I must respond with one of equal magnitude. The moment she shot the arrow, Issei's eyes changed to those of a dragon, and he quickly opened his mouth. Issei, fire breath of the dragon god. The arrow and the breath collided, but to Icaros' surprise, her breath was disintegrating the arrow, which caused huge continuous explosions towards her. 02. This is Issei's power. I feel like it vaporized us. Ross was? I still can't say for sure. I don't think this is all of his power. Icaros quickly rejoined the air. Icaros. I knew you were strong, I didn't think so much. Uranus system. Immediately the ship would appear again, and torrents of missiles, projectiles, bombs, shots, and the two mechanical arms would head towards Issei. Icaros. Taka, she is happy by your side. I am jealous that she achieved that happiness, but at the same time I am happy about it. What do you call these contradictory feelings? After her words, Issei would look in front of her to move his hand. Issei. Claw of the dragon god. The torrent of attacks was destroyed before Issei's attack. Quickly the ship was destroyed. It was obvious in front of him, she had no chance to win. Issei, if that's how you feel, why don't we stop? None of this has to happen. Icaros. I am a slave, slaves have no rights. I don't believe it. Freedom is part of every living being. Denying it is something horrible. With this necklace on my neck, my destiny is sealed. That's not true. How do you know? Because I'm here. Icaros, I'm scared. I see. I will take away that fear from you. Icaros' tears fell from her eyes. Icaros, you are an idiot. I see. Tell me something I don't know. Icaros. Please help me, I see. Don't worry, you'll be free like Taka. After a few minutes, Taka regained consciousness. Taka. Wait, Icaros, Rose was. Calm down, Taka. I see. Everything is resolved. Taka, she is. I see. Long live. Yes. Icaros, Tokami. Taka. Hugs her. Thank heavens. Thank heaven, I'm glad you're well. Icaros. Crying. I didn't want it to. Taka, don't worry, everything's over. I see. Well, that's all we still have to see. That neck collar is going to break, and we both know what's going to happen. Taka, the goddess Eden. Issei. Correct. Icaros. That's why we haven't moved from this small island, Issei, mostly because I want to talk to her. Taka. I understand, but Icaros. Icaros. I want to be with my friend and have freedom. Something that I have never had is necessary for this. Enough to think about the master, or rather about that son of a bitch. It is time to think about my own well-being. I say. I like that's a way of thinking. Grabs her necklace. Icaros, I'm ready. Issei. Breaks it. Immediately the same events from Taka would happen to Issei, only this time the goddess Eden would not make a presentation. The statue was automatically imbued with the consciousness of the goddess, Eden. See you again, mortal Issei. It's also a pleasure, or at least I would like to say that, Eden? You know you have committed a crime, Issei. I'm sorry, but in this world slavery was abolished centuries ago, Eden. Apparently we have different laws, Issei. Yes, I wanted to ask you, your reason for invading is because you feel upset or offended to know that your world is not the main one, and you were not number one. It is a theory that a certain god had with Aten. Eden? Well, that person is very sharp, he is right, my world is at the peak of strength. I don't understand why yours is the main one. We are superior in everything. He questioned me about what we failed to be just a dimension next door. I say, are you seriously wondering why? Without heart, without feelings and enslaving in the name of God, if you say you are beautiful, then your beauty represents slavery. Eden? A god gives laws if they are enslaved, it is for breaking certain rules. Angels can take slaves if they break the laws. Many rumors that they can enslave anyone is a lie, and it is something that if done will be punished, they say. What does he say about trapping people who are very young and unborn with a special power? Eden, that is not allowed. It is sacrilege to do that, Issei. Oh really, Taka? Taka? Yes, Issei. You must remember this girl here. Her necklace was forcibly put on, kidnapped against her will by her power. Eden, looks at a woman, that's true. Oka. That's right, Eden. He's not lying, then I see how it is, you say. You are the queen of everything over there, and you don't keep the bad guys out, Eden. It is different from your world. The gods have their personal space or special areas. Our power is so great that descending into the world causes great tension in the world. They say. In other words, the ground they walk on is weak. Eden, yes. That is why we trust our servants to dispense justice. But the servants of our servants do not have control over all of them, and some have a way of avoiding the gaze of the gods, I say. Toka, in all this time, I didn't ask his name. What is your master's name? Toka? Zed? Icaros? He didn't let us say his name in public. Eden? Zed? He? This is getting complicated nowadays. He is an archangel. You say? You are his goddess, and you can't finish him. Eden, it is not as easy as I said in the underworld. I have limitations. I can take away certain advantages, but killing him would require a powerful attack. After all, he is an archangel. If I launched that attack, I could destroy a large part of my world too. He could send another archangel, but he may have support from others due to the corruption you mentioned. I see he will continue to be a thorn in the butt, Eden. I want to propose a deadly deal to you. Issei. That sounds interesting considering your personality. Eden, I can stop the attack on your world and sign an eternal peace, leaving my pride aside, Issei. What's the trick, Eden? You will have to purify the evil from my world, eliminate corruption without importing the means, Issei. You want me to be your hitman and kill all the evil people in that world, Eden? Think about it this way. I gave the order to stop the attack. Do you think everyone will comply? The bad guys will continue with it. I'm simply giving you an opportunity to relax. They say. Accepted. It is beneficial for everyone. However, I have conditions. First, the order not to attack you will not give it until I tell you, and second, you must swear on your life that you will keep your word, Eden. He accepted. But why delay the order that attacking would not be of little benefit to your world? I see. I have Taka and I freed Icaros. I just hope that the bastard comes personally next time, so I still don't want you to stop the attack, Eden. You are very smart mortal. What is your name? Issei. Issei. Hyodo Issei. Eden? I will remember that the next time we meet. It will be when you kill Zed. I will manifest myself in some way. Issei. I understand. Eden? Curious maybe if they deserve to be the main world, but it would only be because of one or two powerful powers looking at Issei? Issei? Well, now with your permission I will destroy you, Eden. Go ahead. He would move her hand by placing it on it, and the goddess would once again be split in half. Doka? Seriously, everything was solved. Issei. Dialogue is sometimes the solution to conflicts. Not everything needs to be resolved with violence. Icaros. Then now what comes? Issei. Wait and see what happens in the future. Let's focus our lives on living in the present for now. Taka. What will happen to Icaros? I see. She will decide it herself. Now she is free, she can stay and live with us. You don't have to be a member of my family to do so. Icaros. Thank you, but I want to walk the path that Taka does to see what she sees. I see. You don't have to force yourself to see the same thing. Icaros? I still wanted. Issei? Okay. 02. Darling, what piece are you going to use with her? Issei? Millimeters has a range of different abilities. I have to think Taka and Binio are my knights, 02, and Roswis are my rooks, Ravel is my bishop, Ingwold is my queen, and Lmenhild uses 2 pawn pieces. Lmenhild. That leaves a margin of 8 pawns and 1 more bishop. Issei. Icaros is mostly a long-range combatant like Ravel. The bishop piece is an increase in her magical abilities. Ravel? It's decided, isn't it, Issei? If you don't have to think about it anymore. From her hand the bishop piece would emerge calmly. Issei. Icaros, you agree to be in my family of your own free will? Issei. Yes, Issei. From now on you are a reincarnated demon. Immediately the bishop piece was introduced into her body, and as a result of that action, her demon wings emerged, but there was a difference. Issei? This bravo? Is this possible? Hoka? I don't know why you're surprised. Icaros is an angel. Her wings are something natural to maintain. Issei. How did your master do, being one, to obtain it, Doka? It was due to an auction. You heard from the goddess that it is illegal to do that kind of thing, and I told you, not all slaves are of their own free will. If two angel ranks have children, they are automatically born of the same rank, even if they are very young. Her parents sold her as a slave, they say. Damn the cruelty there is in that world is, Taka. It is not surprising in that world few act for the common good and believe in family, I say. Likewise, if what you say is true, when I carry out the purification of the goddess, it could be the greatest genocide that exists. Taka. A world full of cruelty is better than that, AJ. I guess that's true, but Icaros, how do you feel? Demon wings don't bother you with angel wings. Icaros. My body works perfectly, AJ. It's a relief. But because her neck has a new necklace and my hand is wrapped around the chain, it is the manifestation of my bond with you, a truly kind master. Issei. Taka. That's fine. Taka. Yes. Apparently, I think that angel rank can do that, but it is very rare. I don't remember why. Issei. If you feel good about it, I will accept it. Icaros. I really like the necklace. But don't worry, I can also hide it. I say okay, Icaros. Now what do we do? I say, extends hand, now we're going home. Icaros opens eyes wide. I say, thank you. Smiles. That day Taka got her dear friend back. I established an alliance with the goddess of another world for future peace. I got a piece, not a member of my family, and the chessboard was almost full. It was something strange. But that day I could see a very bright smile on the faces of both Taka and Icaros. Chapter 35. Getting ready? Icaros had become my bishop and part of my family, which led me to teach him everything that was going to happen, which he understood and easily resolved. Issei. Icaros compared to Taka, his level of learning technology is fast. Revel. If even mathematical problems, everything was easily deduced. Say. Icaros, can I ask how you solved everything easily? Icaros. I have the ability to process quickly beyond what is human, so adapting to theoretical things is easier for me. Bravo. In other words, it's like a supercomputer. Icaros, you could say. I say. With this we have solved the academy thing. Bravo. To all this I say. Yes. Bravo. You talk about the academy this and that, but the holidays are about to end. You remembered to sign up for the academy, right? Of course, I would have to be a fool to talk about it and not do it first. Then why did I see the papers on the tables? I would defend myself by saying that I was busy. Essay. Okay, I'll deliver them to the academy today, don't worry about it. Bravo? Well, one less problem to worry about. Essay. On the other hand, the fact that they could be related to me because of my house worries me. Bravo? Don't worry, I'll put up all kinds of magical barriers. If there is a familiar flying, then we'll know and we'll hide. Bess. Perfect, bravo. Well, there's not much left to prepare, but do you think the school allows the use of their uniforms since, well, the school has its rules, it's part of the Gremry territory. Issei. Don't worry. You know that in the human world having money makes the doors easier, that won't matter. Bravo. Okay, Issei. By the way, what are the others doing these days? Bravo. Ross went to apply for her job as a teacher, the others are outside enjoying the fresh air, everything is calm, Issei. Yes, I like this calm too, bravo. It is all thanks to you that you have been able to avoid future catastrophes, Issei. Yes, Vali's group has contacted us. Bravo. Haven't been heard from lately. Bess. Knowing him, he must have something on his hands. Bravo. What do you think it could be? Bess. The Cow's Brigade is almost on the verge of losing. Sincerely, they have nothing left but the hero faction. If Koko reconsiders, she will not attack Yusaku. Ravel. And he will remain a clean man, one of our many friends and allies from the past or future. This time travel is complicated. I see, I understand your situation about traveling in time. But do you think it happens like that? Issei. Kakao is not an idiot, he is intelligent. He knows that something ended in one night with the organization, so he will back down. Bravo. Then the things we have left to do are few. I can finally feel relief in my heart, Issei. Yes, but there are still many things to do. I need you to search for the souls of the evil dragons when you have time, Ravel. You plan to destroy the souls of evil dragons, Essie? Not all of them. One is our ally, so I plan to revive it, you know, Kromkirch, Ravel. I understand, I'll get going when I have time. I say. Also look for the Excalibur pod. We will need it in the future to establish negotiations with heaven or at least get closer to the church. That way, I will give it to Zenobia ahead of schedule. Bravo. I will designate the girls to distribute the work with the memories of the future. Locating many objects is easy. Icaros. Who is that Crom crew you say? I say. The strongest evil dragon despite his name, he is someone who cares about the future of dragons. Icaros. I understand he is your friend. Bis say, yes. Although in the past he was first an enemy, then a friend. Bravo. Most of the people you met were like that. Bis say, I can't deny it. Bravo. Although since he doesn't know about you, he will most likely take aggressive actions, you never know. Essie? I'm counting on it, Ravel. Well, it seems that everything is ready, Essie? Well, I'll go deliver the papers. Essie would leave calmly after collecting the papers. He left for the academy, and then he noticed Dross was sitting on the bench halfway along the way. Dross was? Sigh. I thought you were applying for your position as a teacher. Bro Swiss? I didn't know you would pass by. Here you were. I had to send some papers. I delayed it for a long time, but that's not the point. Bro Swiss? I know everything that happened was only contemplated. Sits next to him. Things happen so fast that you don't believe it. Bro Swiss? It's not just that, it's that I don't feel worried or upset in the past or future. This is complicated. We had moments of peace, but Bess? They weren't that close. It was all about training how to defeat the enemy. And when you thought it was a simple trip, boom, an enemy appears and ruins all the travel plans. Yes, and I'm scared of losing him. Essie. I knew that feeling was going to arise sooner or later. Brass. You are not afraid. Oh, I'm very afraid. I go back in time. The gems are gone. If I lose the second chance that was given to me, everything will go to shit. How could I be scared? Do you think we will finally reach days without fights and struggles? With that thing about collapses and new enemies, I can be sure that we must prepare, so don't get used to this unreality. You never know when we have to fight, Bro Swiss. It's strange that it calms me to hear you say about facing new enemies. I say. No, it's just that with these enemies we lasted a long time, and it was solved in a couple of months. Now with the new enemies we have, we must be stronger than before. But I have faith in you and in everyone that this second chance will be for a brighter ending. Rose was. Smiles, thank you. Sometimes I wonder what man goes to such lengths for his family, Essie. The question is, who isn't? Brothers, Wes. Well, let's hand in the papers and apply for the position. Essie. It's strange that it turns me on to think that I'm dating my beautiful teacher. Brothers, Wes. No perverted things at school, they say. Hey, some things should stay the same. After that day, we handed in the papers. The next few days we had fun, and the last day of the vacation came to my room with very flashy underwear that I literally couldn't believe. Don't look at me so much, we are a wife and husband, it is normal for us to do these things, I say. Although according to time we have not gotten married yet, but I think I should consummate the marriage before Ross was. Then come. Immediately Ross was his voice changed to a seductive one. I quickly removed her underwear. and I could see her naked semi-goddess body. Her big, round breasts bouncing, her nipples so pink that my mouth couldn't help but bite them like candy. I brought my fingers to the bottom of her vagina. Gently, I introduced them. It was her first time, after all. Her body was still that of the Roswas of the past. However, when it was time to be wet, I could see her face of ecstasy, exhaling and begging for me to penetrate her. I used my mouth to silence her, and when I introduced my penis, she bit my lips so hard. Blood came out. I quickly picked her up and put her against the wall. She was very excited. Roswas's voice said more further, "Please give me more to be her first time." I didn't want gentleness, but hardness. I hit her against the wall so hard that I got so excited making my dragon wings come out. We both started flying and having hex upside down on the ceiling. So much so that Ross was used her magic to fly and lay me flat in the air to please me without me moving an inch, while her butt was so round and perfect to squeeze my penis. I could feel that big butt, to which I put my hands roughly and inserted my finger into her and us, making her come immediately with a scream. We did it again in another position. We forgot due to the ecstasy of hex that we were in the air, and it was so strong that we broke the ceiling, and Ross was let out a scream of pleasure into the air that was heard very loudly. He had had hex with my wife, and the sensation had not changed. It was as pleasurable as I remembered. Someone couldn't even imagine the magnitude of the pleasure she felt. 2 hours later, Ross was, "You know that even if we have done it in the future, you could be gentle like the first time, say?" "Yes, but I didn't hear you say no, just like when I did it in a more experienced way than the first time." Rosswise kisses him on the nose. "Baka she, I'm glad to be with you tonight." Knock knock, say? "Yes, it happens." At that moment, Ravel came in with her pajamas and pillow. "Ravel?" "Ross was respect that you wanted Essie's last night to yourself for a moment, but the rest of us want to sleep." "Essie, wait, did you hear?" "Ravel?" "I haven't soundproofed the rooms yet, I forgot to say that, but I didn't think they would make so much noise, or that Issei would act like an animal. I think possibly the neighbors heard, and I'm sure many will wonder what the sound of the ceiling breaking or of a woman screaming with pleasure at the moon that could be heard coming from the sky." Embarrassed. "Bravo. Tomorrow is our first day, as I see that the noise has stopped, I guess, and I hope they won't do it anymore since they have to sleep." "Yes. Bravo. Good night everyone, and please be quiet." Bravo would close the door abruptly. Behind her were the other girls. "Bravo? They're done. Moment hold. I feel frustrated right now. Hoka? I say it's very. Afei? Better not mention it. 02. I wish I could be with darling on the last night of the holidays. Icaros. I feel great frustration on everyone's part. I recommend that we go back to sleep." "Bravo? You're right, let's go." The girls would go back to sleep, and Essie and Roswas were getting ready to sleep. "Essie, why did you wait until the end of the holidays?" "Roswas, I wanted it to be the last memory you had of a good vacation now that we returned to the academy." "I see. Well, it was worth the wait." Roswas smiles. "Thank you, I see, because exactly." Essie would hug a naked Ross while they both looked up at the starry sky in bed. "Don't you think the sky is beautiful tonight?" Essie. "I definitely think so." Ross. "I think the roof will have to be fixed tomorrow." Essie. "Yes, I think we should call someone to repair it." Roswas. "Good night, Essie." Essie. "Good night, Roswas." They both stood embraced under the sky and fell asleep. The next morning, Essie? "Quick, we will be late." Ravel? "Whose fault was it that we couldn't sleep well, Essie?" "I already told you I'm sorry." Olmenhild. "Ready? I have my clothes on for the sun." Icaros? "I'm ready too." Taka? "I'm having breakfast." "Wait, Essie?" "So much more, Taka." Troswas? Smiling Taka? "Just for a second I don't see that Troswas is so worried, Essie. She is a teacher, and her class schedule is not followed like us students. In other words, she has more time." 02. Darling, ready. I'm done collecting and getting ready, Issei. "Well, now, excuse me, I will leave, only you will appear 5 minutes after me. Remember, at the academy, find a way to get close to me since I have to pretend. 02. Understood, Issei. Well, girls, let's see how our first day of class goes. Issei would quickly go to the academy. The girls would leave a few minutes behind him. Issei, I see that the new people have already started to attract everyone's attention. Well, they are all particularly beautiful. No wonder, Isara? Issei? Issei? Oh, Isara, how long since the holidays? Isara, it was fun. I have a lot to tell you, and you should tell me about your new experiences on vacation. Issei? Yes, I will. They were paradisiacal. Isara, who are they? Issei? They seem to be new students. I wonder where they will come from or what they will do, don't you think, Isara? Isara? Yes. His gaze would focus on Ravel, Toka, Olmenhild, Lefay and Tu, because he had seen them as relatives of Mr. Mystery. Issei. I hope your first day here doesn't give you any problems. Chapter 36. The fun will continue. At the Occult Club, Ria's family was gathered at recess, but they were not alone. Issei's family, also known as Mr. Mystery, was with them. Apparently the atmosphere was a little tense. Lomenhold. Hello, Rias? I don't know what the situation is. Let's see what happens here because you are studying at the Qua Academy. Oka? Well, it's complicated, Tiba. They are on an important mission that requires their time here for a few days. Oka? No, in fact, we came to study. But those words, everyone's mind went blank with an expression of how when. There he is. I am intelligent, but my mind does not process the current situation to study. They refer to a Fae. If I am here teaching classes with you normally, Rias? This guy never ceases to surprise me, but he has helped us so much that the truth is I'm not worried that he has bad intentions. I'm just worried that you may be on a special mission or something that could involve us. And since that's not the case, my biggest doubt, what is he thinking about? Hoka. Well, he simply wants us to have a broader knowledge about the human world. There is no plan or double meaning in his action. It is quite simple. Baikino. Considering the person he is, I hope you understand why it's hard for us to believe it. Bravo. I understand it perfectly, but I swear in the name of the Phoenix House that it is true. Rias, if you put your family's name at stake, it must be Kaneko. Then that means we will have to live with them, Rias. It would be ideal. They are new here and need guidance. Kaneko. Then I'll have to help fried chicken, Ravel. What did you say, yes? I remember that she called me that. It's true what Issei says, some things don't change no matter what. Baikino. RAR. It seems that Kaneko already gets along well with her. Kiba. Sigh, this is going to be difficult, Rias. By the way, leaving this aside, I know Ingvald's story because of Ijuka, but you didn't seem to have any interest in any family because Mr. Mystery was different. Zenobia, President. She is someone important. Rias. Yes, I haven't told you, but she is Ingvald. Leviathan has turned the underworld upside down. The words from Rias' mouth impacted the Gremry group with the exception of Aikino. Isara. Wait, that means she's like Rias? Yes, just like Valley, descendants of the Demon King's bloodline. Tiba, this is it. I didn't know there was another one, Ikino. Ijuka had her in her possession due to a disease that causes people to sleep eternally. Rias? Yes, I want to talk about it. My cousin Sariorg has the same illness as his mother. Or did she have in one night everyone present was cured? It was the second news that impacted the Akino underworld, and I, of course, were stunned by a topic. So, Isara? Wait, why didn't you tell us? Rias? You were as immersed as everyone else in your training, so I didn't want to bother you. Akino finished her training early, that's why she knows everything, Isara. So what do you want to talk to him about? Rias? She woke up because of her sacred gear, but the others were cured in another way. The person responsible is not known for sure, but you woke up the same day as the others with a sleeping sickness. Then you joined Mr. Mystery as if nothing had happened. It's quite obvious. Connection. And Vold? List as always, however, I shouldn't say anything without proof, it's just her assumptions. I shouldn't harm Issei, it was simply a coincidence that it happened since I don't know the motives of the others. Yes, or there is something else. In any case, you don't have to tell me. I don't have the right to question them, and in my opinion he did something good. We will be happy to cooperate with you in everything when you need help, and I'm sure, Gasper, you want to talk about something with me, right? Gasper? Yes. About Valerie. Amenhold? Valerie is fine, in fact, you can visit Romania whenever you want. Asper? Seriously, Amenhold? If she waits for your visit, Asper? Thank you very much. Rias? By the way, who is she? I haven't seen her with you. Icaros? Me, Doka? She is one of the members of Mr. Mystery's family. Her bishop, Icaros, is also a friend of mine. Icaros? I'm Icaros. Just that, it's a pleasure to meet you. Rios? A pleasure. I hope you can adapt here with peace of mind. Icaros? Thank you very much. Could someone of you show us around after school? 02. Yes, we would appreciate it very much. Rios? Of course, we can also show you the city if you want. Bravo? There is no need, Mr. Mystery already took care of it. Rias. Then I hope that his stay here is to your liking. Aikino. By the way, another person is missing. As I remember, Odin's Valkyrie was given to Mr. Mystery. Bravo. In her case, she will be a teacher at the academy. Our leader believes that it would be the best aspect of her for her. It's understandable. Isara. If I'm close to them, maybe I can get clues to Mr. Mystery's identity. Kiba. Isara, you're thinking out loud again. Bravo. You are free to try Isara. Isara? Seriously? Bravo? Considering that the one without a mask maintains 0 connections and could be anyone in the city, you can try it. At that moment, Issei would enter the door and everyone would turn to look at him. Rias? Issei? Aikino? Issei-san, what brings you here? Issei? Isara told me that she would look for her during break to talk. I thought she would be here. Isara? Yes, I'm sorry, I'm coming. I'm sorry, Rias, I'm leaving. Asia? I'll accompany you. Zenobia? Asia, wait. Rias? Okay, the 3 of you be careful. Bravo, La Feuille Manhild. She will never find out, right? Bravo? That boy, who is he? Aquino. Issei is one of the academy students. Icaros? I think it's cute. Does she have a girlfriend? With that, all the women's gazes turned with red eyes towards her. Rias Aquino? Sorry, Belmanhold la Feravu. Cunning girl. Doka? Issei said that we should create a way to interact normally to avoid suspicion, but I didn't think she would take that lead. 02. Damn, it was fast. Icaros is more cunning than she looks. Icaros? I think I want to ask him out. Rias? I see. Baikino? I understand. Bravo? Are you sure of it? Icaros is a guy you barely know. You don't know what he is like. Toka? Yes, in fact, I don't think you should rush. But Faye? If Icaros, this could cause problems. Icaros? I think that as a woman I am free to ask out any guy I want, don't you think? Rias? But of course, in fact everyone is free to do it. It's normal, Icano? Yes, there will be no problems. In fact, anyone could ask him out before you did. Icaros? I see. Immediately after the ringing of the bell, everyone would calmly leave the club room. Apparently the idea of meeting Issei in a calm manner would not be so calm. While with Issei, he was with his friends, chatting quietly. Datsuda, so what did you do on your vacation? Asura? The Occult Club was a pretty smooth trip if you removed the training part. Pyru? Unlike you, I stayed in the city, Motohama. In my case, Matsuda and I went to the beach. Pyru? As always trying to flirt. Issei? I guess it didn't go well for them. Datsuda? Yes. Issei. Well guys, leaving aside the fact that we are perverts, we are good people. Good people always get girls. Motohama? That's what you say, but what guarantee is there? Issei. If I told you that yourselves from the distant future get a girlfriend and money, I think you would die of a heart attack. Just have a lot of faith, Zenobia. Isara's words are correct, but each one took her own path, so to speak, I focused on becoming stronger. Kiryu. Typical of your Zenobia, surely exercise was your priority. But Suda, and you, Asia, in particular, did something interesting. Asia? Let's see. Let's say I took some time alone to find my strength. But Suda, oh, reflect with yourself. Asia? Yes, I would say that, Isara. In your case, Issei, what did you do? Issei, hey. Jiru. It's true we don't know anything about you, so I guess you can tell us a little about your vacation, right, Issei? Good, Issei. Well, I guess so, Motohama. So you met someone, had a romantic adventure, or went to an extravagant place, Issei? I would say yes to everything, but I can't say that, so I will only say the concepts well. Where do I start? I have to tell you that there were so many things. He asked me if I visit tourist places. So being he must have done a lot of things. Well, on my trip I met familiar faces, I could say friends from the past. I visited many places, but I always met old acquaintances. I even made new friends halfway. It was a true experience. Furia. Why did you take photos, Issei? No, but Suda. What happens to you? Experiences like that you should take photos sounds like a movie. The circumstances of my trip prevented me from doing so. You forgot to do it, yes. It seems that way in the middle of those situations of battles and conversations. How was I going to take photos, Asia? Next time let's take photos of our trips, Kiryu? It will be soon because guess what? We will have to go to Kyoto on a school trip soon, Issei. Smiles, that sounds interesting, but Suda. Life is too short to know how to live, Essie. What's that about? Motohama. Again with that deep question, Vitsuda. It's a good question how to live life, no Essie. Essie, I suppose it is. In fact, it is a common and frequently asked question for all of us. Esura? By the way, Issei, do you have plans at the end of the day? Issei? Well, Rias invited me to eat at the end of classes. I don't know why, but she looked very serious and looked around as if she were being watched or followed. Isara? Something happened, right? I guess you're very busy. Issei? Yes, I think the school year will be interesting for everyone in their own way. But Suda? By the way, you've already seen the new beauties, the new girls who entered the academy besides the teacher are beautiful. Issei? Yes, I agree, but we shouldn't give them a bad impression. Pyru? If you dare to spy on them, let me tell you that the student 02 in physical test today in classes, it was shown that she has a high performance, and Taka wants her. The Kendo club demonstrated good skills with the sword, Motohama. As you think. At the end of all classes, Issei would go to the Occult or Occult club. If people ask you something about life, you would normally give them a complicated answer since life is not easy, but sometimes the answer is usually simple. How many people die without having lived, and how many in the world do so having lived? A teenager may have lived longer than an 80-year-old man, which is why I believe that life simply has to be lived. You don't know if you're going to be there tomorrow or if you're going to make it to the end of the day. We are all beings that could die at any moment. If there is a word for life, it is leaks, a beautiful word. Enjoy the moment, always live without regrets, and always remember, worry about your family and helping is a fundamental part of life. When you leave, say goodbye to your mother and father instead of just moving forward listening to what they said. It will only take you 1 second to do it because when you move forward, you don't know if you will see them again, their smile, their look, you will want to say goodbye to them. We have such fragile things in life that we love so much that sometimes we can't realize that we could lose them at any moment. So live your life without regrets, fall in love, have fun with your friends more if you know that they are moments that could disappear at any moment. It's fugitive, sad, and beautiful at the same time, but that's how it is. What do you need to live? We all need something to live. I need love and for the people I love to be well. Only that is enough for me. Only that is enough for me. After all, for what some believe is little, it's a lot for me. Rias. Hello, Issei, do you want to have some coffee? Issei. Smiles, I would love to laugh. Arc 3. Family. Chapter 37. Omens. Arc 4. Starts. In the shining palace that reached and touched the clouds, there was a guy inside a room breaking everything around him. Said, "Damn, first that damn woman now called Taka, then that bitch from Icaros. How dare you disobey my orders to abandon me without me, they are nothing." Said, "Problems." At that moment someone appeared behind, the sky became dark due to his presence, a storm began to occur. Said, "Are you evil? Evil? Am I showing up at an inopportune time?" Said, "No, they are just problems that I have." "Evil? What happened?" Said, "The dogs I raised have escaped." "Evil? Is that possible?" Said, "Apparently they allied themselves with an enemy from the other dimension. That person is strong enough to destroy the bondage collar." "Evil? The goddess should not have killed that mortal." Said, "I am not aware of the complete situation, but that place must have ways to avoid the goddess. After all, it is another dimension." "Evil? True, although he was also able to defeat her." Said, "Please, Evil, don't joke. The goddess Eden is something that no one can challenge. Even if she appears in a statue and her power is incomplete, nothing in that world can defeat her." "Evil? You're right." Said, "My nameless slave now called Taka is in her hands. I sent Icaros to kill her, however the same thing happened." "The evil? You're going yourself." Said, "No, the situation now is not easy. After all, I am in the spotlight by many followers of the goddess Eden. I don't even know how they targeted me. There was lasciviousness, there was lust, and now everything is defined in the midst of a burning desire. The world is on fire, and Rachel James walks hand in hand with the one she won as the winner." "Evil? You need to stay still for a while." Said, "Under normal circumstances, yes, but I can't sit still with this dissatisfaction." "Evil? What are you planning to do?" Said, "Since the situation is crude, I can only resort to her." "Evil? She? Shock. No, she does not. You're crazy, you don't even know if you can control it." Said, "Don't the archangels use it to destroy all the traitors of the gods and the goddess Eden?" "Evil? That is the Z point. It is only used for large-scale objectives. She is uncontrollable even by the gods, to the point that in every war we lose half of our soldiers, companions and servants trying to catch her." Said, "Do you think she doesn't know she is the only one we should put to sleep in every battle?" "Evil? Not only that, you know well that we then put her in captivity where she applies constant sleeping abilities or powers to keep her half asleep." Said, "We go to a lot of trouble for a messiah that we don't use much." "Evil? You know why it is a last resort. Have you ever heard of another messiah who killed a deity?" Said, "Certainly. She is dangerous. But look at my situation. If I let this go, I won't be able to continue calling myself an archangel." "Evil? I understand. However, if you know that she is there, it is the first time where she will be freed, and it will not be on a battlefield." Said, "I keep that in mind." "Evil? What are you planning to do?" Said, "First talk to her. After all, half asleep for so long, she will surely take advantage of anything to wake up completely, even if it is a killing mission." "Evil? So you've decided, Zed?" "Yes, let's go see it." "Evil? I hope this doesn't get out of hand." At that moment thunderbolts and rain would fall, indicating a bad omen. Estiel was attending classes normally as his normal student face. Brojus was the one who was teaching the class, however Estiel was lost in thought. Issei. Things seemed to have normalized, however, things at the academy were more lively. In the class you could see that people to highlight were Toka, Asura, Icaros, 02, Asia, Ingvild, Irina and Zenobia. Doka and Icaros whispered while the class was taking place, ignoring what Razwa said, but they were not the only ones. Irina, Zenobia, and Asia passed papers, being more discreet. The other students took notes without problems. As for 02, and Vold and Asura, they were the only ones who were paying attention to the class. Clearly, Rosways had noticed this for a while, so while she was teaching the class, you could see a vein on her forehead and a smile as she spoke, but even though she showed a smile inside, she was not smiling at all. "Ravel? Hey Kaneko, you ate my lunch." "Kaneko? It wasn't me." "Ravel? Don't lie, I left it next to your seat. Who else could it be if it's not you? Piniko, it's not my fault that I'm so unlucky that I get a forgetful classmate. Ravel? What did you say? Tell Menhold. Girls, stop fighting. I hope Ravel doesn't find out that it was me because she forgot to pack my lunch. Outside the classroom, a childish fight between girls was taking place, and the vein on Roswei's forehead had grown larger. Well, these things are not so bad. Greg. Your family seems to adapt very well to the environment. Yes, it's true. Albion? Your chessboard is almost complete. I wouldn't say so much like that. Greg, you think so? Count the evil pieces used, let's see. Currently, my family is made up of Issei King x1, Ravel Bishop x1, Toki Horse x1, Lomenhold Pawn x2, Roswa's Tower x1, 02 Tower x1, Vinia Horse x1, Ingvald Queen x1, Icaros Bishop x1, Albion. You currently have x6 of x8 pawns left in your possession, AJ. Certainly it was close to having the chessboard complete, Greg. And you failed to count the members of your family who do not use evil piece, AJ. But they are few. The Fey Contract Mage, the Office and Lilith Dragon Goddesses at the service of Issei. Greg. However, you have quite solid strength. Albion. By the way, where are Lefay and Binia, Issei? Binia has gone out this week to train. She wants to become more powerful. As for Lefay, she is helping her in her training. Greg. Since you went for her, and she recovered her memories, she has seemed more hardworking than usual. In fact, she is the least seen at Kwa High School. I say, she just doesn't want to be left behind, and I don't blame her, because after what happened with Rise of Him, it's normal to be different, Greg. It's true in the underworld it didn't take long for the news of Rise of Him, Hades and Dead Reapers to spread, I see. The death of the Reapers was what started all this. Greg. They were her companions, some of them were her family, one of them was her father, Issei. However, just like in the original line, they end up separated by different ideals. Greg. She recovered her memories of she knows what kind of people they were. Do you think she still wants revenge? Issei. I know her very well. I mean, she was one of my wives in the future, and the truth is she is not interested in revenge. In fact, she knows that those bastards do not deserve to be avenged, Greg. So what does she want? Issei. Power. Just that. Albion. It's because she feels overshadowed by Taka. Issei. It's not that. As a knight her duty is to protect the king, and currently only Taka has demonstrated those abilities. Greg. Then she feels that she cannot block the passage of her king's enemies. Issei. That's right, Albion. Honestly, everyone has shown great progress while she is far behind, Issei. I don't know what she's trying to do in her training, but I trust her, and I know she'll do it very well. Greg. On the other hand, she only has to enjoy normal life until the next attack from another dimension, Issei. Yes, although in particular, I am nervous because of the information that Rise of Him gave me. Albion. She told you that 02 will bring you trouble. Issei. The idiot sought the end of it, and who knows what thing from another dimension he brought to our world by creating a dimension collapse. Greg. 02 doesn't talk much about her former home, and there's no guarantee he'll do so anytime soon. They say, we have to give her space. She will speak when she wants to. In the end, I am sure of one thing, and that is that whatever killed Rise of Him, Hades, and those Grim Reapers is from the home of 02, Greg. Then let's not think about it too much, it will appear in front of us sooner or later, and we will know how to face it, Issei. That's right, so for now let's enjoy normality, Rosweiss? I'm tired, Issei? At that moment, Rosweiss exploded. Taka and Icaros were reprimanded for talking in class and sent to the punishment room. Zenobia, Irina and Asia were reprimanded for passing papers in class and were also sent to the punishment room. Finally, Kaneko, Ravel and Almenholt were reprimanded for arguing in front of a classroom. However, Roswas was humble and let them go with a warning. Roswas? It's much better. Roswas put on a satisfied face as she took care of the problems, while the rest of the students learned to never ignore Professor Roswas. On the other hand, a student raised his hand. Brad? Professor, Essie hasn't taken notes, she's just been looking out the window. Essie? Rose was me? Brad? Since you call a teacher so informally, that's disrespectful and should be punished. Essie? What Ria's told me is true, since many people were paying attention to me and they were all the prettiest women in school. Problems will arise with the boys trying to make me look bad, but Suda. Hey, what are you talking about? Essie is one of the most diligent students, Essie. As I won't be if I originally graduated from high school a long time ago in the future, Motohama. True, he may not be number one, but his average remains high, never cheats, Issei. Although coming from the future with a more mature mentality, it's like cheating, since all the questions seem easy to me, Brad. I'm just saying that his behavior deserves a sanction. At that moment, Rose was approached Brad. Rose was? Sorry, Brad. Brad? Yes, teacher, she is definitely impressed by me caring about the class, and as an extra she will punish Issei. Rose was? Could you shut up and stop saying Essie nonsense? At that moment, most of the classmates' minds went blank, and Brad got goosebumps. Brad? But what about her lack of attention? Rossweiss? Essie has a score of 10 in my class. Her average in the period has been excellent. She is one of the few who could say that she has the right to be relaxed. So you understand what I want to tell you, right? Brad? Yes, Rose was. Rose was? She is a Rose was teacher for you. Brad? Yes, Professor Rose was. Brad lowered his head and Rose was continued the class with a smile as she looked at Essie. Greg? That is not having preference. Albion? He is her future husband, boyfriend, and current lover. He honestly has every right to have that preference. Essie. Sigh. Sometimes a normal day is not normal at all. Elsewhere, Zed and Evil were in front of some great golden doors. They advanced forward, while more doors were seen in the background. Evil? Are you sure, Zed? Come on, Evil. Where they keep her locked up never ceases to surprise me. Zed? We are the same. There are 5 doors before reaching it. The first only opens in the presence of the archangels. The second you need to deposit a large amount of power to open it. The third you must spill your blood to confirm your identity. Evil? The 4th and 5th are the most problematic. Zed. I know. Fortunately, we have the pass. Evil. In the 4th, you must enter a pass to take you to the 5th, or on the contrary, cross a battlefield created by God. I don't know how you got the pass, but it's a relief. Zed. Do not waste time and walk. The 5th door is of time. It will only open at the right time and at the right moment for 5 minutes. Evil? I know. They passed all the doors and upon arriving, they felt the power in the room that kept that person half asleep, all the spells, abilities, etc. At that moment, that power began to slowly stop when they arrived and a voice was heard. Do archangels, this is strange. I don't think there would be wars if there weren't more of you here. You also flatter me by waking me up completely. The person who spoke could not be seen because she was in the shadows, but she knew that she was a woman by the tone of her voice. In turn, she was tied with chains that could be seen. Zed, I want to offer you a deal. Oh, that's interesting. Zed, I need you to kill some people. That's more interesting. I'm normally used in wars. No one has ever asked me to kill a couple of people. Zed. As a reward you can do whatever you want, whatever you want. Then it is obvious that the people I have to kill are not from this world, otherwise they would never give me such freedoms. The evil? Have you thought about what happens if he doesn't keep his promise? Zed. Zed. You don't know, since the last time she freed herself, a soul chain developed. If she attacks or betrays us, she dies no matter her powers, abilities, or how strong she is. Evil? That sounds better than the bondage collar. It makes me feel calmer. It makes everyone feel calmer that I have the soul chain, Zed. So you will do it? Millimeters? I haven't gone out in a long time, and well, anything is better than being locked up here, Zed. So it's a deal. Immediately the chains the tighter were gone, and she fell to the ground. Evil? You know, I want to ask you something. What is evil? Because you kill the deity and live like this, with your power, it would be easy to have whatever you want. The first, of course, was for the eternal patronage of my god. The god of chaos is laughing as he looks at the foolish archangels. At that moment, a red screen appeared in front of Zed and Evil. Both of them were scared to the point of being extremely careful with their words. Zed. That's it, Evil. Divine grace. A god still patronizes this crazy woman. The god of chaos laughs because he will have fun. As for the second, what I want was taken away from me a long time ago. My entire being was seen as an object, and in the end I realized that my wish would never be fulfilled. When all that happened, all that was left was madness, only me left. Zed. She is definitely dangerous. Evil, I really have to say, you are someone to be feared. Kurumi Takasaki. Chapter 38. Agreements. In Issei's room he was sleeping, but he was not alone. He was accompanied by his girls who were naked in bed. Apparently, they all decided to sleep with their loved one even once a week. The rest of the time would be organized into a schedule so that one of them would sleep next to his Issei. In turn, if he needed privacy, then that girl's corresponding day was postponed. Everyone seemed to have a lovely peaceful sleep. It was a peaceful night. However, darkness quickly set in. On the outskirts of Issei's house, a presence was present floating in the air. This was Kurumi Takasaki. Kurumi? But what do we have here? A boy who is sleeping with the girls who are my murder targets. She looked through the window despite the distance she was at. The god of chaos says to be careful, Kurumi. Yes, I know, this mission seems strange to me from the beginning. If they are two people and they need my help, they must be extremely strong. The god of chaos nods to your words, Kurumi. But take few precautions. The god of chaos firmly denies. Kurumi, let's see. I came to this world in an area where there was no form of life to detect my presence. Then I searched the world for the energy of my targets. I waited until nightfall where they would surely be resting and with their guard down. The god of chaos says that's right. You took all the precautions you could. Kurumi, then because the boy who was asleep with the naked women, now he is awake and in front of me, without me being able to notice him. Issei, who are you? At that moment Issei's eyes, which looked transformed like those of a dragon, looked at Kurumi. The god of chaos says he is strong. He does not recommend frontal attack. Kurumi? You tell me to run or use traps. The god of chaos says that the cunning live longer than the righteous people. Issei. What is that red screen? The god of chaos greets you, Kurumi. Hey, what are you doing? The god of chaos says to give him a few minutes to talk to the boy Issei. A red screen and it says God of Chaos, this is it, you are a messiah. The god of chaos is surprised because he knows about the messiahs. Kurumi, stop being so surprised. It's obvious that he must know having two girls from our world by his side. The god of chaos agrees with you, Issei. Then god of chaos, you want to talk to me. The god of chaos feels that your power is very high. The god of chaos says he is this girl's sponsor. The god of chaos says he doesn't want to lose the only person he patronizes. Issei, it's okay for you to tell me that with her being close to me. The god of chaos says don't worry, you can set these types of conversations as private to avoid problems. Kurumi. What are you seeing me? Issei, nothing. Forget it. The god of chaos says he wants to end this as peacefully as possible. Issei. I also think the same, so can you convince this girl to leave? The god of chaos says that it is impossible because he entrusted Kurumi with a mission of murdering the two girls from his world who are in your custody. Issei. So this girl's name is Kurumi. Kurumi. Hey, what are you telling them about me? The god of chaos tells you to calm down because the conversation with this boy is not over. Kurumi? You really are annoying. The god of chaos eyes heavily Issei. But because it is impossible to abandon the mission, she does not have a slavery collar on her neck. The god of chaos says she was given something worse, Issei. Something worse. The god of chaos says Kurumi show the boy. Kurumi? For what? The god of chaos says do it, don't ask, Kurumi? Okay. In that instant an almost ghostly energy swirled around her. Issei's eyes widened when he saw that she had a kind of giant chain stuck in her heart. Issei, surprised, but what the hell is that? The god of chaos says it is a chain of the soul. If she betrays her mission, she will die, so she cannot abandon. Essay. It's a thing, she doesn't seem to be on a physical plane. The god of chaos says that you are correct, the chains of the soul are on the spiritual plane of the wearer. That way no one can free it on the physical plane by breaking it like the necklaces. I understand. The god of chaos says that if not, there is some way for you to give up those two girls and let Kurumi's mission complete. I say. I'm sorry, this is a sentimental issue. I can't treat those two girls as exchange objects. The god of chaos eyes and says that feelings are a problem. Issei. Can I ask you something? The god of chaos looks at you with intrigue and nods. Issei. Why do you protect this girl? The god of chaos says that she is important to his plans. Issei. What are you planning? The god of chaos says that if she tells you what she will do, you must swear on your soul not to tell the girl. Issei. Just one oath and you will tell me. It seems too good to be true. Kurumi. Hey you boy, I say. What's wrong? Kurumi? I don't know what they're talking about, but if you're looking for information and he offers you an oath, don't look at it as something simple. I say. What do you mean? Kurumi? The oaths of the soul are eternal pacts between both parties. If one breaks the agreed pact, then let's not talk about just dying, but your existence will be erased. Shock that. Kurumi. Since a soul oath is something that both of them agreed to do, it is normal that there will be punishment if one breaks thereof. I say. And exactly how would it be deleted? Kurumi. You just disappear and that's it. There is no sound, pain, screams, etc. You are simply no longer there. It is an absolute force that even surpasses the goddess Eden. It is like something that was at the beginning of the entire creation of the universe and dimensions, a force from another plane that no one can oppose. AJ. But what the hell? Kurumi. You will feel it if you agree to take the solo, AJ. Well, I still need all the information possible. Okay, god of chaos, I swear on my soul. The god of chaos smiles with ecstasy. Kurumi? Here it comes. Issei? Hey. Issei's words stopped. What he beheld should be described as unreal. There was no sound or warning when he started, yet his eyes saw it. He saw his soul come out of his body and touch some kind of giant white paper. Then his soul slowly returned to him and slipped back into his body. His eyes beheld for the first time something that was beyond all strength. Above that paper be. At that moment Issei's body was trembling. He felt it. Kurumi's words were not false. On the contrary, they were true. If he said something and he broke his oath with the god of chaos, his existence would disappear. It would be the end of the story, the end of your story. Soon everything would return to normal. Kurumi? Yes, in my first oath with him he had the same expression, Issei. Shaking, damn, that was, I felt like my existence was at stake. Issei's pale face remained after what had happened. His hands trembled. Kurumi. All gods can use that oath to hide great secrets, have faithful followers who obey them, etc. In any case, since it is a mutual agreement, both parties achieve something. In my case, the god of chaos, as part of the oath, told me to stay at the rank of Messiah forever. Issei. And what did you ask for? Kurumi. That's none of your business. At that moment, Kurumi's killing intent rose into the air towards Issei. The god of chaos asked you to calm down, Kurumi. Okay. The god of chaos asks you to forgive her, but things are complicated, Issei. That doesn't matter, I already took the oath, tell me what you plan. The god of chaos says that he has tired of the divine world, Issei. Divine world. The god of chaos says that it is a place where the gods live. In that place, the gods help the Almighty God to see them to manage the world, but so many billions of years have bored me. I am part of the top 10 most powerful gods, being number 5 in the top. Looking to escape from that routine and devised a plan for a long time, essay. And what would that plan be? The god of chaos as reincarnation through the chaos of origin technique, essay. Shocked, is that possible? The god of chaos says that it is possible for those who have achieved such power in the divine world and have obtained permission to use the power of the laws. Essay. What is the power of laws? The god of chaos says that you will know soon. After all, one of them must come for you. Essay. What? The god of chaos says that he can't talk much about them, so he asks you to excuse him. Issei? Well then, back to your plan. The god of chaos says that by using the reincarnation technique, he will lose all his powers as a god and will send his soul to another dimension, or universe. He does not even know if he will be human or not, but it is better than continuing to be bored in the divine world without being able to do anything. Nothing but work and manage that world of crap for eternity, I say. And why do you need her? He would stare at Kurumi while she tilts her head. The god of chaos says that to carry out such a technique, she needs a successor, someone to take the position of her god, after which she will inherit all my powers. I say, shocked, but I thought that to become a god you needed to advance in rank. The god of chaos says that you are correct. However, there is an exception if a god is willing to give up his position as a god, and a person decides to accept that position. Being able to inherit the position of a god would allow you to skip those ranks and immediately be a god, they say. And why her of all the people on your planet? The god of chaos says that not everyone can inherit the position of a god, much less the top 10. You need someone with talent and effort added to an energy similar to that of the god you are going to inherit. In other words, you must be born with those qualities to inherit the position of a deity. The god of chaos says that an option that allows you to skip ranks and be a god instantly is not easy at all. You are simply born with a gift. Or you are not born with the gift. And why haven't you carried out your plan in a while? The god of chaos says that she needs more power. She needs to be stronger and free herself from the pain of the past. Only then she will be ready. I see. The god of chaos says that he chose to speak with you first because he sensed your power, and knows that you can kill his heir. Issei. But we both have our hands tied here. She can't stop her mission, and I can't leave the two girls. I want to die. The god of chaos says that you are right, so he proposes something beneficial for both of them. Issei. And that is? The god of chaos says that she can help you enter her spiritual world so that you can free yourself from the chain of the soul. Issei. Certainly without that chain we can both give up on the confrontation, but it won't be easy to do that. Right, the god of chaos says that you are right. The girl's spirit world is full of pain and suffering. Such a disordered spirit world is dangerous. Not to mention that if you die there you die in reality, and turn the girl would also die. If you fail, I say. If I refuse and she and I fight, how big would the damage be? The god of chaos says that even if you can kill the girl, because of her peculiar abilities, the number of innocent dead amounts to billions. Issei. Then I have no choice. Tell the girl about the plan. The god of chaos appreciates your cooperation. The conversation was over and Issei would descend to the ground. Kurumi? Well, what happened? The god of chaos has something to tell you, but you won't like it. Chapter 39. Past. After the meeting between Issei and Kurumi, both were face to face on the ground, waiting for instructions from the god of chaos. Kurumi. Listen to me. I want you to know that if it weren't for me, God literally wouldn't do this. Issei. Can I ask you something? Kurumi. Yes. It is a question I can answer, yes. Issei. Why are you like that? Kurumi. What kind of question is that? I don't understand what you mean, Issei. I have had many battles and seen countless people. Kurumi. What do you want to tell me with that? I see. The people I have met fought for what they love, others for their personal desires, some perhaps for fame and money, but I can't say exactly what kind of person you are. Kurumi. I have no one to love, money is of no use to me, and fame doesn't matter to me. Issei. And your wishes? Kurumi. Tremble. It's no use wishing for something that you know won't come true. Some things just don't happen. Issei. I see. I hope I can understand you one of these days, Kurumi. Whatever you say. The god of chaos says he is ready, Issei. It seems like it's time. Kurumi? You took too long. The god of chaos says don't blame him. The preparations to enter a person's spiritual world are many, and there should be no mistakes. I see. Will we need to change location to avoid involving civilians in the process? The god of chaos says that it will not be necessary. This process will not affect the real world in any way. Kurumi. Then we can start without any problem. The god of chaos nods, I say. Well, what do I have to do? The god of chaos says that Kurumi must sit in a meditation pose, and you must stand behind her touching her back. Then the god of chaos will transmit his energy into your body so that you enter his spiritual world. Your mind must be completely in white. Make sure you don't think about anything. Issei and Kurumi would follow the instructions of the god of chaos to the letter. Kurumi, good luck, you're going to need it. At that moment, Issei entered Kurumi's spiritual world without realizing it. When he opened his eyes, he couldn't believe what he saw. Issei. Shock this is. The way to describe what Issei saw was the following. The sky is orange with yellow lightning. You don't feel any difference from the real world. The whole place can be felt, seen, heard, and smelled. Instead of a spiritual world, it seems a world different from Earth. However, feelings that are not yours are transmitted to you instantly. You feel deep pain and hatred accompanied by enormous sadness. You realize that these feelings are transmitted to you by the world itself. The entire place is chaos, but that chaos is not natural, it is chaos caused by resentment. I have to calm down. The god of chaos tells you that you must be careful. Do not let the feelings of this world catch you, they say. Are the spiritual worlds like that? The god of chaos says that each person has a different spiritual world, but normally they are calm and good worlds. Those with spiritual worlds of this type are the ones who have suffered a lot, they say. Exactly what is a spiritual world? The god of chaos says that it is the refuge of the soul, where the key moments of your life that defined you are kept, loves, joys, sadness, losses, etc., they say. Unlike the mind that stores all your memories, the spiritual world only stores the most important memories. The god of chaos says that is a very accurate description, I see. Anyway, where is the soul chain? The god of chaos says to walk forward, it must be at the end, I see. Okay. At that moment, when Issei took the first step, his surroundings changed to that of a luxurious mansion. Issei? But what is this? Kurumi? Who is there? Issei? He? Kurumi? Kurumi? Where are you? Can I see you? Issei? Surprised. Wait, what's going on here, Kurumi? Kaya. Issei's eyes would widen upon seeing Kurumi. Since the Kurumi she was seeing was a little girl, she in turn would be scared by the noise. Issei? What does this mean? The god of chaos says it's a memory. He can't see you, but he can hear you. You can move on and ignore it. Essie. I won't change anything by getting into them. The god of chaos says that your presence can alter memories in the spiritual world. However, since this is not the realm of the mind, there is no problem with it. I say, what do you mean? The god of chaos says that in the realm of the mind where all memories are stored, by changing a memory, the person will remember everything differently. However, this is the spiritual world. Changing a memory such as a bad event or a fateful day will only give you a false sense of peace. So there really isn't a big impact as such. I say, even if this place stores only important memories, in the end it is the spiritual realm and not mental, therefore it does not have the effect of altering memories. But how is it giving you a false sense of peace? The god of chaos says that suppose your mother died in an accident, you remember that fateful day clearly. But if you enter the spiritual realm and change that fact, it will give you a feeling of peace and happiness, knowing that you saved your mother. But then when you return to the real world, you remember what she was like and how she wasn't. You basically live a lie. Issei. I understand. The god of chaos says that is why there are not many who enter his spiritual realm anymore. S.A. But just moving on from this is a little disrespectful, you know. The god of chaos says he doesn't understand you, S.A. For example, it's like you wait all year for a game you love, and then when it's time to play, you skip the main story. The god of chaos, as your analogy is interesting, Issei. Also, it kills me with curiosity to know how that girl who is scared there became the current Kurumi. Kurumi? I knew it, there are ghosts around here. Kurumi was still scared, she believed that the voice she spoke was a ghost. Issei, calm down girl, I'm not a ghost. Kurumi. So what are you? Issei. Millimeters, let's say I'm just a fairy lord. Kurumi. A fairy, what is a fairy? Issei. You can think of me as a creature of nature, I'm friendly, don't worry. Kurumi. I see. Issei? So what's your name? Kurumi? My name is Kurumi Takasaki. It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Fairy. She kept her head down. Issei? Kurumi? Why do you lower your head? Kurumi? It's because of my eye, Mr. Fairy. Issei. Your eye. Kurumi. My family says that I am an aberration for being born with two eyes of different colors. People who see my eye are also scared. They say that I am a monster. Issei. Kurumi, there's nothing wrong with being different. Kurumi. But people shout and hit me non-stop, without me having done any harm to them. If it were normal, it would have been better for me, Issei. Maybe you are right on that point. If you were normal, you wouldn't suffer so much. However, being different means that you are more special than anyone else. Kurumi, surprised that? Issei. People who are different are people who alone are talented and achieve incredible things. That means that you are part of that group of people. Kurumi? How strange you are, Mr. Fairy smiles. Issei. Do you think so? Smile. I continue to advance in the memories stored in Kurumi's spiritual world, learning more about her life and history, interacting with her at all stages of her life. I managed to understand a little of her pain. She was born in a prestigious family where everyone was a messiah. They praised the goddess of the stars. Everyone who was born in that family had blonde hair and was only allowed to be sponsored by that goddess. Anyone who will not accept the patronage of that goddess loses the right to live. In turn, if that goddess rejects them, they will be expelled from their family. Kurumi suffered from harassment from her family for being born with different features. Kurumi, all my brothers bother me like always. They call me a loser. I say. In my opinion, you show that you have more talent than them. Could you see where they were going to attack you? Why didn't you dodge their blows? Kurumi. If I dodge, it will be worse, Issei. But if you defend yourself, it will be over. If no one is going to help you, then you take the first step. Kurumi. My brothers are skilled in hand-to-hand combat, and use swords. I can't beat them in a fight. Issei. Skilled. I have seen better swordsmen than them. I can definitely help you, Kurumi. Are you sure, Mr. Fairy? I don't want to get you into trouble, Issei. Don't worry, you won't get me into any trouble. For your combat style, I would recommend ranged and a little hand-to-hand combat to defend yourself when the enemy is close. As time went by, I noticed how history was changing little by little. Thanks to the god of chaos, I was able to see what it is like now and how history really was. Continue moving forward alongside Kurumi, looking at more of her life. Kurumi, Mr. Fairy, I am a good person. Issei? Yes, you are, or at least I think so. Kurumi. Then why does Mr. Fairy talk to me, but he never shows himself in front of me, even when we are alone? Issei. I have my reasons, Kurumi, but don't worry, even if you can't see me, I will be next to you supporting you. Kurumi. Thank you, Mr. Fairy. I will reach the Messiah rank soon, and I am afraid when it comes to choosing a sponsor, what if that goddess does not choose me? I say, you have nothing to fear in the end, follow your own path. Then I reached turning point in his life. The goddess of the stars could not patronize her. Then the chaos on the part of Kurumi's family began. I see, but what's happening? The god of chaos tells you that this goddess cannot sponsor Kurumi because of her body. The messiahs are granted powers from said god. However, Kurumi was born with a special constitution that makes her perfectly his heir, as he had previously told you. Issei. That's why the goddess of the stars couldn't sponsor her. The god of chaos says that is correct. She was born with an energy similar to mine, therefore, there are very few gods who can sponsor her. Issei. That energy influenced her hair color, right? The god of chaos says that she is correct. However, her family has a very close vision. They disowned Kurumi for being the way she is without knowing that she had an extraordinary talent, in addition to being a perfect heir to the position of god. Kurumi. Mr. Fairy, what should I do? Say. Kurumi, run. After that, I could see how she desperately ran for her life. Her own family persecuted her mercilessly. If not chosen by a god, they are expelled from her. But they simply wanted to kill her to erase her existence. In the end, I was able to see how she was temporarily saved, hiding in an abandoned house. They were in a very large civilian area. They may be messiahs, but they would not attack such a large area to kill her, knowing that there would be consequences, such as getting in trouble with other messiahs or ranks. Taller grooming? Because this wasn't supposed to happen. I just wanted to have a family one where we were all happy. Issei? Kurumi? At that moment Issei was able to understand Kurumi a little more, and above all, the question he had asked him before had been answered. Kurumi was not like the people he had known because she had nothing, she had no family, and she had no one to love. That's why she was like that, she just has nothing. Kurumi, please Mr. Fairy, tell me what should I do? Kurumi cried sadly. At this stage of her life she was barely 14 years old. All the events that had happened were a lot for a girl to process. However, Issei, she knew what to say to him. Issei? Kurumi, they won't stop. People like that will never do it, not until they kill you, so it's kill or be killed. Kurumi, what? Issei? Kurumi? There are times when ethics, morality, even religion are very overrated. They say that killing is wrong, and it is not entirely wrong, but one should always preserve your own life. Kurumi, Issei? Kurumi? It is not a sin to kill those who deserve it, it is a sin to die without fighting. Kurumi, I really can do it. I see. If you can't, I believe in you, Kurumi, do it, fight. At that moment Kurumi's family appeared destroying a wall, and at that moment Kurumi took out his weapons. Their family laughed watching that action, but in that moment of laughter, she blew off the head of one of her family members, making everyone shut up. There was no doubt, there was no hesitation, she was going to fight. Kurumi? Thank you, Mr. Fairy. Now I can see things more clearly. If I die, I will not be able to smile again. If I die, I cannot experience happiness. And above all, if I die, I will not be able to see you again, Mr. Fairy. So no matter what happens, I'm going to get out of here alive. Izuku POV. Monday finally came around after this strange and abnormal weekend. Me and the girls start walking into UA with many stares at us compared to the normal. My assumption on this was the fact that I had 2 more girls around me. As we start walking, a strange girl with blonde hair approaches us. Great, just how I wanted to spend the morning. She really does need to find a more healthy way to erase her crude attitude and relinquish her spite. What are you two talking about? You'll see in a minute. I get a bit confused at Kendo's answer until the blonde girl walks up to us. Well, if it isn't some of the Class 1A snobs that think they're so much better than everyone with the only male in their class? Weird, I don't think any of us are snobs, aside from Kachin maybe. The girl comes over and starts rubbing her hand over my cheek and looking directly in my eyes. Whenever you wish to have your presence graced by real women, remember to head over to Class 1B. I start to get really uncomfortable when she begins to smell the side of my neck. Must say, the soap you use is quite delightful. I may have to spend a night at your place to try it. Okay, Monoma, time for you to walk away? Kendo grabs the back of the girl's uniform and pulls her away from me. She reluctantly heads off with the swerve of her hips apparent to me. Kendo, who is that? Nida Monoma, our classmate. For some reason she has a problem with 1A and made it apparent the first day. Try and avoid her if you can and don't let what she says about you guys get too personal. Noted. I start to shake off what she said while still being in shivers on how she acted around me. Girls are scary when they wanna be. After I shake of the cold feeling I had on Monoma, we part ways with Kendo and Shiozaki as they go to Class B for their lessons. But before they leave, they both give me an embrace on the lips and promise to meet up again at lunch. Girls are delightful when they want to be. We all head to Class A with a little pep in my step after this. Before we go inside, however, Ochako, Kyoka, and Momo embrace me as well in jealousy before going inside with a confident look on their faces. Girls are really delightful when they want to be. I sit down at my seat and wait for class to start. Oh nerd, you ponytail back there, didn't you? Kachin leans back and gives me a death glare. And what makes you think I did? She has this weird disgusting aura around her that you had a few months before the exam one day. So did you her? And if I did, what business does that have with you? Kachin only gets infuriated at this. You little shit, you're my property. Only I get to say who you F, you don't get to F someone else before me. And when did I agree to that? Right now, I'd rather F my Netta before you. I even have the outfit I want to wear when you do that a dragon. My Netta randomly pulls out a dragon costume and holds it up for me to see. You sure about that? She's probably be waiting to happen. I heard that maybe a fight to the finish, but she won't be as much a bitch as you. Am I invisible or something? We both glare daggers at each other before Mom walks in and tells us to take our seats. I checked over your battle training reports yesterday and for the most part, nicely done. However, Mom glares over at me and Couchin. Bakugo, I won't lie that you have skill. But your ego is a problem all in its own. If it wasn't for Izuku, you could have seriously hurt 3 students. Izuku, you aren't invincible. You're lucky that you shielded yourself when you did. That blast could have killed you. Though I am glad you care about your classmates, you taking the blast is not a better solution. I take these words to heart, and realize that I still had a long way to go. Now on to the next topic. Everyone started to freeze thinking this was another test that they could get expelled for failing. We need to pick a class rep. Everyone released a sigh of relief at the fact it was normal school stuff. Let me do it. I want to be class rep. As your class rep, all male students will not wear or underwear during the school day. You do realize that the only male student is my son, right, Mineta? She goes completely pale after Mom glares at her with a death stare. I suggest we put this to a vote. The one who gets the most votes will be the class rep and second will be the vice rep. But you're raising your hand as much as anyone, Ida. I look over to see Ida just barely able to hold her excitement in while sitting with her hand raised. And besides, most people are going to vote for themselves. We hardly know each other. But that would mean anyone who has more votes has shown true acts of leadership. Would you mind if we did this, Ms. Aizawa? Fine by me, just don't let it interfere with my nap. With that said, Mom wrapped herself in her sleeping bag and fell asleep. I have got to take that sleepy bag away from her one day. Once the lots were counted, I wound up in first with 10 votes, with Momo in second with 2. How did I get so many votes? I didn't even vote for myself. Who are alright who voted for him? I see Ochako, Kyoka, and Momo whistle like nothing happened. Guess we're done here. Homeroom is finished, I'll see you all later. With that said, Mom leaves with Aunt Mike coming in behind her. The rest of the morning went rather well until lunch. Me and the girls waited for Kendo and Shiozaki until they came to the cafeteria before finding a seat. I was still a little surprised that I got so many votes. So what did you two do in classes? Anything interesting? I was picked to be class rep. Wow, that's awesome. You and Deku will be the first year's class reps of the hero course. Now that we're on that, how did I get so many votes? I voted for Momo, so I have no idea how I got so many. I voted for you. Same here. As did I had as well. I look up and notice Ida above me. You seem to have a heart of a true leader, so I decided to vote for you. You all really think I can do this? They all nod at me with smiles telling me that they support me. It touched me a little. Okay then, I'll do my best to be a great class rep. I confidently state this with the best smile I can. Oh yeah, I wanted to ask you something. By any chance, are you related to the turbo heroine Ingenium? Actually, she's my older sister. Why do you ask? Well, a while back I got to meet her in person. She seemed to resemble you in facial features a lot, so it was on my mind. Your sister is really nice though. I got the chance to meet her after a mission with my mom. I thought she was pretty and interesting the first time I met her, kinda like you. Everyone stopped as I made Ida blush with my comment. It took me a moment to realize what I said before going red. Sorry, I didn't mean it like that. I just was trying to say you both seem very similar in your actions. It's alright and no trouble. We all just sit there in silence until we finished our lunch. Time skip 2 in the classroom. You all will be taking a trip off campus to visit a facility for your next heroics class. Mom goes into the podium and grabs a large card to show us. Today you will be doing rescue training. Whether you choose to use your costumes or not is up to you. She clicks a button to have our hero costumes come up. Meet me outside when you're done. With that said, we all grabbed our hero costumes and went to change. Once outside, we decided to try and sit on the bus by seat arrangement. This failed though, and I was sitting between Azui and Kirishima. The ride was silent until Azui turned to me and asked something. Aizawa, how did you get a quirk? It isn't natural for men to have quirks, so do you have some kind of special feature or something? Actually, I was a little amazed myself. One moment I'm saving someone from a slime villain, the next I'm on fire but not hurting. It was a bit scary the first time, I'll admit to that. I start awkwardly laughing while scratching the back of my head. Still though, that quirk is amazing. It's like having 5 in 1, totally bad but unlike mine where I can only harden my body, kinda lame compared to yours. Kirishima states this as she puts her hand up in the air and hardens it. I don't think that. Actually, I think your quirk is more versatile than mine. Not every quirk can be used as a sword and shield, so I think it's pretty cool. I start to see Kirishima cry a little before bringing me into a bear hug with my head in her sleep. Nobody ever complimented my quirk like that before. What the hell do you think you're doing, shitty hair? She's thanking me something maybe you should learn to do. Kaken starts to grow angry at this as I wrap my arms around Kirishima in a way to spite her. Maybe if you learned some empathy to others, you'd be the one getting to hug me. Who the hell would want to? The only people that would are and skanks that you sleep with. I don't sleep with Kirishima, but now that you mention it, her bub are bigger than yours and she's a lot nicer. Maybe I'll take you up on that offer. This comment made steam come out of Kirishima and have her as red as her hair. She eventually loses her consciousness and passes out in my arms. Oh see, I kinda went too far on the taunting and made an unnecessary victim. Sorry about that, Kirishima. Are you okay? I didn't mean to do this to you. All Kirishima could say were just sounds with no real connection to words. We're here, get off the bus. And Izuku stopped making the female students pass out from embarrassment. Sorry, that was an accident. Mom just gives me a blank stare as I try and wake Kirishima up. Once she does, we all head out to the entrance to be met by Aunt 13. Since 13 is unisex looking in the series, gender bend won't look different in this one. Aunt 13. I run up and give her a hug since it's been a while since I've seen her. Nice to see you again, Izuku. Last I saw you, you were starting middle school. Now look at you, the first man with a quirk. Everyone just looked at me a bit confused at my actions. Sorry about that. It's kinda been a while since I saw my aunt last, and I got a little excited. I went back to where Kyoka, Ochako and Momo were with them holding in the urge to laugh. While 13 explained what we were doing at the USJ. I've only seen it a few times, but I knew that this was the place for heroines to be to train with natural disasters. Now that I think about it, how will my quirks handle these scenarios? I get pulled out of my train of thought when I notice everyone head inside. I rush over to see some lighting problems happen. Did someone forget to pay the electric bill or something? Cool, they even have fake villains? I look over to see a strange portal open with a bunch of people coming out of a portal. Those aren't fakes, they're real villains. As Mom corrected Kirishima, a woman with light blue hair, a bulky beast, and a person made of black mist came out of the portal last. Could not find a gender bend for a Nomu, just imagine it as the USJ Nomu with a top on and bub. Hello UA, we are the League of Villains, and we have come here for 2 reasons. First is to kill All Might, and second to take the boy. Mom quickly jumped into action and jumped down the steps to confront the villains. She was holding her own well considering she specializes in sneak attacks. But I knew it was only a matter of time with an army attacking her at once. Aunt 13 motions us to head to the exit, but we're stopped by the mist villain. Forgive our untimely visit, we are the League of Villains and we have come to take the boy and kill All Might. But it seems she is not here. Has the schedule changed by any Maya? She's cut off by me encasing her in stone. What makes you think we'll let you do either? Impressive, but that won't work against me. She comes out of a portal in front of my stone casing and wraps us all in mist. Now disperse. I see nothing but darkness for a second, until I see myself falling into a pool of water. I hold my breath as I hit the water to find a bunch of villains trying to attack me. As a defensive method, I turned myself completely into water and made my way to a boat on top of the water. Aizawa, are you okay? I look over to see Azui and Mineta hopping into the boat. Yeah, just a little shaken up by that whole ordeal. Nothing too intense though. We take a moment to calm down and assess our surroundings. From what it looks like, we're in the flood zone of the USJ. Our best bet is to find our way back to the entrance. That may be harder than you think, Rebit. Azui points down to the water filled with villains. Hey Azui, call me Tsu. If I asked you to jump to the shore from here, how far would you be able to get? She looks at the distance and starts to think, maybe about halfway. Why? I have a plan that would require you to grab my neta and jump while I deal with the villains? Are you crazy? Those are real villains, there's no way you can take that many on. I don't necessarily have to. They put me in probably the worst spot they could to trap me. I smile while making a small bit of electricity to show what I mean. When I give the signal, you jump with my neta. Got it? I stand on the ledge of the boat and prepare to jump off. Look, the kid's surrendering. How adorable, he thinks he can survive if he gives up, can't wait to rip him to shreds. I jump into the water and shout for Tsu to jump. When she does, I release a crazy amount of electricity in the water to shock every villain into an unconscious state. Once this is done, Tsu grabs me with her tongue and pulls me out of the water. Hi, it worked, strangely smoother than I thought it would. Wait, you didn't even know if it would work? That's risky, Aizawa. Please don't do that again. Sorry, had to think of something fast, and that was kinda the only thing I could think of that could work best. That really was a gamble though. I didn't have a backup plan if someone was able to stay conscious or it didn't work all the way through the water. I think on ways I could have handled that differently while we head to the shoreline. Once there, we're greeted by the image of the bulking monster towering over my mom with her in a pool of her own boom. The image was so horrendous that it made my BLD boil just looking at it. Aizawa, calm down. We can't fight them. I do as Tsu says and just watch and listen to the villain rant. Erasing quirks is impressive, but utterly useless against brute power. All of a sudden, the mist villain came next to the woman and spoke to her. I'm sorry, emphasis Amiri, but one of the students escaped. Someone made it for help. That's a relief, that means the faculty will be here soon. The blue-haired villain started violently scratching her neck while talking to the mist villain. Kurijira, if you weren't our ticket out, I would kill you right now. Facing a bunch of pro-heroines isn't what we were prepared for today. We hear her state that they were leaving and mentally cheered at the relief. But before that, she looks in our direction with a viscous stare before charging at us. Let's kill a few kids to damage the pride of the symbol of peace. I see her hand come closer and reach for Tsu. I didn't know what was going to happen, but I knew that if she grabbed her it was going to end badly. I feel all the rage in my body boil over and charge the villain. In an instant, the giant brain villain comes out of nowhere and gets in front of me to be sent flying into the fountain in the center. Everyone just saw the villain in the rubble and grew shocked. I went in front of the blue-haired villain and punched her in the gut to send her a distance. As well, I stood in front of Tsu and my neta with a killing glare at the villain's 9. Let me get this straight. You thought you would come in, make the accusations you did, hurt my mother, attempt to harm my friends and loved ones, and walk away like nothing happened. Bullshit. I use my telekinesis to grab Mom and bring her over to Tsao and my neta. Get her to the entrance, I'll cover you. Gizuka, I don't even look at Mom while I answer her. You've protected me for a long time, Mom, now let me return the favor for now. How adorable, Noma, kill the boy. The giant beast comes charging at me and tries to punch me into the ground. I dodge with my lighting and harden my arms and legs with earth and boost the power with OFA to the max I can hold. The thing went flying into the mountain zone and into a villain with Kaminari being held as her captive. I land right by Momo and Kyuka and tell them to get to the entrance as fast as they can. I was smacked by the brain villain into another zone and did the same with all my classmates there. This went on until I got to the collapsed zone to see Kaken and Kirishima. Both of you, get to the entrance now. Don't tell me what to do, will you shut up and listen for once in your goddamn life, Kaken? Kaken shuts her mouth long enough to see me get a punch to the face by the villain and go back to the center. Did you really think you were going to win? Noma was invented to kill All Might. You have no chance. I hear the villain say this and think on a way I can beat it. Guess it's time to pull the big gun out. I cover my arms with as much earth as possible, while the villain called Noma comes at me again and hits me with a barrage of punches. I block them with my wrists, but each attack crumbled away more and more earth. Noma prepared for its last attack to hit my arms with means to shatter them, but broke its fist in the process. I only smile and slam a barrage of punches in its gut to send it flying out of the area with no real trace of it left. Took a bit more than I thought, but I was able to refine the earth to make some strong as anything bracers with what was in it. I state this with confidence while showing off my arms covered in what looked like steel. Your next hand, lady. As I was prepared to fight the villain, the doors of the entrance get thrown open to show All Might without a smile on to show she was completely. I guess this is game over now. But don't think this is over, kid, we will meet again. The two villains leave in the same mist they arrived in after saying this. And I'll be waiting. I fall back and collapse on the ground with barely keeping conscious. Young Aizawa, are you alright? Yeah, I just overdid it a bit. I can't really move though. I pass out from exhaustion with a smile on my face knowing I won the fight. Few hours later I wake up to the smell of disinfectants and the sight of a white ceiling. Guess I passed out. You're lucky you didn't cause as much damage to your body as you could have. That was a dumb thing you did, Izuku. You had a lot of people worried because of that. Sorry, recovery girl, I'll keep that in mind going forward. I would expect so. I wait a minute after getting chewed out by recovery girl to ask her. How's Mom doing? She's alright now. She had her skull fractured with her orbital socket injured along with some broken arms, but she should make a recovery. 13 had a few lacerations on her back from her quirk being used against her, but again she'll be fine. What about my classmates? Other than a few scrapes and bruises, you were the worst injury by far. I take a little satisfaction knowing none of my friends or loved ones weren't too injured. I lay my head back down and calm down a little. Izuku Dikyo Aizawa. The door opens to show Kendo, Shiozaki, Momo, Kyoka, Ochako, Ida, So, and Kirishima charging in to make sure I'm okay. Hey everyone, how are you guys doing? I'm cut short by the first 5 wrapping me in a hug and crying. I hug them back and try to reassure them that I'm okay. Don't ever do something like that again, Deku. I'm with her, I'll kick your butt if you do it again. I want to learn more about you, Izuku, but I can't do that if you get hurt. When me and Shizaki heard what happened to you, we were so scared for you. Please don't scare us like this again. I don't want to see you get hurt, Aizawa. Please don't fight to this point again. My heart can't stand to see you like this. Guess I really should learn to get stronger to keep them from being scared like this. I let them cry into me and get everything out of them before they let go and sit down. Aizawa, thanks for saving me, Ribbit. I don't think I would have been able to survive that. Don't mention it too, it's good to know you're safe and sound. I smile at her as she just turns red. Ah, how enjoyable it is to be young. Recovery girl laughs at this before I'm told that I can leave. Once out of the room, we're met by Todoroki waiting in the hallway with Mom in bandages that makes her look like a mummy. Are you going to be okay to walk, Mom? It's fine, I can see through the bandages enough to know where I'm going. Let's go home, I'm tired. Not going to complain with that. We begin to head out and say goodbye to Ida, So and Kirishima before leaving for home. Once there, Shizuki brought me to the couch to lay on her lap, while the rest of the girls cooked dinner. The feeling of her tender thighs was relieving with her occasional petting of my head. I started to fall asleep and found myself completely out cold until dinner. The rest of the night was rather calm with me going to bed almost right after eating and nothing significant happening. 3 days after the USJ attack, Izuku POV. It's been a few days after the USJ incident, and we all are waiting in homeroom for Mom to show up. The girls weren't exactly happy that I went so far to just win and scolded me the day after along with Mom on how I need to be more considerate on my life and I should never do that again. I look over to see Todoroki stare at me rather intensely. Did I anger her too? I found out by Kirishima that Todoroki was showing some fear for me when she saw me unconscious on the ground. I guess she still cares for me even if she doesn't show it all that well. Morning class. Mom opens the door to show herself covered in bandages. Everyone was kinda scared for her well-being. Ms. Aizawa, are you sure you're alright to move around? My main goal is to teach you kids. Everything else is irrelevant. You still worry me though. You couldn't take a day off to make sure you don't scare anyone with how you look. Things to go over before classes start. First is that the sports festival is coming up in 2 weeks. During that time, you can use the afternoon to train as much as you can to prepare for it. Because of the recent villain attack, we're holding this to restricted authorization of heroines and sponsors only with a camera crew that's been passed by a background search. This is one of the 3 opportunities you'll get to show the world what you can do, so make sure you don't screw it up for yourselves. Second is that UA will become alive on campus. This will happen during the 2 days after the sports festival, and you all will be living in dorms separated by classes. MO- wants me to call her Ms. Aizawa in class? Ms. Aizawa, about the separation by classes? I already talked it over with the school. You and the girls in your HRM will be staying in a different dormitory that's slightly smaller. It'll only be able to house 8 people, so do what you will with that last spot. I sit down after she says this with many eyes glaring at me. Why didn't I ask this later in private? Time skipped to lunch. Ochako POV. The last class before lunch finally ended, and me and the girls were about to walk to lunch with Deku. What the hell? We all look outside to see a bunch of girls lined up looking at us. What's with all the people? Can't you tell, round face? Or are you still fantasizing about the nerds peeping you? They're here to measure up the competition. How rude. At least I get some, unlike a certain bitch who kinda blew her chances like everything else with her quirk. Out of my way, exterm. Bakugo couldn't even finish her sentence when something that looked like mud covered her mouth. Izuku got better at using 2 elements at once after the USJ and found out he can make different elements like mud, mist, etc. The sound of Bakugo shutting up. Music to my ears. Sorry about her, we've been trying to keep her temper under control with no luck. Can we help you all? Seems you're doing well, Bakugo, especially you, Eizu? Hito. The second, a girl with purple hair that looked like she really needed to take a nap, walked up. Deku started to release a scary aura. The girl was staring directly at Deku with the same scary aura he was releasing. Bakugo, do you have any idea who this is? Oh yeah, I forgot. Deku covered your mouth. The one time I wanted you to talk to. We watch as the girl raises her hands to Deku slowly, with him doing the same. Where's the teacher when you need them? As they had their hands raised, they quickly threw them at each other and clapped. Imagine this with Izuku and female Shinso doing it. Eizu? Hito? We were all completely dumbfounded with what we were watching. Ochako, do you know this girl by chance? Not a clue. Looks like patty cake on steroids? Finally! That's the nerd's dim-in cousin Hitomi Shinso. A weird but girl that resembles his undead mother to the letter. Not like you have room to talk. We all start to feel a little better knowing that Deku isn't in a death match with the girl. Eizu, Hito. They stop their patty cake match and enter into a hug. God, it's good to see you again. When Aunt Shoya said you were in the hero course with a quirk, I couldn't believe what I heard and came down here to see for myself. It's great to see you again. I want to introduce you to a bunch of people. Come over here. Deku pulls the girl over to introduce us. Everyone, this is my cousin Hitomi. We used to play together when we were kids. I'm guessing you're all part of Aizen's H? Since Deku didn't have much worry with her, I decided to be friendly with her. It's nice to meet you, Shinso. My name's Ochako Uraraka. I give my hand out for her to shake, but she avoids it and stares at me. The name's Kyokujiro, a pleasure. And I am Momo Yaoyorozu. It is nice to meet some of Izuku's family outside of his mother. She seemed not that happy looking to meet us and held an emotionless face. Don't be rude, Hito, they're nice people. They won't judge you like everyone else did. Everyone else? Did something happen in her past that made her not interact with people well? You'll have to excuse her rudeness. She has a quirk that isn't exactly heroic by nature and developed a chip on her shoulder because of it. We all look at her with a bit of confusion until she tells us what it is. It's a mind control quirk. Basically, I can control your brains to make you do whatever I want if you respond to me when I'm using it. I get a little wide-eyed before shouting, "That's so cool! I wish I had your quirk." She gets a little confused at me. You want a villain's quirk? Quirks aren't good or evil. Your quirk may not have the greatest rep, but it's gotta be great to use if it was a hostage situation or something. She starts to blush a little and hide behind Deku a bit. And nobody ever complimented me on my quirk before besides Eizu. I'm not sure how to react to this. It's okay, Hito. Like I told you, they're nice people. She awkwardly starts to reach her hand out to say hello. Hitomi Shiso, nice to meet you. I shake her hand and we all start coming over and talk with her while going to lunch. At the cafeteria, Izuku POV. So these are the other members of your HRM. Hito looks at Kendo and Shizaki with her emotionless expression and looking at the other three she met. Aunt Shoya told me you had 6. Who's the last? I point to Todoroki, who went to lunch after me and Hito did our hellos. Todoroki completely ignored her and sat next to Momo. Well, she's a pocket of sunshine. She may come off as a bit cold, but she does care in her own way. She looks at Todoroki for a second before turning to me. Oh yeah, Eizu, do you remember our promise when we were 6? Promise? Sorry, I really can't say I do. I start scratching the back of my head trying to find out what it was. Now that's just mean, I was so looking forward to it as well. Deku, what's Shinso talking about? Hito started to glare at Ochako with a bit of agitation. Why do you keep calling Eizu that? I let her, since she thinks of it as a you can do it sort of nickname. Also, I kinda like it if Ochako calls me it since it isn't out of spite like Kaken. You're a little too nice, Eizu. She lets go of her glare and answers Ochako's question. You see, Uraraka, when we were 6, Aiza promised to make me his wife. Both me and Ochako do a spit take when she said this with all of us shouting, that's what I said. But Deku already promised to make me his wife. Hito, we were 6. I honestly didn't even remember it until you said something. Oh, I had a feeling you'd forget. That's why I looked up the current marriage laws regarding our current situation with HRM laws. You are able to have as many wives as you want as long as one of them is part of the main HRM. I know polygamy relationships aren't smiled on in Japan, but let's pretend it's fine for this. We all kinda look at her like she had 2 heads. The point I'm trying to say here is that I'm not pushing to be your number 1, so don't worry about that, Uraraka. But I am pushing to make that promise come true. So why didn't we know about you till now? When we were 7, I kinda brainwashed Eizu into sleeping in the same bed as me with only his underwear on. His mom kinda freaked a little and had me wait to interact with him again till he was knowledgeable on safe SEC, as she said. Jiro just kept the rest of her comments to herself since she wasn't happy with that she was told. Anyway, I gotta head over to meet a teacher about possibly moving in with you all. See you later, Eizu. After Hito says this, shimmy lips and walks away with a bit of a sway. We were all quiet until Shiozaki shouted, "Why are you willing to do that with your own cousin? Isn't that technically NCST?" Not exactly. Everyone but Ochako and Momo were confused with this. My mother is an adoptive mother, which means I have no BLD relation to Hito as far as I'm aware, but that doesn't make what happened concern me a little. I start to shake as all my color fades out of my face. You really need to learn not to be so nice, Aizawa. Not everyone in this world are willing to treat you with the respect you'd give them. That's the sad truth, Todoroki. After school we all start to walk out of the school with our own ideas on how to train going on in our head. If I think about this rationally, my best attempt would be to train with putting OFA in my element manipulation quirk, and training with refining and combining elements. If I can mix my earth, fire and wind together, maybe I can make stainless steel with it. Perhaps if I mix lightning and refined earth, I can make myself a lightning rod as well. Or if I mix my wind with water and lightning, I could create a storm or typhoon-like scenario around me. I was cut off by Todoroki patting my shoulder. Come with me for a little bit. Okay, we say goodbye to the rest of the girls before me and Todoroki walk into town. Why would she so suddenly want to spend time with me? I thought she wasn't exactly one that cared for these things. We walk for about half an hour before coming to a scene with some pro-heroines defeating some villains. Oh wow, I wonder who's part of the capture. We walk up to the scene to see some pros like Death Arms, Edge Shot, and Kamui Woods. Of course she had to be here as well. I look over to see who Todoroki is talking about. Oh cool, it's your mom, Todoroki. Why don't we say hello to her? Let's not, and walk away. I ignore her and shout to get Endeavor's attention. Endeavor! Over here. She looks over to see me and Todoroki, and walks over to us. She looks down at both me and Todoroki and grabs my neck with her fire activated on her hands. Swine, like you should keep your voices to yourselves. The fact that I allowed my daughter to grace your presence shouldn't even happen. Her flames start to get hotter with me starting to need to use my quirk to keep me from being burned alive. Endeavor, we both look over to Todoroki, who has a very angry look on her. Endeavor drops me on the ground and walks up to Todoroki. It seems you've not let your fire side out yet. Living around the man has done absolutely nothing but made you grow a soft spot for him. At least he's willing to put the effort to get to know me. Unlike a certain crude mother of a heroine, she starts to walk away while talking. Just learn to accept your fire half, then you can take your leave from that filthy nest. Todoroki starts shaking with anger while clenching her fist in anger. Sorry if I offended you, Mom. I didn't mean to cause a scene with the both of you. She reaches down and grabs my arm to bring me into a nearby cafe. Hello, how can I help you both? 2 teas, and can I get some ice for my friend's neck? Certainly. We walk over to a booth and sit down. A waiter comes over with the ice and a rag for me. Todoroki puts the ice on my neck where the marks of Endeavor's hand were still there. Sorry about my mother, I hope it doesn't scar. It's okay, it doesn't hurt that ba-. No, it is not okay. She hurt you like my aunt, and she's going to get away with it again. The cafe started to stay quiet with me and her realizing we're talking too loud. Sorry, that was not right to lash out at you over my problems. We stay quiet for a few minutes before she takes the ice off to look at the burn. It isn't that bad, but let's pick up some burn cream on the way home so it doesn't get worse. She puts her hand on her left eye over the scar while thinking about this. Did your mom do that to you? I don't want to talk about it, it's just a waste of breath anyway. I may not understand it as well as you do, but maybe having someone to vent to might help. She sighs and accepts my offer. My mother was rarely around because of her hero work, so my aunt raised me and my 3 sisters almost completely alone. When my quirk activated, my mother saw it as a way to surpass All Might, so she started to train me. She secluded me off from my sisters and put me through bitter training. My Aunt Ray tried to intervene since I was still about 5, but she didn't get far. Todoroki starts to stop when thinking about her aunt. Did something happen to her? One night, I walked in on her talking to my grandmother and having a nervous breakdown. She panicked when she saw me and poured boiling hot water over my left eye. I only listen in horror as she continues. After this, she was committed to a psychiatric ward with what happened. I haven't seen her since, but on that day, I refused to accept my mother's power and chose to become a heroine with only my right half. She starts to get up and look at me. But to accomplish that, I need to show that I can defeat people like you with only my right side. So as of right now, I am declaring a declaration of war against you. I will be the one to defeat you at the sports festival and be on top. She begins to walk away before I spoke up and asked her, the HRM application was that your mother's doing? Yes, she wanted me to see what men are like. She deems men disgusting beings that people like me and her should never interact with if we can avoid it. She told me that once I accept my fire half, I can return home and annul the HRM application. Do you think of me like that? No. You're a nice person that wants the best for the people around you, but that may be your downfall one day. She walks away with me thinking on what she said. How can wanting the best for people be my downfall? A hero's purpose is to help people, so why is what I'm doing considered a bad thing? I sit in the booth for a few more minutes before paying and walking home. The rest of the night was rather quiet. The girls asked about the burns on my neck, but I told them I just lost a bit of control of my quirk during a training session with Todoroki and burned myself. Nobody really bought it, but didn't push the subject any farther. We all sat down and ate and did our own thing afterwards. I decided to go into my room and practice on a small scale on Dome of the combinations that I could do with my elements in combinations when I heard a knock on my door. Deku, it's Ochako, can I come in? Sure. The door's open? Ochako walks in and looks at me with a bit of unease. Something on your mind? She only looks at me a bit before finally speaking. Deku, do you love me? Of course I do. Why would you think I didn't? It's just that everyone is trying to be with you to a point I can barely be around you alone anymore. And after what happened today with Shinso, I felt a little insecure about our relationship a bit. She starts to awkwardly laugh while scratching her head. Sorry about that, Guess I'm a little childish sounding right now. I walk up to her and hug her. You have reason to doubt it as far as I'm concerned, so I want you to know right now. I grab her head and look into her eyes and smile. No matter what happens in the future, I will always hold you in a special place in my heart. No matter who comes into my life, no matter how many women there are, you are and always will be my number one. She blushes and hugs me when I said this. You promise? I promise. She lets go of me and looks at me for a second. Deku, if I win the sports festival, I want you to grant a request of mine. And what might that be? If I win, I want to make a baby with you. I go a little wide-eyed with this comment. What brought this on? When I saw you at the USJ unconscious, I felt so useless that I couldn't help you that day. It made me think if I even had the right to be in your HR. So if I win the sports festival, it'll prove that I'm just as strong as you, Todoroki, and Bakugo. I understand that part, but how does you getting PR Gene and T fall into this? My mom has a bit of debt, and I was wondering if we could use the money from the baby to help her with it. We already get a lot from having 6 people in this, so I was hoping we didn't have any problems with doing that. I only smile at her and pat her head. Why don't we send 1,000 or 2 of what we get from you being in the and send it to her as a way to help? The money's technically yours, so it shouldn't be a big deal. She smiles and nods. Thanks, Deku, but I still want you to promise me the sports festival deal. Alright, but you'll have to be stronger than me for that to happen. We both smile and laugh before she leaves my room. Izuku POV, the day of the sports festival had finally come. For the last 2 weeks, I've been training to a point that I come home and collapse at the door every day getting ready. Today was the day that I would show the world what I can do. Each of the girls had been working strong as well. Ochako had recently taken some martial arts lessons from Kendo to help her. She wants to win as badly as I do. Everyone else had trained their personal skills in ways that they thought were best. Since we don't know what we're up against until the day of, it was a shot in the dark to see what we were dealing with. Right now we're all waiting in our assigned rooms for them to announce us. Alright ladies, any last-minute preparations you need, do them now. We're on in a few. Aizawa, can I say something before we enter the arena? Sure, what's on your mind, Ida? Ida looks at me and bows in front of me. Thank you for what you did the other day. You may have saved my sister's life. What the hell are you talking about, for eyes? I get a little embarrassed by this and try and make an excuse. You see, I kinda helped her sister with carrying a lot of groceries the other day. She lived in a place that makes her go up a lot of steps, so she could have gotten hurt if she tripped and fell. I looked down to Ida and gave her a look that said play along. Oh right, I have told my sister time and again that she needs to move into an apartment that had less stairs. But she never listens. I sigh in relief while I remember what happened. A few days ago, I was walking down a sidewalk when I decided to take a shortcut in an alley. I've always taken this shortcut when I come back from the forest I train in, so I rarely notice any people. While entering, I noticed what sounded like someone talking. I began to cover my head with my hoodie and look over the corner to see what's happening. I notice Ingenium on the ground with a woman over her with a large sword. I take a closer look and saw that it was the heroine killer Stain. Fear not, Ingenium, for your death will usher in a new world that will save this forsaken one. As she pushes the sword down, I used the little control I had of metal to bend the sword sideways. Once I did that, I used my lightning to grab Ingenium and run as fast as I could. We found ourselves in an alley near a crowd of people. This should be safe enough. Are you okay, Ingenium? And who are you and why did you help me? Because it was the right thing to do and someone that I know would be heartbroken if you were to leave her. She looks at me for a second before putting 2 and 2 together. You're the boy, the one with the quirk, right? I smile and nod at her. My sister tells me a lot about you. My name's Tensei Ida, and thank you for being my sister's friend. She may be a little stiff, but she's a nice girl at heart. She is. I learned that after spending a little time with her. I begin to smile while seeing if any of Ingenium's injuries are very bad. Ingenium, are you alright? We lost contact with you. I'm alright. I'll send you my coordinates now. I ran into a little trouble on my patrol. I'm okay, but I can't move and need a doctor soon. We're on our way. Sorry, that was one of my sidekicks. Am I in trouble? Ingenium shakes her head. Ordinarily you would be for using your quirk without authorization. But I never saw the face of my cute little savior. I start to blush a little after she called me cute. You should probably go though. Less trouble for both of us if you do. Right. I nod and run home to avoid any more trouble today. Back to present, I get pulled out of my thoughts when we were given an all clear to enter the arena. Let's make some noise, people, for our first years. The first to enter are the ones to survive the villain attack. UA's own Class 1A. We enter into the arena with Aunt Mike shouting our class into a microphone from the announcer room. After us, she mentioned to every class from Beach. And now, for the announcer of the first years, we have the R-rated heroine Midnight. Aunt Midnight walks up to the podium and starts to speak. And now, to give the opening speech by the school's representative this year. Katsumi Bakugo, please step forward. Oh yeah, she placed first in the entrance exams? A shame they won't offer recommendation students this. It would have been nicer to have you or me Doi Tozaku. Let her have the moment. I would rather not have to do this. I would be a little nervous to do it in honesty. I start to awkwardly laugh while speaking to Momo about this. We all watch as Kaken goes up to the mic and begin to speak. I'm just going to say, I'm gonna win this. Are you freaking serious right now? Most of the people from the other classes started ranting at Kaken for her abrupt statement. Great, now our class is the target of everyone. What did you even see in her before Deku? Starting to wonder that more and more. The only thing I could think was that she didn't say this as her arrogant self. This must be a way for her to push herself. Ahem, now that the opening speech is done, let's begin with our first event. And Midnight motioned to a wheel that spun around and stopped on a single panel. The first event will be an obstacle course. Players will run around the stadium and make their way through special obstacles laid out ahead of them in an attempt to make it back here. The first 42 to complete this will move to the next round. 42, that means over half of us will be eliminated right off the bat. Contestants, take your positions. We all line up in front of the entrance and wait for a timer to tell us to start. Once it shows a green light, we all charge for the entrance. Wait, we all entered in with 4 being a tight squeeze. Then that means I look ahead to see everyone pushing to get ahead of the other. I take a second and use my lightning to jump from wall to avoid the trouble. What the? My legs are frozen. I look up front to see Todoroki freezing everyone's legs and running into the first obstacle. The first obstacle is one we call Robo Inferno. It's the 0-pointers from the entrance exam. We're all gonna die. In an instant, Todoroki freezes every 0-pointer in front of her and charges past them. Sweet, she made a path we can go through between the legs. Wait, don't do that. They're not stable. I watch as a 0-pointer is about to fall on a bunch of people and take drastic action. Wind bullets. I use my control over wind to make several compressed air bullets to attack the falling robot and save a bunch of people. That could have been worse. Get out of my way, shitty nerd. Kaken goes charging past me and gets in the league. I'll just go with wind for right now. It's exhausting going from one to the other at a drop of a hat. I ride a wind current out of the first obstacle and into the next. The next obstacle was a pitfall obstacle, not exactly strong when you can literally fly through the air. I ignore it and just keep booking it to the last obstacle. I land in front of a minefield and watch Todoroki and Kaken go at it in the middle of the field. How am I gonna get past them without having to fight them? I mulled it over for a minute and decided to just book it down the center at max speed. I infused 8% of OFA with my lightning and charged past the obstacle without anyone even realizing what happened until a line of explosions happened from where I ran. Guess I was too fast for them to activate instantly when I stepped on them. But mo's not the time to worry about that. I run into the stadium with Kaken and Todoroki right behind me. And our first place winner is Izuku Aizawa. I stand in front of the stadium of people and raise my right fist in the air to symbolize my victory. Deku, that was amazing. Oh, thanks, Ochako. But that was just luck in the last obstacle. I scratch my head and laugh at how lucky I was that the detonations were delayed a bit for the mines. Don't be modest, you completely flew through the course without a sweat and got first. You were literally like the coolest person ever. Thanks, Ochako, that's sweet of you to say. I start to get a little flustered at her being so avoid eye contact with her. She starts to laugh before coming up to my ear. Don't forget about our little deal if I win. I want you to know that I would have no regrets if we did do that. She the inside of my ear and giggles at this. I go completely red at this with Ochako skipping away to talk to the other girls. Even though she looks like a sweet and innocent girl, Ochako is a SXL demon. My life may be entertaining in the near future. Congratulations to the top 42 that passed the first round. Everyone else, please leave the stadium. But do not worry, for we have some games set up later for you to partake in. Everyone that didn't pass started to leave with unhappy faces. Everyone passes the same way in canon. Alright, let's move on to the next event. The same wheel spun and stopped at a new event before Ant Midnight shouted it out. Cavalry battle. Players will make teams of 3 to 4 players and have 10 minutes to acquire as many headbands as possible from other players. Each headband will have a point value depending on where they scored in the last match. So if you had 42nd, your point value is 5. 41st has 10 and so on. So this is a way for the lower ranks to get a higher score, seems like reality. And the winner of the last event will hold a point value of 10 million. I freeze at this. 10 million. I'm a target with that amount of points. I look over and notice that everyone is staring at me knowing I'm the team to go for. You all have 15 minutes to make your teams, so start making them. I start looking around and try to grab anyone I can. Gotta find a team. Gotta find a team. Gotta find a dash. I'm pulled out of my mumbling by a hand grabbing me and lifting me up. Need a team. I look over to see Kendo, Shiozaki, and Ochako smiling at me. You girls wouldn't mind being on my team. Everyone will be after us because of my 10 million stupid points. It's fine, and besides, it's better to pair up with people you like. Ochako smiles at me with a ray of light making me clench my eyes and ZZ from the brightness. Deku okay? Your face looks weird. I'll be fine. You're just too bright. Shizaki and Kendo just laugh at us. Sorry about that, Aizawa, but you're both just too funny. It is a little humorous. They both don't hold back their laughter while I feel a bit humiliated by my actions. You're both fine with this as well. I'm not kidding when I say we'll be the main target. It is quite alright, Izuku? Did Shizaki just call me by my first name? On one condition, Kendo starts to stare at me with a serious face. You call us by our first names from now on. We're in a relationship with you, so it's only natural, Izuku. Okay, Itsuka and Ibra. In that moment, Itsuka started to get a nosebleed and shouted to the sky. Ibra started kneeling on the ground praying. Dear God, thank you for the gift I have just received and for allowing me to meet Izuku. Please forgive my future actions, for I feel as if I may commit a sin of lust for the gift I have received. Are you both going to be alright? Of course we are. Their sudden excitement was a bit off-feeling for me. Okay, so I think I have a plan to avoid fighting. At the end of the 15 minutes, Fuchiko, you ready? Ready. Itsuka? Just focus on keeping the headband, we got this. Ibra, you are safe in my hands. I get on top of the girls and prepare for the next match to start. I have had a lot of awkward moments up to now, but this is definitely one of the top 3. First is the locker room incident. Begin. The second Ant Midnight gave the green light. Ochako made everyone but her weightless, while I pushed her and us up with my wind. Since I can't use my INDSO wheel for more than one person, Ochako's zero gravity will help tremendously with just needing to focus on moving her. Our goal is to get high enough up so nobody can touch us and wait the game out like that. If someone does get the ability to, Itsuka's fists and Ibra's vines will handle them while I get us away. Hey, what the hell, Aizawa, that's cheating. What were in the lines, and besides, nothing was said about the air. It's allowed. As long as they stay in the lines, the air is fair game. A bunch of people got a bit annoyed at Ant Midnight allowing it. B. It's a bit cold up here. Sorry, but I can't use 2 elements not combined at the same time well right now. Do you mind just bearing with the cold for a few minutes? Everyone just nods. Deku, you're the air beneath our wings. It shouldn't be that strong to deal with the cold for 10 minutes. I get a little red at Ochako's comment and try to focus on if anyone is coming at us. I guess they gave up on trying to dash Deku? I look down and see Kaken charging at us with her quirk. Itsuka, would you do the honors? Against this woman with pleasure, Itsuka grows her fist to the size of a person and holds it up. Inhales begone exploding. Itsuka slams her hand down with force to make Kaken fall back to the ground. Cyril was able to catch her with her tape right before she fell to the ground. That may have been a little too much. Her fault for picking on you for years. Will show no mercy to those who treat my innocent little cinnamon roll like that. And yet I'm not as innocent as you believe? In our eyes you're still really pure for a player. Let's get off this topic and focus. For the entire game, we stayed in the sky with very little attacks to us, until Aunt Mike shouted time was up. In first place we have the team of Aizawa, Kendo, Shiozaki, and Uraraka. Second is the team of Todoroki, Yaesu, Ida, and Kaminari. In third we have Bakugo, Ashido, Shiro, and Kirishima. And in fourth, wait, how did they get fourth? The team of Shinso, Hatsum, Tetsu, doing no difference in the name. Sorry if you hate me for that, and Tokoyami. We head down to the field and wait for Aunt Midnight to tell us what will happen next. And now for the third round, you all will be competing in one-on-one arena battles. Aunt Midnight showed the roster, and who will be facing Aizawa vs Shinso, Shiro vs Todoroki, Shizaki vs Kaminari, Ida vs Hatsumashido vs Kendo, Yoroza vs Tokoyami, Kirishima vs Tetsu, Bakugo vs Uraraka. Who the F is that? You and her pick fights with each other, and you don't even know her name. I look over to Ochako and see her uneasy. I wouldn't blame her. I'll have to face Todoroki if we both win. The third round will not start until after lunch, and some complimentary games for every student if you wish to partake in them. After this, we all had to get some lunch with trying to make plans for what we will do. I already had a plan against Hito, but Todoroki is the one that I'm worried about. She refuses to accept her power, and will go to great lengths to deny her mother. I want to help her, but I don't know how I should. You're the male from the hero course, aren't you? I look over to see a girl in pink dreadlock hair and golden eyes. Yeah, my name's Izuku Aizawa, Mississippi Hatsum, May Hatsum. Future investor of the support course. My goal is to make babies that will make this world a true spectacle. Babies. My inventions are my babies. Truly amazing babies if I do say so myself. Have a look at my superior craftsmanship. She starts pulling random inventions out of nowhere. These are just the tip of the iceberg. If you stick with me, I'll make some babies that will really blow your mind. She starts to grab my while smiling. Maybe you can also help me make a special baby that this world will truly enjoy. Well, you see, I get grabbed by the girls and pulled into their arms. Let's get one thing straight, Hatsum. You need all of our consent to do anything with Deku. Also, nobody gets to make babies with him until I get a bun in my oven. Well, that's a shame. If you ever want to see the babies that I've made, stop by the support course. And as quickly as she came, Hatsum left with little warning. What just happened? The girls dragged me to the table as we ate and got ready for the final event. Alright, ladies, it's time for the third event's first round. On my left, we have the man who defies all odds and is the god of the elements. The heroics department's Izuku Aizawa. And on my right, the woman that really needs a week of sleep. Please welcome General Studies Hitomi Shinso. We both walk into the stadium and give each other a death glare. Hito. We stand in the ring and wait for Aunt Midnight to tell us to start. Begin. We both break our glare and run to each other. Hito, we begin to do our usual greeting of clapping our hands. You mind telling me what we're watching, mummy woman? It's how they say hello, just wait. Aizu. Hito punches me strong in the face and sends me a few steps back. Me next. Me next. Hito. I return her favor with a headbutt to her stomach. As strong-headed as always, Aizu. I love it. Not a bad punch yourself, Hito. We both laugh a little before our little scene is over. Okay, time to get serious, Hito. Right, Kaminari put up a good fight, but came up short when she short-circuited her own brain and was pushed out of bounds by Ibra's vines. So Ibra's vines can act as a protection from lightning-based attacks. I'll have to keep that in mind going forward. Next match was between Ida and the Hatsum girl. Hatsum stepped out of bounds after showing every invention she brought today and making Ida look like a fool. I felt horrible for Ida, but I couldn't help but laugh at her being taken for a joyride like that. Next match started with Itsuka and Ishido. Truly a match I wanted to see. Ishido was keeping away from Itsuka rather well, but couldn't hit her with any acid because of Itsuka's quirk growing her hands and causing wind to push the acid away. Eventually, Ishido made a mistake that made her get a giant hand to the face and knocked her out of bounds. Kendo was so excited that she was jumping for joy. It was definitely a spectacle to behold of the always self-controlled girl. The next match was Tokoemi and Momo. Tokoemi's attacks were amazing, with Momo holding her own rather nicely, but she ultimately lost because she wasn't paying attention to where her footing was and was slid out of bounds before she could do anything. Per Momo, she didn't even get the chance to fight? I look over to see Ochako left already. I got up and made my way to the waiting room. I opened the door to see Ochako really nervous. Want some company, Deku? What are you doing here? I thought you would be watching the matches. Kirishima and the Tetsu girl from Class B are dealing it out right now. Kinda like fighting one rock with another rock that's the same. My bet is that they're not going to decide a winner without a tiebreaker or something. I go over and sit next to Ochako. You nervous? She slightly nods. It's okay, I'd be nervous too. Your fight couldn't be with anyone worse. Kaken always excelled at combat the most out of everything. But if you can get one touch in on her, the match can go a different route. Do you think I can beat her? I place my forehead on hers. If you can touch her once, you can definitely win. Ochako smiles at me before she gets called. Oh, and remember, I'm happy for you no matter the outcome if you give it your all. She puts a thumbs up to me before walking out. Thanks, Deku. I'll see you in the finals. She leaves and heads to the arena with me heading to the stands to watch. I get to the stands right after Aunt Mike announces the two. I use a combination of electricity and wind to enhance my hearing that I found by accident a few days back to hear what they say. I'm just going to say this one slot, drop out now and you won't get hurt. I ain't accepting it midway. Good, because I had no intentions to do either. Ochako took a stance and prepared for the match to start. Guess you like being destroyed or something? Begin. Ochako started charging at Kaken with all her might. Kaken just stood there and waited for her to come at her. Kaken gave her usual right hook to start the fight. Ochako barely dodged it and was going for a touch. Sadly, Kaken used her other hand to blow her back. Ochako stood back up and charged again while keeping low to the ground. Once again she was pushed back by an explosion with a little more power. This continued for a while with the pain visible on Ochako. Ochako is really fighting strong ribbit. Is Bakugo that type of girl? I can't watch this. Tell me when it's over. I watch intensely as one of my girls is in a fight that severely outweighs anything she can face. I was mad about a lot of things in this fight, but seeing the face and hearing the shrieks of pain coming from Ochako was what made my BLD boil the most. Just lay down and accept defeat like the beach you are. This isn't even fun to do. I can't. I need to show people that I can do what I have to. I want to win to fulfill a promise to Deku, and show my mom I can make it on my own in this. I want to prove that I'm worthy to stand by his side. And to do that I can't lose. Ochako charges again to get blasted again, but she stood it out and kept charging. But yet again, she was blasted and sent back this time. Please Ochako, just be okay. That's all I want you to do. I don't care if you win, just be okay. Why are you toying with her? Just finish her off. You're strong enough, why let the girl suffer more than she has to? A heroine stands up and starts booing Kochin for her toying with her. The comment made me so mad that electricity was literally flying off me. Calm down Izuku, you're gonna hurt someone if this keeps up. Who said that? My anger is pulled out by Mom shouting into the mic. If you're a pro heroine, then I suggest you find a different career to follow. The reason why she's keeping her at a distance is because she sees her as a threat. I calm down and watch the fight. Thank you Bakugo for not holding back. Ochako stands up and places her hands together. Because of that I've won. The whole audience looks up at massive amounts of floating rubble from Kaken's attacks. I didn't know how much it was, but I knew something was off with the little amount in the stadium from the attacks. Ochako releases her quirk and has all the pieces fall atop Kaken while charging at her. With this, I'll win and be just like Deku. Kaken puts her hand in the air and releases a massive explosion that turns the broken pieces of rubble to dust. The impact was strong enough that it forced Ochako back and on the ground. I'll admit, that was a bit like one of the nerd's plans. But I'm the one that's gonna be on top. Not some demon male or his slutty girlfriend. Ochako tries to stand up while muttering something. I increase the strength of my enhanced hearing to hear what she's saying. I need to win. I can't prove I can be with Deku. Ochako gets up and falls unconscious while trying to run at Kaken for a last effort attack. Aunt Midnight comes over and announces that Ochako was unconscious and that Kaken won. Everyone felt bad that she lost because of pairing and that Kaken should have held back. But I felt like it was my fault Ochako fought as strong as she did. I rush out of my seat to try and see her. On my way, I run into Kaken, who is really angry about what happened. Oidika, did you put some sort of shitty idea like that in her head or something? If you did, then what happened to he get to the finals, Kochin? She's completely confused before I turn to face her. Get to the goddamn finals so I can pay you back for what you did to Ochako. I give her a death stare before running to the waiting room where Ochako is. Ochako, are you alright? I come into Ochako laughing off her defeat. Yeah, recovery girl patched me up enough. Guess I still have a long way to go till I can beat Bakugo. She smiles slightly at me while scratching the back of her head. Sorry I couldn't keep my promise to you. I could see she was holding back tears in her eyes. I go up and hug her, putting her head in my Z. You don't have to hold back the urge to cry. I won't judge you for it. She hears this and starts sobbing into my Z. It's not fair. I worked so strong to be prepared and I lost against her of all people. I know life is never fair. I clench a fist in my hand knowing just how unfair life really is sometimes. I pull her out of my ZD and look at her square in the face. But you have nothing to be ashamed of. You fought with everything you had. Because of that, you didn't give Kachin the satisfaction of going down without a fight. Everyone out there saw how strong you fought and how you were willing to do everything in your power to win. Because of that, I am truly honored to have you as someone I care for and admire. I embrace her lips as a way to prove my words true to her. Ochako hugs me and goes to a silent sob. In the middle of it, I hear her say thank you to me for what I said. I pat her back while hugging her back to tell her everything is okay. We stay like this for a few minutes before she breaks the hug and heads up to the stands. I'll see you later, Deku. Good luck in your match also. She heads out with a smile on her face to show she has everything out of her now. I smile to myself while I wait for the next match, knowing I made a difference. Once I'm called, I head down to the arena. But before I get there, I run into a familiar face. Endeavor. She looks over and notices me. The useless male that is some use. I'm sorry, but I need to get going. My daughter Hyodo. She has a duty to surpass me and become what I should have been. You will pose as a worthy test to one day surpass All Might. So make sure you push her to ignore that childish notion of neglecting her purpose and my power. I clench my fist in anger by her words. I am not All Might. Clearly. And Todoroki is not you, so drop the notion that she is and let her be herself like a mother should. I walk away before she could comment back. I'll make her accept her fire half but not for you. I'll have her accept it to save herself from the pain she has. Alright everyone, the first match of the second round is about to begin. On my left, the boy wonder who can control the elements himself, the heroics course's own Izuku Aizawa. And on my right, she's the daughter of the number 2 pro heroine, the heroics course's Hyodo Todoroki. I immediately connect the earth to my arms and refine it to a metallic state with some special additions to it. Begin. Right off the bat, Todoroki shoots a barrage of ice at me. I infuse fire in my fists and smash the ice with force that made Todoroki slide back. I don't know much about Todoroki's fighting style. She moves too fast for even me to make an accurate analysis. I also don't know how to control ice yet to do anything about it. But if I stick to my plan, I can maybe help her. But holding back without using OFA is going to give me repercussions without a doubt. I was right to encase my arms in metal beforehand. If I hit that ice with just my fire and fists, I may have broken them on impact. But I still took some damage from doing it, and there's no telling what will happen when the metal gets too hot or cold. She launches another wave of ice at me as I shatter it again. Wave after wave she sent were destroyed each time. However, by the sixth wave, I could feel my knuckles break with my skin tearing under the metal. If I didn't adjust the metal to fit a little more smoothly, I may have torn into muscle by now. Todoroki comes in close and tries to do a close-range attack, but I shoot her back with a burst of fire out of my body. That just seared the cuts in my arms shut by the metal. The smell and sound of my own skin searing shut was almost unbearable. I stand in front of her preparing for her next attack before she starts talking. What the hell are you doing? You're not attacking with anything but fire. Fight me seriously. Not until you give me the same honor. Until you use your fire half, I won't use anything but my fists and fire to fight you. She glares daggers at me with my comment. My mother got to you, didn't she? I had plans to make you accept it today. I understand that you hate her, but denying something you're gifted with is not a solution. Todoroki takes off on a trail of ice and shows slower movements. In response, I use the back of my elbow with no metal on it to hit her in her stomach. She slides back and notices a decent amount of BLD on her shirt. She looks at me and realizes the BLD smeared on my metal arms and the cut on my arm where the metal cuts off. Why are you going so far from me? Your arms are shaking and you're losing a lot of BLD. Just fight me seriously and forget this ridiculous notion of yours. Not until you accept and fight with everything you've got. We're all here fighting with all we have. If you think you can be the number one heroine with only half your power, then you don't think that highly of heroines to begin with. I charge at her and punch away every ice barrage she gives me. I get behind her and elbow her in the back with the elbow without the slice on my arm. This caused the metal to cut my skin for both arms to have a gash in them. The pain was almost unbearable, but I wanted to prove to her something. It's yours, your quirk, not hers. I have to keep a promise I made to someone special to me, but I won't leave someone else that I love suffering like this. So I will make you accept it, even if I have to destroy my own arms to do it. At that moment, something inside Todoroki snapped. Flames started blowing out of her left side with great force. It looked as if she was a roaring flame with no means of stopping anytime soon. You Hyodo! Have you finally accepted your purpose? Endeavor tries to get Todoroki to answer her, but she completely ignores her. You're smiling. In a time like this where you're as messed up as you look to smile from ear to ear like that, you must be crazy. Don't blame me for what happens next. I start to combine every element I have and infuse OFA at its max into one fist. Todoroki creates a giant patch of ice and emits insane amounts of fire with both prepared to clash. In an attempt to stop this, Cementos and Midnight try to prevent us from clashing, but this does almost nothing as our attacks combine and hit each other. Todoroki POV, I get slammed back into a wall and go almost right through it by the sheer force. How did I survive that? These walls have metal beams in them. Midnight looks over and noticed me out of bounds. Todoroki is out of bounds. Aizawa, why? She stops her sentence and covers her mouth with a face of horror. I look over and FO pale, noticing Aizawa with the metal over the arm that attacked completely gone to show his arm bloody and dripping quite a bit to make a decent-sized puddle on the ground. The bones in his fingers were completely visible with them sticking out of the skin. But he held a smile on his face before collapsing backwards. Get a medical team out here now. The match is technically Aizawa's, but due to inability to continue, Todoroki will advance in his place. A medical team takes Aizawa immediately after Midnight says this to Recovery Girl for immediate help. He went that far for me. I start walking to the exit with my mother there to greet me. I see you finally pulled out of this rebellious phase. Guess that man was useful for something after all. Though you lost, we can continue your training now to dash. I didn't accept or pull out of anything. At that moment, you just didn't matter anymore. Whether that is good or bad I can't say yet. I head to Recovery Girl's off ice and open the door with no hesitation. Where's Aizawa? I unintentionally shout this with worry in my voice. Calm down, youngster, he's in the other room. I already treated him, but there's only so much I can do immediately with my quirk. She leads me to a room with him laying on a bed unconscious. I have some other work to do, so I'll leave you to see yourself out when you're done. She leaves the room to the both of us. I sit down in a chair next to the bed and stare at his bandaged arms. You went so far as to destroy your own body to make me accept my fire for myself. You truly are an idiot. In that moment I start yelling his flaws at him. You're an idiot, you get into other people's business, you're too kind and naive, and worst of all, you make people around you worried when you do this. I pause for a moment before I continue, but I don't hate that about you. I actually like the fact you have these flaws since they make you who you are. Thank you, Izuku Aizawa, for helping me. I bend over and embrace his cheek before walking out the door. Izuku POV, well, that was a shock. I knew she may get nicer, but that wasn't what I expected to happen. I start to drift back to sleep with what Todoroki said. Hey, wake up, problem son. Get up or we're leaving you here. I'm up. What time is it? 7 p.m. The sports festival's over. My eyes shoot open as Mom says this. It's over. I bounced up too fast and made the pain in my arms shoot through my body. That's what you get for being an idiot today. Also, don't worry, I had the whole thing recorded for you to watch at home in your free time. Mom starts walking out the door with me trailing behind her. We take her car home with the most awkward silence we've ever had. You're lucky you didn't cause too serious of damage to yourself today. If your injuries were any worse, you could have lost feeling in your arms. You'll have some nerve damage going forward, so be aware that it will be harder to do things that would be easier before. I understand. Mom pulls over for a second. Do you really? I was scared the second I saw Recovery Girl pull off the metal over your arm to see what you did to yourself. I understand that you wanted to help Todoroki, but know where you need to stop and accept your limitations. If this is what I should expect from you, willing to be a hero, then please don't be a hero. It hurt. It hurt seeing my own son like that. I see tears come out of her eyes as she said this. I'm sorry, I promise I won't do anything like this ever again. You better, because Recovery Girl already told me that she won't heal these injuries ever again. She pulls out of where she parked, and we headed home at that. We parked the car and walked up into the house before Mom stopped to say something. I don't condone the method, but nice work helping Todoroki accept herself. Don't expect me to say this again if you do the same thing. I smile a bit knowing I got through to Todoroki from what I did. Once Mom opened the door, I was almost tackled by everyone bombarding me with questions on if I'm alright. I reassure them that I'm okay even though none of them believed me. I accepted this and went inside for us all to enjoy dinner together. We all sat down and talked about what I missed when I was out. Apparently Todoroki got second and Itsuka tied for third. Both lost to Kaken's relentless assaults. Ibra lost to Ida by being pushed out of the ring before she could do anything. Kinda a pity I couldn't watch these firsthand. I guess I owe you three a favor, so how about I oblige to one demand no matter what it is? And once I'm healed enough, everyone can punch me really strong once for scaring them the way I did. Nobody really argued and nodded. Tonight you sleep in my room then. Okay, I don't argue with Todoroki's request and agree to it. Then tomorrow you'll spend the entire day with me. We all look at Itsuka and question mentally since tomorrow's Friday. Not a problem. What about you, IBA? Would you mind if I hold on to it for a little bit? Totally fine. We all go back to eating and talk about the moving into dorms in the next few days. Once dinner was done, and we were all cleaned up, I went upstairs to change into something comfy to sleep in before heading to Todoroki's room. I decided to get a plain white t-shirt and some dark green shorts that I like to sleep in regularly. Once done, I made my way down the hall to her room. Knock knock, Todoroki, it's me. Can I come in? Doors open? I enter in to see that the room is old Japanese style with tatami mats and everything. What's wrong? How? Just how did you change the interior this much? I worked strong. You don't just work strong for this. The room is literally something completely different than all other rooms in the house. I was way too tired to fight and yawned in exhaustion. You look like you're still really tired. My attention goes to Todoroki. She decided to wear some red and black checkered pajama shorts with a dark gray shirt that fit rather loosely on her. Kinda. It's really just the side effects of my quirk. I see. She starts looking at my bandages with a sad look on her face. So I don't feel bad for a decision I made. It was my idea to do this to myself. It may have been to help you, but you are not responsible for it, nor do I blame you for it. I go up beside her and hold her left hand. If breaking my arms would mean I could help you or any of the girls here, I would do it in a heartbeat, and as many times as it takes until it helps. So please don't feel bad for my decision. She only looks at my arms before looking me square in the face. You're an idiot, Aizawa. Not the first time I'm called one. I start to lie down on Todoroki's bed while she gets the lights. She nuzzles up to me and avoids putting any pressure on my arms. Does it still hurt? Kinda, but only when I put too much pressure on them. We lie there for a few minutes before Todoroki moves her head to look at my face. Did you mean what you said about me being someone you loved when we fought? Of course. You girls coming into my life are some of the best things that happened to me. If I had the option to do everything over, I would try and meet you all sooner to give us more time together. She puts her head down in my hesi after hearing this. Shudo. I'm sorry. Call me Shudo from now on. You call everyone else by their first names, so it's only fair. I smile at her and pat her head. Only if you call me Izuku from now on. She nods and forms a smile from what I could see. Good night, Izuku. Good night, Shudo. We both close our eyes and let our minds slip out of consciousness. So for those who wondered this, I didn't do a part of my Neta and Kaminari tricking Izuku because it wouldn't make sense in my opinion. Izuku would have seen the sports festival done almost every year up to now to know that there's no weird thing that he has to do without his mother telling him. He's too trusting but not that gullible. Also, Kaminari heard Izuku say that it's a shock Aizawa didn't expel anyone, so messing with her son may not be too high on her list. Kaminari's an idiot, but not a big enough one to push the wrong buttons for the worst people too. Allow me to first explain why some people ship this, since I know this is kinda one of those that people don't really get. Izuku is the innocent class cinnamon roll that's rather shy. Kendo is the big sister of the class B who is rather caring for everyone. As to an image, they would make a cute couple with personalities that would clash rather nicely. If Izuku was bullied by Monoma or Bakugo, Kendo would step in and defend Izuku by karate chopping them in their necks. Their reactions to things are very different to a point. They're like bipolar opposites, so they'd be cute to interact with. Though they've never done it one-on-one yet, that would be something interesting to see in future canon if Horikoshi ever does it. Izuku POV. I wake up to the feeling of something being on top of me. I look down, and see Shudo latched onto my he's laying on top of me. Todoroki, why are you on top of me? I'm in, call me Shudo. Sorry Shudo, but why are you on top of me? Because I wanted to snuggle and not hurt your arms? She answers me with no real emotion with an isn't it obvious face. I look at her eyes and notice how innocent they are while she says this. CRP? She's so adorable. No, don't think those thoughts. I'm not a pervert. She sees my flustered face and starts to giggle a little. Guess Ochako was right, you are really cute to tease so early in the morning. She my lips after saying this and gets up. By the way, that was my first embrace. I go completely red with steam coming out of me when she says this. She only laughs at my innocent reaction before I get up. I say my goodbyes to Shudo before heading to my room for some clothes to wear. How'd sleeping with Shudo go? I look over to see Ochako in a plain t-shirt with a panda face and tan short shorts. Wait, you're on first names with Shudo? Yeah, we just didn't do it in front of you until you both were as well. I only just started using her first name. How did you dash? We listened. Who's we? All the girls. We were rather touched when you said the part about breaking your arms to help us. I bang my head on the wall while Ochako laughs at me knowing they heard everything I said. But please Deku, don't ever do what you did at the sports festival again. It scared all of us when we saw what happened to you because of it. We don't want to see that again. I don't want to see that again. She looks at me concerned with eyes holding in the urge to cry. I promise, what I did at the sports festival is the last time I will hurt myself like that. Ochako hugs me with being mindful of my arms before heading downstairs for breakfast. I need to make sure I never do this again. If anything, so I don't break their hearts unintentionally, I head in and grab a decent pair of black jeans with a green t-shirt before putting it on and heading downstairs. Once I'm down there, I'm met with the pleasant smell of French toast and eggs. Who cooked today? It smells delicious? I did. I look over to see Atsuka in a pair of tan shorts and a yellow shirt with an apron on. Really does smell nice? Hyodo comes behind me and grabs a plate of breakfast and some orange juice before going to sit down. I follow her lead and grab a plate of my own with a cup of coffee. Once I sit down, Atsuka takes the seat left of me with Momo taking my right. I take a bite of my breakfast and truly admire the crisp yet pleasantly sweet taste of the French toast and the fluffiness of the eggs. This is really tasty. Who taught you to cook, Atsuka? Self-taught? Impressive. I look at her hands and notice a few burns on her. I grab her shoulder and bring her close to me. You really didn't have to go all out like this. It's fine, I wanted to. You're also not one to judge right now. Mr. Break his arms in a heartbeat. Why did I know that was gonna come up? I brush the comment off while everyone starts laughing at this. Once breakfast is over, Atsuka runs upstairs and comes down in a white dress that has some frills near the bottom and a black L-chair jacket. Come on, Izuku. I have you all to myself today, and I won't waste a single moment. Okay, then I'll see you all later. I say this as Atsuka wraps me in her enlarged hand and lifts me up as we head out the door. So where do you want to head first? Let's head to the aquarium. I hear they have a new exhibit on penguins with some babies in it. You know, I heard that too. Apparently they still look like cotton ball with beaks. We start to laugh at the image of penguins young enough that they look like cotton ball. Oh, also, can you put me down now? Sorry. She puts me down and takes my arm with caution not to put much pressure on it while we head to the aquarium. Once there, we look at all the exhibits with care not to miss a single one. I got a little nervous when I noticed a giant bull shark that they had that could eat my arm and swim away with ease. Atsuka thought it was hilarious that I was scared of the notably large finned fiend. We both liked the little scene of the baby penguins that were so small compared to their mothers. Kinda reminded me of Mom when I was a kid, since I was always in her sleeping bag when she took me to UA when nobody could sit for her. Atsuka was a personal fan of the shallow pool exhibit with some smaller fish we could stick our hands in and pet. She was happy about seeing a starfish in here and spent the most time admiring how it felt in the water. The time came for us to leave, with Atsuka leading us out with some uncertainty where to head next. I noticed a store that had clothes that seemed up her alley, so I suggested it. Hey Atsuka, wanna check out that store over there? She sees the store and notices the rough and tumble elixir jacket that suits her nicely in the window. Nah, how about this one? She points to a rather girly store that I've never seen her wear the types of clothes in it before in all the time I've known her. Okay, I follow her into the store, but could tell she really wanted to go check out the other. We look around for about an hour until she picks out a few dresses that honestly didn't fit her style much. She heads into the changing room to try on one of them with me sitting outside. What do you think? She opens a changing room to show me a hot pink dress that was made to show off her curves and was one for people that took more interest in a feminine image. On Momo it would be nice, but it doesn't fit your style much. I think it looks cute. I lie to keep her from being discouraged, since she normally never wears these things. Well, if it isn't the tomboy Kendo. We look over to see a girl with blonde hair, pure white skin, and wearing rather feminine clothing. Hey there, Narashi, what's up? Nothing really. I'm surprised I found you in this store though. If you haven't guessed, this store is for people that are ladylike. Tomboys like you don't fit here. If you're looking for the bikers section, it's down the street. It's Tsuka. I noticed the girl's words hurt her rather deeply. She starts heading into the changing room to put her original clothes on. I wait there for a few seconds before the blonde girl comes up and starts touching my feet. Why don't you ditch the tomboy and hang out with me? I can guarantee that I'm a way better girl to be around than her. I take her hands off me before I answer her. I'm sorry, ma'am. The offer is tempting, but I respectfully decline. I came here with Atsuka, so I'm staying with her. You're serious? The girl's a tomboy. Why hang with the likes of her when you can have a real woman? I don't understand. The only real woman I've seen in the last few minutes is Atsuka. This comment made the girl get infuriated. Oh, and by the way, honey, Your roots are showing. She realizes this and runs out of the store to the nearest hair salon to my assumption to get her roots done. That's what you get for messing with my girl. I go over to the changing room and knock on the door. Itsuka, Ryokai. The girl's gone now, so you don't have to worry about her. Why did you allow me in your HR? Because you're a nice girl and a friend of Momo's that she trusts and admires. But why? I could tell she's saddened by what she said. I take a minute before I put my back on the door and answer. Do you remember back when we first met? I was not in the greatest state of mind and was willing to make a bad decision that may have hurt everyone I cared for in the process. You helped me out of that position. Don't love and admire you for any form of stereotypical femininity. I admire you for not being afraid to be you. You're strong, dependable, someone who can offer great advice and a good friend. But more importantly, because you are who you are. I start to hear some silent crying from the inside of the door before she says something. I have one stop that I want us to make after this. Okay, where is it? Somewhere that will make me know you're telling the truth. She walks out and puts the clothes back where she found them. She grabs my arm and pulls me out and down the street. Asuka, can you loosen your grip a bit? It kinda hurts. Sorry. She loosens it a bit to relieve me of the pain I'm feeling. We make our way to her destination that she wanted. I look up and realize something. You know this is a LVHDL, right? We're going in. You don't have to do this if you don't want to. We can always do this some other time. She shakes her head saying she has her mind set on this. Third person P.O.V. Lemon warning. Lemon, Izuku and Itsuka check in and make their way up to their room. They open the door and see a rather moderate-looking room with a bed in the middle with door leading to a bath. Not a bad image for something like this. Not like I've seen the inside of one of these in my life. Itsuka takes out the BRDHCNTRL that she was given a while back and takes one with some water she got from the front counter. So how does this start? Izuka comes out of his train of thought on the room and focuses back on Itsuka. Well, it might be best if we start with embrace. Itsuka comes up and Izuka's lips with a bit of force. Izuka realizes her shakiness and holds her waist and the back of her head as a way to calm her a little. She starts to relax enough for Izuka to start putting his tongue in for a more passionate embrace. His tongue swirled around Itsuka's mouth to explore her uncharted territory, marking every crevice as his own as he travels over it. Once they parted, they held a trail of spit connected to their mouths. Itsuka held a dazed look, but continued with pulling off her jacket and pulling the straps of her dress down to reveal her bandage to Suzuka. Looks at her choice of undergarments with slight confusion. Why did you use bandages? He wouldn't fit in the dress even with a BR. So I pushed them in and tied them to help. She starts to unwrap the bandages to reveal her bare city to Izuku. Her bub, though slightly smaller, were almost the same size as Momo's with a slightly more vibrant pink on her nipples. Izuku tried not to stare, but was notably aroused by the way they swerved and giggled in front of him. It's a little embarrassing alone. Can you take your shirt off as well? Izuku comes out of his mind to pull off his shirt to reveal his tones easy to her. Itsuka just looked in amazement on the muscular image in front of her. She began to walk over and feel how toned her was for herself. She pressed her body all over so feel every muscle and memorizing the feel and shape of each one. In this time, Izuku was able to feel how soft Itsuka's body was. Her toned arms and stomach gave him a feeling of satisfaction knowing that it would cave yet give resistance when given tension. Her melons were a different story. They were soft and held little resistance as they caved to match the shape of his body wherever they were pressed against. Itsuka eventually found her way to his and noticed the tent forming. Looks like someone's enjoying themselves. Izuku could only hold a small blush from the pleasantry he was feeling. Itsuka unbuttoned his and pulled them down with his boxers. The result caused her to get hit in the jaw by Izuku's crotch. She noticed the size and just marveled at it. She could tell that it was easily over a foot long with girth larger her wrist. I guess Yamama wasn't joking with her comment on the size. She tries to pull herself out of her daze to start stroking his PP with her hand barely able to wrap around the thing as she starts pumping it with force. Izuku starts to grunt slightly at the feeling until Itsuka gets an idea. She grows her hand larger to wrap fully around it to give Izuku an experience he has never felt before. The feeling of a hand being able to fully wrap itself around him. The feeling made Izuku fall into pure bliss as Itsuka kept stroking with no longing to stop. She begins putting the head in her mouth. The feeling was becoming too much for Izuku to handle. Itsuka, I'm gonna come. Izuku could barely squeak this out as Itsuka looks up at him and motions him to do it. Izuku sprays his load inside her mouth with force to make Itsuka jiji, and cough out some of his semen on the floor with the rest shooting onto her face. Sorry, okay? Yeah? Just a little shocked by the amount. Izuku picks Itsuka up bridal style and lays her on his lap with her back turned to him. He begins to pull up her dress to show her pure white underwear that had a little dampness near the center. Someone's enjoying herself. Shut up. Itsuka playfully elbows Izuku in the gut, while he laughs and takes her underwear off. He brushes over her CLT and feels for her entrance. Once found, Izuku puts 2 of his fingers in and gauges her reactions. The attempt was a tad harder for him due to his injuries, but Itsuka was enjoying every second of it. Once he discovered the areas she was more sensitive to, Izuku focused all his attention on these parts to put her in joy. He began to increase his speed and insert another finger to push Itsuka over the top. And it right there? A little more. Izuku added his 4th finger in and made Itsuka reach her celimex. She screamed in pleasure as she sprayed on Izuku's hand and dampened the bed sheets. Breathe, breathe, God, that felt good. Izuku just holds a smirk while he looks at her relieved face. Glad you liked it. Itsuka gets pulled out of her trance when she feels something rub her butt and pages. She looks down and sees Izuku at full mass again between her legs with longing to go one more round. Izuku gets pushed on his back with Itsuka adjusting herself to face him and dangle over his pages. You don't have to take the lead. I could dash, you are still hurt. Just lay back and let me do the work. Trust me, I've been practicing for this. Itsuka starts to descend down to push Izuku's head inside her. The action was a tad harder than she originally planned, but she was holding her own as she got the head in and about half his length in before hitting a snag. I'm stuck. Izuku grabs her hips with holding back the urge to slam her down with all his might. I'm gonna push you down. You ready? Itsuka only nods as Izuku pushes with some force to get past her blockage. Itsuka screams in response as BLD begins to trickle down Izuku's PP and on his pelvis. He stops pushing immediately when he sees this. Not yet. Itsuka says this through her teeth as she pushes deeper in and gets the last of Izuku's PP in her. The bulge on her stomach from Izuku's PP was apparent. She starts to move slowly with it shown on her face. She is in a great deal of pain. After a few in, Izuku stops her. It's okay to take this slowly. I don't want you to feel nothing but pain for your first time. Don't treat me like I'm weak. Itsuka looks away from Izuku with agitation to what was just said. I'm not treating you like you're weak, but even the strong can be weak in front of those they care for. You've helped me learn this. Izuku Itsuka's lips and puts his forehead on hers. Starts to hug him and let tears out. Even when I'm forcing you to do this, you're still so kind to me. Why do I get to be with you? Because you're amazing to me. Izuku hugs her back and holds it for a few minutes. I should be good now if you go slow. Izuku nods and pulls her up some before slowly letting her go back down. He continues this for a few minutes until Itsuka gets used to the feel. Once she starts to show signs of enjoyment, Izuku starts to increase his speed to add a little more pleasure for the both of them. Itsuka starts to feel the sudden increase in speed and begins to stick her tongue out a bit with satisfaction for what she feels. Izuku notices this and keeps building speed. After a few minutes, Izuku gets to a point where he can hear his pelvis slam into Itsuka's thighs and the damp moistness of their bodies conjoined. Itsuka is at a point where she just can't hold back her shouts in pleasure and lets her voice be heard. Izuku starts to feel himself get close to his end and warns Itsuka. Itsuka, I'm getting close inside. I want to feel what everyone else does. Izuku accepts her offer and deep in her, the force and amount started to force a larger bulge to happen in Itsuka's stomach. She felt nothing but pure bliss as her eyes began to roll back in her head and grip Izuku's as like it was life or death. She passes out from the intense pleasure. Izuku pulls out and lays Itsuka on top of him before joining her in a small nap himself. Izuka POV Lemon and Lemon. I wake up an hour later with Itsuka still unconscious on my seat. Guess it was a little too much for her. She starts to flutter her eyes and wake up to me staring at her, morning sleepy head. You feeling better now? Itsuka nods at me and smiles. Yeah, can't really move right now though. It happens to everyone on their first time, don't worry about it. I laugh a bit while she puts her head back on my Izuku. Is it really fine for me to be with you? Compared to Momo and the others, I'm probably the most unfeminine out of all of them. And who said I wanted you to be feminine? I said before that I loved you more because you are you, not someone like that plastic fake blonde from before. I'll prove this to you as many times as I can until I finally get through to you. I look down at Itsuka, who has tears in her eyes. You really are an idiot, but that's why I love you. She my lips before we just lay there and talk until she can move again. So that girl, she was an old classmate? Unfortunately, I was not really into the girly stuff that everyone else in my old school was, so I kinda got picked on for it. The only real friend I actually had was Yamamo from when we were like 6. Everyone else kinda avoided me with no real attempt to know me for who I am. She starts to lose a smile when she says this. I think you look nicer when you don't try to be into girly stuff. She looks at me a little confused. You might look cute in the image, but that isn't you. The Itsuka I know is a fan of a nice pair of jeans with Ultiger jackets. Isn't afraid to get dirty and is willing to help those she can. I put my hand on the top of her head and start patting her. To me, the real Otsuka is 10 times more attractive than a girly acting one. She stays quiet for a few minutes before she starts laughing. You really couldn't help but say the most corny line possible, could you? If that was any more corny, I would expect husks to come out of your ears. She keeps laughing at me until she wraps her arms around me and hoists herself up to be face to face with me. But I don't exactly hate that. To me that means more than you think. Even if it is a little cliché. She my lips before realizing she can start walking again. We head into the bathroom to clean up and change before returning our key and heading out. We start walking down the street before the same girl from before stops us again. Hey Kendo, what do you think you're doing clinging to the male like that? He's for women, not tomboys like you. Just ignore her, Itsuka. She's not worth it? She grabs onto my arm as we try to walk away. Oh, now I see it. The only male in Japan is a loser who can't differ between what's cute and not. What a pathetic little dash. How Itsuka stops her comment with a punch to the face. You can make fun of me, but I won't stand by and let you make fun of Izuku. Next time you try this, a punch to the face isn't gonna cut it. She glares at the girl with notably angry eyes before cracking her knuckles and shouting, Talk HT about my boyfriend again and I'll kick your butt. She puts her arm around my waist with me doing the same before walking home. En route, we grab a burger or two since Itsuka and me haven't had lunch yet. We start talking for a few minutes before I remember something. Itsuka, what did you mean before when you said you practiced for it? Itsuka swallows the food that's in her mouth before answering. Momo gave me something to help me when the time came. I stopped for a second to think about it, and kept walking after I realized what it was. Once we make it inside the door, we're greeted with the sight of Momo and Shudo talking about how they could get stronger moving forward from the sports festival. They stop and notice Itsuka and me walking with her face rather happy heading to her room. Guess you had a nice day, Izuku? Shudo mentions this before taking a sip of her tea. I smile a bit before I answer her. You can say that? I walk into my room and grab some training clothes and something to write with before going outside to practice my element manipulation. Izuku POV, I start to wake up to a pleasant feeling between my legs. That feels nice. I start to open my eyes to see a plump but with dark pink panties right over my face. What the? I jump up a little too fast and go directly into it. I pull my face away to see Ochako and only her underwear above me. Ochako, WB, what are you doing in my bed? She pulls me out of her mouth and looks over at my face. I came to wake you up. But I saw that only this half was awake, so I thought I'd get while the getting's good. Giggle, you're so lively in the morning, I couldn't help it. She smiles at me before turning around to face me. But since you're up, how about we start the day with a little fun? Maybe we should get ready. Someone might come in if we do it now. And just like that, the door opens to Mom walking in. Izuku, it's time to get up. I need to head to you to get things ready for Tomer. Mom notices Ochako straddling me with very little on and my irking behind her. She shuts the door before speaking again. I'm heading to the school to get the dorms ready and won't see you until tomorrow. Don't go crazy with having S.E. And make sure you get to the dorms on time tomorrow. I hear her walk away and put my head in my arms. An hour later I finish helping Shudo clean the dishes from breakfast and walk out to the couch to watch Momo and Kyoka play Smash Brothers. Taste my arrows, Momo. I'll take your arrows and tee you up and spit you out thanks to Kirby? They both were pretty deep in the game and were evenly matched. Momo unfortunately got hit off the ring and lost at the last minute. Yeah. Triforce power rules. Kyoka gets up and starts cheering at this. Ah man, I almost had you too. I start to smile at this until I get a tap on my shoulder. I look behind me to find Ochako with one of my t-shirts on. Hey Ochako. What's up? The girls and me are going to the beach. You wanna join in? I smile at her and answer. Sure. When are we leaving? In about an hour. We'll be heading to Dagoba Municipal Beach. After saying this, Ochako heads upstairs to get ready. I get up and go find my swim shorts since it's been a while since I last went to a beach. At the beach, wow. It's so pretty. Kyoka leans on a metal bar to admire the image. Wait, wasn't Dagoba Beach an illegal dumping site not that long ago? Ibra was a little confused at this until Ochako says what happened. It was, but thanks to a single person it's not anymore. Who cleaned it? Deku. Everyone looks at me completely confused. I needed to find a way to get stronger with my quirk. So I cleaned the beach and got stronger at the same time. How long did it take you? About 5 months? Everyone but Ochako were astonished at this. Come on Deku, let's go find a nice spot? Ochako grabs my arm and pulls me to find a spot with everyone else following behind. Once we find one, everyone takes off their shirts to show their swimsuits. Ochako had a black and pink bikini with some frills on her bottom piece. Kyoka has a bright yellow one on with some orange tints near where it ended and a similar style as Ochako's on her bottom piece. Momo and Itsuka had a similar tight-fitting two-piece with the only difference being that Momo's was red and Itsuka's was blue. Ibra had a school swimsuit on that even though wasn't sexually appealing so to speak, suited her rather nicely in my opinion. Todoroki's was a red and white tie-dyed two-piece with a removable skirt piece that was the same color. Once we settled in, Itsuka, Momo, and Kyoka went into the water to swim and play a bit. Ibra and Shudo went for a walk to admire the look of the beach more. Me and Ochako decided to relax and take in the nice feelings the sunny day we had. Man, this feels nice. Good thing Recovery Girl healed the last of my injuries yesterday. We lay there for a few minutes until a shadow blocks my sun. Get up, we have unfinished business, nerd. I open my eyes to see Kachin in an orange and black two-piece directly above me. Can't this wait until tomorrow? I was actually content with what I was doing, Kakin. Get up, you nerd, you owe me a fight. At this point, Ochako gets out of her comfort to the sound of Kakin shouting. Seriously, Bakugo, can't you wait until tomorrow or something for this? Deku just had the last of his injuries healed yesterday, and is trying to enjoy our last day before going to the dorms. Keep out of this, UF slot. I start to get annoyed at her now. Okay, but would you mind moving a bit to the side about, oh I don't know, 7 footsteps to the right? She does this and looks at me. Okay, now you might want to look behind you. What the foo blubbed? She gets pulled into the water by a small tidal wave I made to get her out of our hair. I forget sometimes that you're a knockoff version of an avatar. I pull Ochako's head onto my settee and lay back. I think I'm a little better than a knockoff version if you want an honest opinion. We both start to laugh at this before lying down for another hour. Once everyone came back, I pulled out a basket with sandwiches for everyone. Okay, I got a ham and cheese for Kyoka. Thanks. A chicken salad sandwich for Otsuka. Thank you. 1 turkey and ham for Ochako. Thank you, Deku. A tuna sandwich for Shudo. Thanks. A lettuce, tomato, cheese, and beet sandwich for Ibra. Thank you very much, Izuku. Turkeys and cheese for Momo. Thank you. And last but not least, my meat sandwich. We sit on towels and enjoy our little meal when a familiar face to me comes up to us. Izuku, how are you? It's been way too long. I look over and see Ms. Bakugo with Kaken behind her. Hi Ms. Bakugo, I'm doing well. How have you been? Quite well. She sees the girls and starts to smile a bit. It looks like you've been busy. I start to blush a little. Maybe a little? Oh nerd, you still owe me a fight? Katsumi, be nice? Ochako gets close and whispers in my ear. Deku, who's this? Mitsuki Bakugo. Kaken's mom and a friend of my mom. I don't see the resemblance, don't tell me what to F do, old hag. Don't call me AF hag, you runt. Ms. Bakugo hits Kaken and starts a shouting match with her. We all watch as this goes on for a good 10 minutes until Ochako whispers in my ear again. I see it now. I nod and continue watching. After a few more minutes, Ochako grabs my arm and pulls me away to take a walk with her. We walk down the beach for a few minutes until we reach a small indent in some rocks. Sorry if that was a little too loud for you. Both of them are kinda a duo that you don't want to get between. It's okay, I just wanted to talk to you privately for a little while. We head into the indent and sit in the sand to talk. If I asked you for a baby, Deku, would you want one? I look at her a bit confused. I wouldn't mind, but I don't want to take your future as a heroine away if I can avoid it. Why do you ask? I've stopped taking Barchianshiro. So if we were to have SEC now, we could have one. I'm not saying that I will stop at nothing for one, but I'm not saying that if you did want to make a baby, we could right now. A baby with Ochako. I start to think about the image of us as a family to be and the image of a little girl with shaggy green hair, or a boy with brown hair. The thoughts were pleasantries, to say the least. Deku? Sorry. I was a little stuck in a fantasy about the future. Ochako smiles at me and hugs me. At least I know you're thinking about that. I start to hug her back and lay on the sand. We stay here for about a minute before Ochako speaks up. Deku? Yes? Let's do it here. I look at Ochako until she says something I'm not saying, getting me PR Jin and T. I just want to know that you're still attracted to me. I start to laugh at her a bit, and what's so funny? I point downward to make her understand. I've had this since you hugged me. She looks down and has a mischievous smile on her. You perv? Says the girl who wants to do it on a populated beach. I lock lips with her and change our positions to be on top of her. Third person POV. Lemon warning. Lemon. Izuku began passionately. Ochako with his hands going under her top and German G her melons. Ochako started to add her tongue and began to wrestle with Izuku's. Izuku won and started to explore her mouth with leaving no crevice untouched. Once the pulled away, a few strings of saliva were left to connect them. Ochako started to feel rather flustered and decided to fade into the feeling of being dominated by her lover. Izuku began to lift up her top to reveal her plump melons and supple needles. Izuku starts to stare at Ochako's dazed face and smiles. No matter how many times we do it, I always love seeing this face on you. Shut up, you perv. Izuku starts to laugh until Ochako goes into his swim trunks and grabs his pages. It seems someone got a little too confident in himself. Ochako looks at Izuku's face of pain and smirks at him. Izuku takes the hint and lifts Ochako to be in front of him. He takes his right hand and goes under her bottom piece and starts fingering her. Already wet? Were you hoping for this from the start? Ochako blushes and looks out to the ocean. It's seawater. I'm not that much of a pervert. Izuku starts rubbing his fingers inside her, making sure to hit the spots he knows she feels the most out. Seawater wouldn't be this deep inside. You also are rather pervy, my little machi. Izuku starts rubbing his fingers harder to make Ochako feel it more. She begins to hum louder as the feeling begins to topple over her. But just as she was about to seal mix, Izuku stops moving his fingers to make her look at him. Why'd you stop? I won't let you come until you tell me the truth. You were wanting this to happen, weren't you? Izuku starts rubbing his fingers again and stopping when Ochako started to get close. Deka! You know what will end this. Izuku continues the process of letting Ochako get close to her limit and denying her about another 4 times until she finally admits it. Okay, fine. I didn't want this to happen. I wanted you to take me here and trace every part of my unprotected insides with your seed. Good girl, Now here's your reward. Izuku went as strong as he could fingering Ochako. She could only feel absolute bliss as his fingers finally pushed her over the limit and making her come all over them. Izuku takes his fingers out and looks at the fluid on them. Seems I went a little overboard with teasing you. Ochako gets up and stumbles over to a rock beside them. She pulls down her bottom to show her bare butt and PP and sticks it out in front of Izuku. I want it. Izuku gets up and drops his shorts when he gets behind Ochako. He puts his PP between her legs and gently rubs it over her soaking nether region to tease her a bit more. So you're serious about the SSC on the beach? Quite the pervert you are. Do you hate perverts? Izuku starts to stare at her before putting his head over her entrance. If it's you, then not one bit. Izuku slams his entire PP inside Ochako to make her scream in pleasure. The indentation of his member was apparent on Ochako, as the shape was visibly shown in her stomach. He began to move and pull out until it was just the head inside. Once near the end, he slams it back in with everything he had. Ochako had to keep her hands over her mouth to keep her shouts under control to now ours any suspicion. Deku, you're gonna get us caught. Try to not do it so rough off the bat. Gotcha. Just wanted to have a little fun with you. Ochako puffs her cheeks at this until she obtained an embrace from Izuku as an apology. Izuku started to move into her slowly and at a steady pace. Ochako started to feel absolute bliss as her insides were being filled by Izuku's pages. He continues to move for a few more minutes before he speaks up. Ochako, I'm gonna come. It's okay, do it wherever you'd like. Izuku starts to pull out and points it at Ochako's butt. He starts to slide it a few seconds before a steady stream of cum shoots out of it and covers Ochako's plump butt and back with it. Ochako looks back and frowns a little. I guess I won't be getting PR gin and tea today. Not yet? Izuku gets close to Ochako's ear before whispering into it. But tomorrow when we're done unpacking, be prepared to christen your new bed with cum inside you. Ochako starts to blush and notices something hot on her thigh. She looks down and notices that he's still irked. Wanna go for another round? Izuku nods with Ochako turning around. Izuku grabs her thighs and lifts her up to put her entrance over his PP again. I forget how strong you are sometimes. Izuku nods and lowers Ochako down to put himself inside her again. Izuku starts to move into her and adjusting his hands to grip onto her butt. Ochako started to lose herself to the feeling and held onto Izuku for dear life. Her melons were forced into Izuku's face, which made him nibble on them to add to her pleasure. Ochako was with uncontrollable longing as both her melons and PP were being attacked to give her as much pleasure as she could handle. Her eyes started to roll back in her head and just went with the feelings she was having. After a few minutes of Izuku's non-stop, she felt him grow a little bigger inside her to indicate he was close. Izuku, finish in my mouth. Izuku happily agreed and pulled out of her to place her on the ground. Ochako got on her knees and deep-throated his PP and on it as strong as she could. It only took less than a minute of this for Izuku to reach his limit. Ochako, I'm gonna. Izuku grabbed Ochako's head and pushed his PP as far as it could go in her mouth. He released everything inside to make it go directly into her stomach. The result of this made Ochako's belly bloat with all the excess side it. Once he pulls out, Ochako shows him a dazed and satisfied look with some of his SME oozing out of her mouth and onto her melons. Lemon and Izuku POV. I pull Ochako over to lay on my ST until she regains her self-awareness. I stay there for a few minutes until she shakes herself out of it. You okay? Yeah, just was a little out of it for a second there. You come way too much. She starts rubbing her stomach before looking over to find her swimsuit dirted by our little entanglement. Guess I'll need to clean my swimsuit before we leave tomorrow. Don't worry, I'll put it on with everything that everyone else has before we go to sleep. She smiles at me and pulls her head up to my face. How are you this kind? I shrug my shoulders as she my cheek and begins on my collarbone to leave hickeys. We lay there for a few more minutes until she can get up and somewhat walk. She grabs her swimsuit to put it on before we both take a small dip in the ocean to try and get the smell of SEC off us. You okay to walk? Yeah, I just got emo. I grab her before she goes face first into the ground. Alright, piggybacking it is then. I bend down in front of her to have her get on my back to get over to where we left the other girls. Bakugo POV. I watch as Deku and round face head out to the other girls, feeling a little uneasy. If I accepted him back then, would that be me having that experience and being on his back? I start to think on how he looked at her like she was the only thing that mattered at that time and started to get a little jealous. I was jealous that she was being looked at that way, angry that Deku would do that with her and those other girls instead of with me, and sad that he won't look at me that way. But deep down, I felt a new feeling I never felt before: remorse. Remorse for what I did to him in the past. Not only did I break his heart, I treated him worse than dirt, and said so many awful things to him. I begin to remember the day about 11 months ago. There is a way for men to get quirks though. Take a swan dive off the highest building you can, and hope you're born a girl with a quirk in your next life. These words played in my head constantly to make me feel like, why did I have to say that? I walk over to the old hag, Deku and the girls. There you are. What the F, Katsumi, you were about to miss saying goodbye to Izuku and your friends. I look over and notice that round face still had that bloated image on her. The F did you eat to get that fat so quickly? Something you'll never taste, Bakugo? Like I'd want to be one of you. I turn away from them and pretend like they're nothing. Why am I so jealous of her? Shudo, Itsuka, please don't do this. I should have torched her but in the finals. Maybe that would have fixed that foul attitude of hers. Calming you too, calm down now. I look over to see Deku holding Tamba and I see hot back. I'm calm, Izuku. I'm perfectly calm. That's why I'm going to calmly smack Bakugo so strong into the sand that only her head would be above it. Bring it on. Kick both you like I did in the sports festival. The old hag smacks me upside the head. Stop picking F fights. I'm so sorry for my loud-mouthed daughter. She's been told she was better than everyone since she first got her quirk, and it went downhill from there. Both the girls started to calm down enough for Deku to let go of them. It was nice to see you again, Ms. Bakugo. I'll make sure to tell my mother you said hello. Thank you, Izuku. Bye. I see Deku and those girls go out of sight with just one thought going through my head. I need to make things right and apologize to him. Izuku POV, you guys had to see, didn't you? Kyoka looks at me and Ochako with a deadpan expression. I turned away and tried to deny her gaze and play ignorant. Why do you think that? Because Ochako looks like you knocked her up, and we know how crazy much you come. Everyone points at Ochako's stomach with an emotionless expression. Okay, maybe we did do it once or twice. We all start to laugh while walking home. Once we get there, I open the door and head in while putting everything to the side. So since this is our last night here, who wants to order out? Yeah. Everyone puts their hands up in the air and either shouts or speaks up to agree. Alright then, decide what you want while I go and feed Rusty and Yami. I head into the kitchen to feed both cats some food before calling for dinner. Once decided, we order a couple pizzas and put on a bad old horror movie to mock. The night was pretty normal after that, until Shudo takes me by the arm and pulls me to a corner. Something on your mind, Shudo? She looks at me a little flustered until she says what she wants to. Izuku, I want to have ACC with you tomorrow. I stand there a little dumbfounded at what was just said. But do you mind if Ochako joins in? We kinda already planned for something tomorrow. I don't see how that's a problem. But why choose tomorrow? We were gonna see about making a baby to commemorate moving into the dorms tomorrow? Shudo only looks at me a little lost for words for a minute until she shrugs her shoulders. She walks back to the couch and tells Ochako that she's joining us tomorrow. I only sit there and marvel at what just happened. Does everything in my life have to be this complicated? Izuku POV, everyone have all the last-minute things? I get a nod from everyone to say that they're ready. Okay then, let's start heading out. Today was the day we would move into the dorms. Thanks to a conversation from Mom, me and Itsuka were able to bring Yami and Rusty to stay in our dormitory. We started walking out the door to the train station before I looked back on the house I lived in my whole life till now. Kinda makes me sad leaving here. Deku, we're gonna miss the train. Sorry, I'm coming. I rush over to everyone to continue our tread to UA. On the bus, we had quite a few stares at us. Hey, aren't those kids from UA? It's the guy with the quirk. Shudo gets in front of me to hide me. Whoa, it's that girl that got second. Wait, wasn't her place supposed to be the quirked guys? Yeah, but didn't you see the guy's hands in the video? They were a mess. Guess he doesn't have much control over his quirk, typical of men. Every time I don't wear a hoodie to go someplace, I always get commented on by women. At least none of them are trying to pick me up. Everyone on the train keeps talking about me and the girls until we reach our stop. We finally get off that chatty train and head to UA. That was annoying. Same Itsuka. Does that normally happen when you don't wear a hoodie, Izuku? I shrugged my shoulders at Kyoka's question. For the most part. Ouch, that's gotta be difficult when you just want to go someplace. You get used to it after a while? I start awkwardly smiling and laughing at this while we continue to walk to the school. Once we get there, Mom meets us at the gate to greet us. You're right on time with nobody bloated or passed out. Color me impressed. I'm not a sec demon, Mom. She starts laughing at this before leading us to a small building. Welcome to Heights Alliance, your new home for your time here. The building is the same as the one on top, but with 2 floors and without the 1A on it. We all look at the building with amazement. Also, 2 things before you go in. We look at Mom to see what she wants to say. I know that the purpose of the HRM is to have kids, but if any of you decide to get PR gin and tea, make sure it isn't a streamline of one after the other. I'm not against being a grandma, but not too many at once. Second, the last open room will be filled by an exchange student from America who has the paperwork filled out for a HRM registration. You'll meet her inside. We all look at each other a little confused before we walk inside. The young students are here. We open the door to All Might with a girl that has blonde hair and what looks like another man with brown hair. All Might, why are you here and who are these 2? Allow me to introduce to you all an old friend of mine and my niece. Melissa and David Shield. I hear the name Shield and go right into my heroine otaku mode. You mean the world-class scientist that created all your costumes from the Bronze to Gold Age? The world's greatest support item creator who has won the Nobel Peace Prize for his success in the field of science. Not only that, but the world's greatest mind that happens to be a man. It truly is an honor, sir. Everyone just looks at me a little confused until I gain my composure. Ahem, sorry about that, sir. I was a little overjoyed to meet you. It's no sweat, kid. You kinda saved me the effort of explaining who I was. He starts to laugh at this to try and make the scene less awkward. So I take it you're the guy that Tashiko was talking about. Tashiko? Sorry, I meant All Might? I nod to answer him before Shudo speaks. Not to be rude, but why is a world-known inventor here of all places with his daughter? We all stop and think about it for a minute until we all get the same thought. The reason is young Todoroki is that my niece will be joining young Aizawa's HRM to fill the final spot. I stand there for a second before the truth hits me. What, All Might's niece? Sorry for the late introduction, but my name is Melissa Shield. Thanks to some inner problems, America had made it so I will be living here with you all and attending school as a 3rd year in the support course. Please treat me kindly. She smiles at me with such a heartwarming image that I could almost not look at her from the light radiating off her. Izuku, do you mind if I ask you something? Sure, what is it? Mr. Shield comes up to me with a serious face. If I were to entrust my daughter to you, would you treat her right? I look at him a little confused until her grabs the collar of my shirt and pulls me up. Deku/Izuku, the girls try and butt in, but my mom stops them. I'm asking you as her father, will you treat my only child right? I hear the part of her being his only child and think about what he was meaning by this. I grab his hand that is clenching my collar and look him square in the eyes. I have no intention of harming your daughter emotionally or physically. If she wishes to be here, then I will do everything in my power to try and make her happy just like everyone else here. But I will not force her to be here either. If she wishes to not be here at any given point to a degree she wants to leave, I will not stop her from doing anything she has her heart set on. You have my word as a man. I will treat your daughter the best I can. He hears this and puts me down. I'm sorry. I just wanted to make sure for her sake. I made a promise to her mother when she was born to make sure she was safe and would be brought up as a happy child. I was so distraught by her passing that I couldn't continue with anyone else. Because of this, the country decided to put her in this HRM as a way to make sure another male is born. It wasn't my intention to harm or scare any of you. I just wanted to make sure she wasn't being put in the hands of a scumbag. At this moment his daughter comes up and hugs him. It's okay, Papa, I'll be okay. Aunt Might is here as well, so I'm not completely alone here. Mr. Shield turns to hug his daughter and tears up a little. We all look at the heartwarming moment and smile a little. Mom comes over and pats me on the head while watching this, knowing how the man feels for just wanting to keep their kids safe. For once they break their hug, Mr. Shield says his goodbyes before walking out with All Might accompanying him. Well, now that that's over, I'll be taking my leave. Remember what I said earlier, kids. Don't get a little too crazy with baby making to make me a grandmother of half a dozen off the bat. She starts to laugh at this and makes us all go a vibrant shade of pink at this. So, let's start unpacking. We all start heading to our rooms to unpack and relax a bit. It took me about 2 hours to make my room homey enough to where I like it. I had to spread a few things out to cover some extra dimensions that the room had, but it turned out nice given that. I start walking down to the common area to see Ms. Shield sitting on the couch. Did you already unpack, Ms. Shield? She looks at me and nods. You can just call me Melissa. Since we'll be living together, it's only natural, Aizawa. Okay, but you have to call me Izuku then. It's only fair. Deal? Did you eat yet? I was gonna make a few peanut butter sandwiches for everyone as something quick to snack on while they're working. Sure, I'm willing to have one if you're making it. Okay then, 8 sandwiches? I head into the kitchen and see Rusty playing with one of his toys. You're at home, I see. I grab the peanut butter and the bread loaf to start getting to work. Once done, I take the sandwiches out and make my rounds to everyone with some tea to wash it down. When I come back down to give Melissa hers, I see Yami sitting on her lap and enjoying the attention. Seems Yami likes you. He's so cute and feels so soft. Guess the cat food I give him is doing its job then? We start to laugh a little before I hand Melissa her sandwich. Thanks. We sit on the couch and start watching Tokyo Ghoul. We sit there for about 10 minutes, until Momo and Kyoka come down. Hey, you two all done? Yeah, thanks for the sandwiches and tea also. Really appreciate it. I smile at the two of them before answering. Anytime. One by one, everyone started to slowly walk down, with Shudo being the last to finish. At this point, we're all sitting on the couch and watching the episode where Kanik fights Jason in a brutal fight and eats him in the end. That's just sick. Indeed, truly an unholy image that was. Doesn't help that he had a centipede in his head gnawing at his brain during this either. We all start to get a little grossed out at the remembrance of that part, and change it to Durarara. Alright, since we're all here, why don't you tell us a little about yourself, Melissa? Okay, what do you want to know? Just some things like what you like and don't like, personal interests, hobbies. You know, things that make us have a better understanding of you. She starts to mull over her head to try and think of what to say. Well, I'm an inventor like my papa. I actually made some nice things that made me noted to be a genius in my old school on our island. Everyone starts widely opening their eyes in fascination that she was deemed a genius on a floating island filled with geniuses. I like sunny days and sunflowers. Not a fan of heights and bullies. I'm also whispers. I'm sorry, I couldn't catch that last part. She starts holding her head down and starts to stutter out what she said. I don't have a QQ quirk. I hear this and understand a little more why her father was more protective of her than he should have been. You're still really cool, Melissa. She lifts her head up and looks over to Ochako. You might be quirkless, but you still are doing something to help people. Look at your father, he doesn't have one and is able to better the world in his own way. Izuku also ran in to save me without any knowledge that he had one. If we were to judge you on that, we wouldn't deserve to be your friend. Ochako starts to smile at her with everyone joining in. She's right, you're a cool person with or without one. You're our friend, and we won't judge you on something like this. We would never allow such a horrible thing like bullying you for this. We judge you for who you are, not what you are. You don't need a quirk to help someone. Sometimes you just need to be someone who can be there for you. Melissa starts to cry a little at everyone accepting her for this and thanks them from the bottom of her heart. I promise I'll keep you happy and safe the best I can, Melissa. That includes everyone else. A few hours later, after dinner was cleaned up, We all were rather tired from our work getting the rooms ready and decided to turn in early. Before I could do that, however, I was grabbed by Hyodo and Ochako. "You're staying in my room tonight, Deku." Ochako uses her quirk to make me weightless and carries me to her room with Hyodo following not far behind. Once there, they shut and lock the door before stripping down to their underwear. "Tonight is the night we make our first baby, Deku? Hope you're ready. Is this choice of underwear fine, or should I have gone for something skimpier?" Ochako was wearing a pair of black underwear that was slightly see-through to show the details of what it was covering. Hyodo decided to wear some laced underwear with frills on it as a way to emphasize her womanly features. "This is gonna be quite the night." Lemon warning third person POV. Akiyoko walks over and starts Izuku with great passion. He melts into the feeling and follows her lead. Hyodo only watches in awe at the image in front of her, not knowing what to do. She notices how intent they were with the addition of their tongues. Hearing every breathe and thumb they make while watching this began to make Hyodo rather heated. Without knowing, she moves her hand down between her legs and starts rubbing herself in an attempt to calm her growing fire. Once Izuku notices this, he pulls from Ochako and motions to have her look at Hyodo. "Guess she wants to join in as well, Deku." Izuku walks behind Hyodo with Ochako staying in front of her. Izuku gently holds her chin and moves her head to lock lips with him to embrace her as passionately as Ochako moments ago. He makes his tongue known to her mouth, making sure that she never forgets the taste and feel of it no matter what. Meanwhile, Ochako begins to pull down Hyodo's underwear to see her moist pee-pee with a bit of red and white hair split down the middle. The carpets do match the drapes. Ochako puts her mouth over her pee-pee and starts her insides. The feeling of Ochako's moist tongue entering her inner folds had made Hyodo start to them in pleasure. On instinct, Izuku unlatched her BR and started massaging Hyodo's bare B-cup melons. He was thorough to make her feel his hands wiggle from each part from the base near her to the tips of her nipples. As this continued, Hyodo started to louder and louder to indicate she was close. Once hearing this, Izuku pinched HRD on her nipples and Ochako bit on her CLT to make her scream into Izuku's mouth while coming as strong as she could. Once this was over, she was frantically to try and catch her breath. "That may have been a little too rough for her," agreed, "but she looks like she had fun." "Breathe what breathe the F." Hyodo somewhat passes out and was carried over by Izuku to the bed to get her bearings while they continued. Ochako began to pull down Izuku's to show his irked pee-pee with fluid leaking out of the tip. Ochako began to take off her underwear and BR before pushing Izuku down to sit to straddle him while looking deep in his eyes. "It's time to keep your promise." Izuku smirks at her before lowering her slowly in. "This will be an experience I promise you won't forget, Ochako." He slams her down to make her shout at the sudden change of being gentle then forceful. Izuku begins grinding over every spot he knows Ochako feels the most pleasure from while her with longing. Every move he had forced pleasure directly to Ochako's head to make her come almost every time. Izuku continues for a few more minutes until he feels himself getting close. "Ochako, I'm about to come. Do it. Make me PR gin and tea with your baby. Show my body where my baby should come from." Izuku violently into Ochako for a few more times before he finally releases everything inside her. Her stomach swelled with force with the thought of what will happen next known to both. Ochako shouted in pleasure, as her eyes rolled back in her head from the pleasure. She falls on Izuku's Issei while still convulsing from their actions. Izuku moves her to the bed and pulls out of her. He Ochako on her forehead as a way to relax her, then turns to Hyodo, who came to from her daze halfway through. "Hope you're ready, Hyodo, because that facial expression will be you next?" Hyodo opens her legs and spreads her pee-pee to be seen. Ready and willing, Izuku goes between her legs and puts his pee-pee on top of her stomach. He slowly makes his way into her entrance with his head pushing her open. Hyodo started to feel immeasurable pain as Izuku makes his way deeper inside her. She held on tight to the bed with her eyes shut until she felt him stop. She opened her eyes to see him look at her with a caring face. "This is gonna hurt. Take a deep breath, okay?" She nods and inhales. Once she finishes, Izuku pushes past and gets mostly inside her. Hyodo grunts in pain as she feels her insides split to make way for Izuku. He waits there for a minute or two until he sees Hyodo relax a bit. He brings his head close to hers to speak. I'm gonna move slowly. Warn me if it's too much? Hyodo nods and has her lips touch Izuku's. He starts slow to have her get used to the feeling. Hyodo feels a bit of pain from this, but eventually gets used to it to keep her eyes open. She looks down to see where Izuku and her are connected and how much of a bulge she has from it. But she also notices that he isn't fully inside yet. You can go deeper if you want. I don't want to hurt you. Hyodo hears this and gets a little embarrassed by his concern for her. She hugs Izuku before saying anything. I can take it? Izuku holds her sides and pushes himself all the way in. The feeling of the final few inches making their way inside her pushes Hyodo into a dazed state. Izuku continues to move a little faster and makes her feel absolute bliss. As minutes pass, Izuku moves faster and faster until it looks like he's just mindlessly into Hyodo with her eyes rolling back from the joy of it. She starts to feel his pee-pee grow slightly and sees his face in pain. Hyodo, I'm gonna? Go ahead. Finish like you did with Ochako. Mark me so I know who I belong to. Izuku sped up as fast as he could before as strong as he could into Hyodo and coming inside. As she felt the heat of his Isamian run deep into her and forcing her to arch her back from how strong she came. Her stomach grew to match the same size as Ochako's. She fell on the bed unconscious from this. Izuku pulled out of her and put Ochako next to her with him between them. He pulled the covers over all three of them and lay down into a deep sleep. Good night, you two. May our futures be filled with more happiness together. Lemon and lemon. Next morning, Izuku POV. I head downstairs with Hyodo on my shoulders since she still couldn't walk that well. Ochako was beside us, stumbling but still able to walk. Looks like you three had fun. I look to the side to see Itsuka, Ibra, and Melissa looking at us with a bit of a smirk. Should I get used to the sound of Izzy while here? I start to blush a bit at this, remembering something rather stupid of me to forget. Whoops, forgot Melissa's room is next to Ochako's. Sorry, hope we didn't bother you sleeping. No worries, it wasn't that crazy and it's natural in this relationship. I walk over to put Hyodo on a chair and go in the kitchen to get some coffee and something to eat for the three of us. Melissa seems nice. I need to make sure though that if I do it with anyone else, I soundproof the room to not be inconsiderate for the others. Thanks for listening to my video. Don't forget to like, share, subscribe and comment below your favorite part. Sayonara, see you in the next video.